Proverbs, chapter 30, verse 21 to 23, New International Version. Under 3 things the earth trembles. Under 4 it cannot bear up. A servant who becomes king, a godless fool who gets plenty to eat, a contemptible woman who gets married, and a servant who displaces her mistress. An advertisement from the Times of London, 1847. Useful companion. A lady in her 24th year anxiously desires a situation as above. She is musical, a good reader, domesticated and industrious, and can be well recommended. Address to A.R.A., Post Office, High Wycombe. From 1 John, chapter 1, verse 9, King James Version. If we confess our sins, he is faithful and just to forgive us our sins, and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. Chapter 1. Bath, England, 1819. Lady Mariana Mayfield sat at her dressing-table, clothed, curled, and powdered. She feigned interest in her reflection in the mirror, but in reality she watched the housemaid behind her, packing away every last one of her belongings. Early that morning, Sir John had come to her room and announced they were leaving Bath that very day. He refused to tell her where they were going, fearful she would somehow get word to Anthony Fontaine. Nor was he allowing her to bring any of the servants, who would, of course, wish to know where they were headed and might let slip their destination. Mariana's stomach clenched. Did he really think another move would stop her? Stop him? She shot to her feet and stalked to the window. Pulling back the gauzy drapery, she frowned. There, in the rear mews, the groom and coachman prepared the new carriage for departure. Replacing the long spring-loaded candles in its brass lamps, then inspecting the wheels and harnesses. Now she knew why he'd ordered a travelling chariot, custom-built for long journeys. It was an expensive equipage, but a man like Sir John Mayfield wouldn't blink at the cost. Not when he was determined to steal away with her and leave any would-be followers behind. Anthony will find me. Of course he would. He'd done so easily the last time they'd moved, to take a house here in Bath. Even so, she wished he might return early from London before they departed. Perhaps he would finally stand up to Sir John, tell him what he could do with his futile scheme, and end this farce of a marriage once and for all. A knock sounded on the open door. Frown still in place, she glanced over, expecting Sir John with another edict. Instead, the butler Hopkins stood there. "A caller for you, your ladyship." Mariana's heart leapt. "It is Miss Rogers," he added. "Are you at home, or shall I send her away?" Mariana's momentary elation deflated, but not completely. "Heavens, no! Don't send her away. Show her into the morning-room." "Very good, your ladyship." Hopkins bowed and departed. The arrival of her former companion was certainly a surprise, considering how abruptly Hannah Rogers had left their employ more than half a year before, but not an unhappy surprise. Glancing at her empty drawers and wardrobe with a sinking heart, Mariana left her bedchamber and made her way downstairs. A familiar willowy figure rose at her entrance, assailing Mariana with waves of nostalgic fondness, followed by a sting of betrayal that the woman had left without a word. She swallowed the bitter lump and began. "Hannah! My goodness! I never expected to see you again." The young woman met her gaze, expression tense. My lady. Mariana sent her a bright smile. You're a godsend, an absolute godsend, if I believed in such things. What timing! That you should come back now. Hannah Rogers clasped her hands tightly and lowered her eyes. I never received my final allowance. Companions received a modest salary, referred to as an allowance instead of vulgar wages. Mariana hadn't expected the belated request, but didn't quibble. Of course you should have it. I never understood why you left without collecting your due. She rang a bell on the side table, and Hopkins reappeared. Ask Mr. Ward to bring in Miss Rogers' remaining allowance, if you please. When the butler left the room, Mariana turned back to Hannah and asked, How have you been keeping? Oh, Miss Rogers formed a tenuous smile. Well enough, thank you. Unconvinced, Mariana sat and studied her, taking in the wary eyes, pale skin, and sharp cheekbones, the hollows beneath more noticeable than she remembered. You appear in good health, Mariana allowed, if a little tired, and thin. Thank you, my lady. Please, be seated. I would offer you refreshment, but Sir John has seen fit to dismiss most of the servants already. We are down to Hopkins, Mr. Ward, and one maid. Her guest remained standing, but Mariana didn't press her. Instead, she tentatively asked, And have you found another situation? I awaited word from you or request for a character reference, but nothing ever came. Hannah nodded. I have another place, or did, until recently. Oh. Hope rising, Mariana asked. Are you not engaged at present? No. Mariana rose and took the young woman's hand. Again, I say, what timing, for I'm in dire need of a travelling companion. Travelling companion? Yes. Sir John insists on uprooting us again, just when I've begun to appreciate Bath society. But he will not yield, and so off we go. She laughed in artificial gaiety. Say you will come with me as my companion. He won't even let me take my lady's maid. He's already dismissed her. He would probably refuse to allow Miss Rogers to go with them as well, Mariana knew, but she had to try. Hannah shook her head. I couldn't leave Bath, my lady. Not now. You must. I shall double your allowance to convince you. If Sir John doesn't agree, I shall use my own money. Hannah hesitated, then faltered. I don't even know where you're going. Nor do I. He won't even tell his own wife where we are bound. Isn't that a laugh? Thinks I'll tell a certain someone, which of course I would. Again Hannah shook her head. I couldn't leave at present. I've family here. Your father lives in Bristol, Mariana reminded her, and you left him when we moved here. Yes, but that was different. Oh, I don't imagine it'll be so much different, Mariana said breezily. I doubt we shall go far. The last time we only moved from Bristol to Bath, as though a mere dozen miles would keep us apart. She knew the younger woman would understand the reference to her first love, whom Miss Rogers had met on several occasions. Still, Hannah hesitated. I don't know. Oh, do come, Hannah. It won't be forever. If you don't like the place or need to return to your family, you'll be free to leave. You left before, after all, when it suited you. Mariana smiled to soften the words. Jab and assurance rolled into one. She continued, I really can't bear this alone, travelling with Sir John to some unknown place. No comforting presence between us. No familiar friendly faces. He insists we hire all new servants when we arrive. We're not to take Hopkins or even Mr. Ward. As if on cue, the door opened and her husband's secretary entered. She noticed Hannah stiffen. "Ah, Mr. Ward, you remember Hannah Rogers, I trust?" The thin man, with thinner hair and pock-marked skin, turned expressionless eyes her way. "Yes, my lady, left without notice, as I recall." "Yes, well, no matter. She's come for her allowance, which she's owed fairly, so no argument, if you please." His eyes glinted with displeasure, or perhaps rebellion. "Yes, my lady. Hopkins did inform me." He turned to Miss Rogers. "I've taken a penalty from your allowance," he began in patronising fashion. "For leaving without proper notice. Along with 11 days you missed that quarter. Here's the remainder." Miss Rogers gingerly extended her palm, head bowed like a beggar. The man dropped several sovereigns and shillings onto her outstretched hand, smirking all the while. "Thank you," Hannah mumbled. He turned without a word and quit the room. Watching him go, Mariana shivered. "I cannot say I'm sorry to leave him behind. Odious man. He's returning to Bristol to oversee Sir John's interests there." Hannah glanced down at the coins in her hand. "I'm grateful for the offer, my lady. I am. But I need to think about it." Mariana Mayfield studied her. Something was different about Miss Rogers. What was it? "Well, don't think too long," Mariana said. "We're leaving at 4 this afternoon, according to Sir John, unless I can persuade him to forego this idiotic notion. Jealous fool." Hannah looked up at her, expression torn, almost miserable. She said, "If I'm not here by 3:30, don't wait for me. It means I'm not coming." The hours passed all too quickly. The maid continued packing, and Mariana continued pacing. Still, Anthony did not arrive, nor did Hannah. Mariana looked out the drawing-room window toward the street. The travelling chariot had been moved to the front of the house, 4 horses now harnessed to it, the lead horse now and again stamping an eager hoof. The maid, butler, and a hired lad stowed their belongings in the built-in Imperial, like a large, shallow valise atop the roof. More baggage rode in the rear, strapped into the outside seat where 2 servants could have sat, had Sir John allowed her to take any with them. At that moment he strode into the room, imposing in his caped greatcoat. He sternly insisted Mariana gather her remaining things and prepare to depart, so Hopkins could begin closing up the house. He turned on his heel and stalked away, his grim expression brooking no disagreement. One of Mariana's friends had told her she was lucky to have a husband with such a decided, commanding manner. Mariana did not agree. But she knew further argument about staying would be futile. The house had already been sold. She glanced at her watch-pin. 3:20. 10 more minutes. Still hoping her former companion would arrive in time, she gathered her last bandbox and reticule and stepped outside. Beside the carriage, Sir John spoke with the 2 hired postilions, who would ride the left-hand horses of each pair for the first stage of the journey. They were taking no groom or guard. As Mariana approached, Sir John reached inside and extracted a blunderbuss from the chariot's concealed gun case. After verifying its readiness, he returned it to its hiding place. Apparently, he would act as guard himself. Perhaps she ought to be glad Anthony hadn't shown up after all. Her gaze fell to her watch-pin once more. 3:30. Dash it! She'd so hoped Hannah would come. Suddenly, that very figure appeared at the end of Camden Place, where the Crescent met Lansdowne Street. Mariana's heart lifted. As she watched, a tall, dark-haired young man jogged after Hannah and caught her by the elbow. They were too far away for Mariana to hear their conversation, but she saw Hannah shake her head and gently extract her arm from his grip. Resignation showed in her expression, but no fear. A suitor, perhaps? If so, no wonder she hesitated to leave Bath. Hannah turned away from the man and strode toward the carriage. "John, look!" Mariana said. "Miss Rogers has come to join us." Her tall husband stiffened and turned to stare, expression inscrutable. Hannah Rogers hurried toward them, valise bumping against her leg. Mariana beamed. "Oh, Hannah, how happy I am to see you! I dread making this journey, but I shall not mind nearly so much with you beside me." "The offer still stands?" Hannah asked, panting to catch her breath. Mariana ignored her husband's glare and smiled at her would-be companion. "Of course." "And I may return if the situation doesn't suit?" "Well, you won't be a prisoner, Hannah. I wish I could say the same for myself." She sent Sir John a pointed look. Waited for him to refuse, to insist they travel alone. His jaw clenched, but he said nothing. One of the hired lads strapped Hannah's valise with the others, and the three travellers entered the carriage, settling themselves onto the rich blue velvet cushions. Mariana reached up and fingered the golden tassels of the window draperies and murmured, "What a pretty cage." They rode through the night in uneasy silence, stopping to change horses at coaching inns along the way. Cramped and sleepy, Mariana sat as far away from Sir John as possible on the bench seat they shared. She leaned against the carriage wall and looked out the side window, avoiding his gaze. The brass candle lamps glowed steadily beyond the window pane. Eventually, night waned and dawn began to redden the sky, following their westward course along the Bristol Channel. Miss Rogers, perched on the pull-down seat nearby, seemed to grow more restless with each passing mile. Brow furrowed, she bit her lip and twisted her long fingers again and again in her lap. Outside, a light drizzle began to fall, and if Mariana wasn't mistaken, her companion's eyes were damp as well. As they entered yet another unknown hamlet and rumbled past its village green, the three of them stared out the window at a sobering sight, a pair of low-lying wooden stocks. Two women sat on the ground behind them, bound at the ankles. One woman scowled and swore at the jeering passers-by. The other stared off into the distance with as much quiet dignity as the mortifying position allowed. Mariana wondered what each woman had been found guilty of. She was struck by how differently each faced the consequences of her actions, whatever they were. A chill passed up Mariana's neck. Would she face consequences for her own actions? She shrugged off the uncomfortable thought. Nothing would happen to her. It hadn't been her fault, or her idea. And after all, they'd got away with everything for more than 2 years now. Some time later, they stopped at another coaching inn. To that point, they'd travelled with a team of 4, driven by a succession of mounted postilions. But this inn had only 2 horses available, and how mismatched they were. The weary postilions departed, replaced by a fresh young man of 19 or 20. He converted the chariot's front box into a coachman's seat, and from there lifted the reins. "It won't be long now," Sir John said, continuing to survey the road behind them with wary eyes. "We're beginning the final short stretch of the journey." As they left the inn-yard, the drizzle swelled into a driving rain. The wind increased with each mile, howling and rocking the carriage. They all lurched as the young driver pulled the horses to the side of the road and halted. He turned on his seat to face them through the front carriage window. Sir John opened the speaking flap to listen to what the young man had to say. Wind and rain garbled his words. "The roads are awful bad, sir, and the storm is picking up. I don't think it wise to go on." "Come, lad, it cannot be much farther." 3 miles, give or take." "And no inn before?" "No, sir, but a farmer might let us shelter in his barn." "A barn with these ladies? No, we must press on. I've a particular reason." "But, sir—" "I shall make it worth your while." Through the flap, Sir John handed the young man a small bulging purse. "And that much again when you deliver us there safely." The young man's eyes widened. "Yes, sir." He wiped the rain from his face and turned forward, allowing the flap to fall. Mariana protested. "John, the boy is right. It's foolish to press on and get us all killed." Suddenly, Hannah sat up straighter. "Allow me out, if you please. I shouldn't have come. It was a mistake." Astonished, Mariana stared at her, as did Sir John. "I need to go back," Hannah insisted, her voice nearly desperate. Mouth grimly set, Sir John shook his head. "We are not going back." "I know. I shall find my own way. Just let me out." She rose and lunged toward the door, but he blocked her way with a strong, outstretched arm. "I cannot in good conscience set you down here," he said. "Not on this lonely stretch of road during a storm." "Hannah," Mariana pleaded, "you agreed to come with me. I need you." "But I need—" The coachman cracked his whip. The horses strained, and the carriage jerked into motion. To Mariana's relief, her companion had lost her opportunity to abruptly abandon them a second time. Tears filled Hannah's eyes and rolled down her thin cheeks. "See what you've done, John?" Mariana scowled at her husband. "You've upset her, my only friend in the world, and you've upset her." She added sullenly, "It won't work, you know. He shall find me anyway." Sir John set his jaw and stared straight ahead, though there was little to see through the front window save the driver's flapping greatcoat. Mariana glanced again at Hannah, noticing she kept her face averted to hide her tears. Mariana wondered what had so discomposed the young woman, who'd always seemed so stoic and self-contained in the past. Yet, at the moment, Mariana had her own problems to think about. Turning toward the window, she stared out at the lashing rain, toward the weedy verge between road and steep descent to the grey Bristol Channel beyond. "He will find me," she reassured herself again. "He did before." But Sir John had taken many new precautions this time, clearly more determined than ever. Well, she was more determined as well. Things had changed. She had their child to think of now, and she would love that child far more than her father had ever loved her. Her chest tightened at the thought. If only she'd managed to get word to Anthony. But it was too late. Suddenly, the carriage wheels slipped as though on ice, losing their traction on the muddy road. The vehicle lurched. The horses screamed. So did Mariana. Hannah cried out, "God Almighty, help us! Protect him!" The carriage fell to one side. A great snap and whinny, and the vehicle was flying, weightless. A second later, it fell. Over the edge, toward the water. The side of the cliff rushed toward them. A huge crash scattered Mariana's mind and shook her bones. A wheel sailed past the window. The next moment they were airborne again, before the top of the carriage hit rock. The vehicle rolling, rolling, until she lost all sense of up and down. The world shifted violently and ended in a blinding collision. And she knew no more. Chapter 2. Pain, cold, weight pressing, struggling to breathe. Peering through narrow slits, she saw slivers of shimmering colour, like light through prism glass. Yellow-white sun, blue water. Water? A flash of red, then blue again, a glint of purple and gold. Confusion. A hand in hers, slipping away. Metal, biting into her fingers. Why can I not awaken from this dream? So cold, so heavy, darkness descending. "Hello? Can you hear me?" A man's voice. Must get out from under this pressing weight. She sucked in desperate, shallow breaths. "Lady Mayfield, can you hear me?" Her eyes fluttered open and glimpsed faces floating above. More confusion. Why was the side window above her? "It's all right. We're here to help you. I'm a doctor. Dr. Parrish." The man nodded to the younger face hovering beside his. "My son, Edgar. We're going to get you and your husband out of there." Your husband? She looked down and found Sir John lying limp across her body. Alive or dead? His hat bobbed lazily in the water filling the lower half of the carriage. His legs were sprawled, one bent at an unnatural angle. There were only two of them in what was left of the carriage. Where was she? Turning her head, pain shot through her skull. She couldn't turn far, pinned as she was. Through the gaping hole where the roof had once been, she looked out into the choppy water of the channel. The younger man, above her, looked in the same direction. He pointed. "Pa, look, is someone out there?" The older man squinted. "Can't tell, too far out." But she could tell. A red cloak floated on the tide, drawing the form it shrouded farther from shore. The older man looked down at her again. "Was there someone else with you?" She nodded, pain searing her once more. She felt as though needles pricked her scalp. The man reverently removed his hat. "Too far to go after, even if we could swim." A roaring in her ears. It couldn't be. "A servant?" he asked. A companion was higher than a servant, she thought. A gentlewoman. She opened her mouth to explain, but no sound came. Her brain and tongue seemed disconnected. She pressed a hand to her aching chest and nodded again. "There's nothing we can do for her. I'm so sorry. But let's get you out of there." Darkness tunneled her vision once more, and she sank into it. The next time she opened her eyes, the same face hovered above her, nearer now. The older face, looking not into her eyes, but at some lower part of her. Who was he? He'd said his name, but she'd forgotten it. She couldn't see much of the room without moving her head, but the bedchamber wasn't familiar. Where was she? How long had she been there? Her brain felt sluggish, addled, only partially aware of the rest of her. "She's awake," said a woman's voice, one she didn't recognize. She tried to turn her head toward the woman, but pain flared, momentarily blinding her. The man's voice tensed. "My lady, how do you feel?" "She's in pain, George," the woman snapped. "Even I can see that." She parted her lips, tried to speak. "He lay..." He took her hand, eyes round in concern. "Sir John is badly injured, my lady. Yet he lives, so there is hope. You leave him to me, all right. Don't fret. You've sustained several injuries yourself, but you'll recover." The... He grimaced, as though he'd understood her. "I'm afraid the coachman is dead. The harnesses snapped when the carriage fell and the horses ran free. The young man wasn't as fortunate." She pressed her eyes closed. Poor man, she thought, though she didn't really remember him. "It's not your fault, my lady. You mustn't upset yourself." He shook his head. "We saw the horses running wild, harnesses flapping, and that's how we knew to look for the carriage in the first place. The crest confirmed who you were, though of course we were expecting you." He patted her hand. "Now, you just rest, and Mrs. Parrish and I shall take care of you and your husband." Husband. She closed her eyes and pushed the uncomfortable thought away. She lay, floating in and out of foggy wakefulness. The kind doctor had given her laudanum for the pain. A broken arm, he'd said, and a head wound, a gash and concussion. Now and again, someone gently lifted her head and pressed sips of water or broth to her lips, but she'd little sense of time passing. The woman's voice said, "Sir John is in a bad way indeed, and if he lasts a week, I shall be very much surprised." A second woman hushed the first. "Shh, she'll hear you." In spite of the distance between them, she would never have wished such harm to befall him. Poor Sir John, she thought. Lying there with her eyes closed, she tried to recall his face. Her thoughts slowly wheeled back until scattered images flickered through her mind. Sir John picking up a fire iron and poking at a log in frustration. Sir John looking at her, jaw clenched. "What I want is a wife who'll be faithful to me. Is that too much to ask?" Another flicker, another image. His usually stern face softened and stilled in her mind like a portrait, captured in oils and cobwebbed recollection. A handsome face, she thought, if her memory could be trusted. Grey-blue eyes and strong masculine features framed by light brown hair. She'd admired him once, she realized. What had changed between them? Had they ever been happy? She tried to recall their lives before, where they'd come from. Bath, she thought, and before that, Bristol. Vaguely, she remembered when Sir John announced they were moving to Bath. She remembered feeling torn. Should she obey his wishes? Should she go? He hadn't wanted to, but in the end he'd taken them both, his wife and her companion, just as he'd brought them both on this trip. Yes, she remembered Bath, the lovely house in Camden Place, and an ugly house in dreary Trim Street. Trim Street? What on earth would have taken her there? She grimaced, trying to think. Yet her mind remained a muddle. She must have uttered some agitated sound, for a woman's kind voice crooned, "There, there, it's all right. You're safe." A gentle hand lifted her head. "Drink some of this now." A cup rim touched her lips, and she sipped. "That's it," the woman said. "Very good, my dear." The warm broth soothed her aching throat. The warm words soothed her troubled soul. She knew it was a dream, yet couldn't awaken. She dreamt she'd left a helpless baby in a basket on the shore of the Bristol Channel. She'd meant to return for the child directly, but instead she lay there as though paralyzed, unable to force her frozen body to move. The tide was coming in, closer and closer, licking at the sides of the basket. A hand reached toward it, a woman's hand. The woman was in the water, the tide pulling her, dragging her away, her waterlogged gown and cloak weighing her down. She grasped the woman's hand, trying to save her, but the wet fingers slipped through hers. Remembering the child, she turned, but it was too late. The basket was already floating away across the channel. With a start, she sucked in a breath and opened her eyes. She blinked at her surroundings. The half-tester bed was not hers. The lace-trimmed dressing table was unfamiliar. She squeezed her eyes shut and tried to think. Where was she? What had happened? The carriage crash, that was it. They weren't in Bath any longer, nor in Bristol. Somewhere in the West Country, she believed, but had no idea where. Oh, what was wrong with her? Why could she not remember? It felt like a dark, warm blanket lay over her mind's eye, blocking her memory, hindering clear thought. One thing she knew with panicked certainty. She was forgetting something. Something important. The door opened, and the kind woman entered with a basin of water and folded cloths. "Good morning, my lady," she greeted warmly. She set the basin on a side table, then stepped to the washstand for soap. "Good morning, Mrs. I'm sorry, I forgot your name." "That's all right. I often forget names myself. I'm Mrs. Turrell, the housekeeper." The woman was perhaps in her early 60s, evidenced by the many lines creasing her long, pleasant face. Her hair was still brown, though its centre part was considerably wider than a younger woman's would be. Mrs. Turrell helped her wash her face and hands and clean her teeth. Then she opened the wardrobe and extracted a fresh nightdress. "What a blessing all your gowns weren't spoilt in the accident, my lady. Your trunk must have been thrown clear." Another flash of memory. Trunks and valises strapped in the rear seat. "Yes," she murmured. "It won't be long. In a few days you'll be up and about and wearing your pretty things." The housekeeper lifted the bodice of a gown of blue satin. "Oh, I like this one. Looks brand new." Was it? It must be, for she couldn't remember seeing it before. "And here's a lovely day dress." She shook out a serviceable muslin and squinted at its fastenings. "It's missing a button. I'm not terribly skilled with a needle, but I can manage that." The day dress, in a pale wash of rose pink, did look familiar. She recognized it with relief. She hadn't completely lost her memory. Lifting a hand to push a stray hair from her face, she stilled, captured by the sight of a ring on her finger. She stared at the hand aloft above her, as though it were a separate entity, someone else's hand. On it shone a gold band with amethyst and purple sapphires. She recognized the ring at once and sighed gratefully. Things were starting to come back to her. But then again that heavy shadow fell over her, that nagging fear. Things might be coming back, but she was still forgetting something far more important than a dress or ring. The cheerful doctor stopped in that morning and found her still staring at the ring. "Almost lost that," he said. "Found it clasped in your hand and slid it back on your finger myself." She hesitated. "Oh, thank you." He studied her face. "How are you feeling?" "Confused." "And no wonder, my lady. What a shock you've had. The concussion you suffered could very well muddle your mind for some days to come." Perhaps that explained her jumbled thoughts and elusive memories. His calm assurance eased her fear. She looked around the sunny room and asked, "Where am I?" "Clifton House, between Countisbury and Lynmouth, in Devonshire." Devonshire? Had she known they'd meant to go so far? The name Clifton meant nothing to her. She asked, "Is this your house?" "Good heavens, no. It's yours. Been in your husband's family for ages, though he's never lived here before. My son has been taking care of the place since the former tenants left last year." "I see," she murmured, although she didn't see, really. "Don't worry, my lady. It'll all come back in time." He rubbed his hands together and beamed at her. "Well, I imagine you want to see your husband." The smile of reply that lifted her mouth faltered, then fell. No, she didn't want to see him. In fact, the thought filled her with misgiving. She hedged. "I don't know." "I understand. But he doesn't look too bad. Bruises and cuts on his face, head and hands, but most of his injuries are internal." Was she only reluctant to see his injuries, or was it something more? Sir John had never hurt her, had he? Then why was she afraid? The doctor took her good arm and helped her rise. The room swam and tilted, and she leaned against him for support. "Dizzy?" "Yes," she panted. Mrs. Turrell came in with her sewing basket and drew up short. "Tut, tut, George. She's not ready to be up and about yet." "So I see. I was only going to take her across the corridor to see Sir John. But I think we shall wait a day or two. I should say so. Besides, I want to brush her hair and dress her proper before she visits him. I'm afraid he shan't notice at the moment. Perhaps not, the housekeeper said. Even so, a woman likes to feel pretty when she sees the man she loves. Together they helped her back into bed. She knew they referred to Sir John, but another face shimmered before her mind's eye. Settling under the bedclothes, she pushed away thoughts of Sir John and tried to focus on the faint image of sparkling blue eyes and an affectionate smile. But other images kept pushing his face aside. A red cloak floating on the tide, a hand slipping from hers. Had she only dreamt it, or was she remembering something that had actually happened? Chapter 3. That next afternoon, Dr. Parrish came in and sat at her bedside. "And how are you feeling today, my lady?" "Better, I think." "Everyone treating you well?" She nodded. "Mrs. Turrell is very kind." He beamed. "I'm happy to hear it. Sally Turrell is my cousin, and I recommended her for the situation myself, though not everyone was in favour of the arrangement." "I'm grateful you did." "You don't know how that pleases me. Men love to be right, you know." He winked at her. He then went on to explain that Mrs. Turrell had prepared the house for their arrival and, after the accident, had offered to serve as her nurse and lady's maid, as well as cook-housekeeper. He said, "Apparently, Sir John asked Edgar to engage minimal staff and planned to select the rest of the servants after you arrived. But, well, as it is—" He lifted his hand in a helpless gesture. "Sally has hired a young manservant and a kitchen maid. Otherwise, she has been making do." "I hope it isn't too much for her," she said. "I've not heard a single word of complaint from her. Likes to be busy, Sally does." His smile dimmed. He clasped his hands over his knee and cleared his throat. "Now, there's something I need to tell you." A woman passed by the open door and, seeing the two of them together, paused in its threshold. Sir John's chamber nurse, she believed, although she wasn't sure of her name. The woman frowned at them. "It must be grand to sit and talk while others change bedding and bandages, and feed and tend to your patients. I've had more than enough for one day, Doctor. It's your turn." The woman stalked away, her heels echoing down the corridor and clumping down the stairs. When they were alone again, she asked, "Is that Sir John's nurse?" No." He gave a lame little chuckle. "My wife." "Oh, I'm sorry. That is, I didn't realize." He lifted a hand to stem her apology. "Understandable misapprehension," he consoled. "Mrs. Parrish has, kindly agreed to act as chamber nurse. She tends Sir John during my absences, while I call on other patients. It's only temporary, until the nurse I usually employ finishes with her current patient." "Ah, I see." He rose. "Well, I'd better go and look in on Sir John. We shall finish our talk later, all right?" After several minutes had passed, Mrs. Turrell entered, wearing an apron over a simple frock as usual, and carrying a dinner tray. "Good afternoon, my lady. How are you feeling?" "Better, thank you. Dr. Parrish and I were just speaking of you." "Were you, indeed? That explains the itch in my ear. Well, George is a good man, but if he tells you any tales about my wild younger days, I shall have to return the favour," she grinned. "Known him since I was a lad, I have. What a scamp he was, too." "But your accent is different than his, and familiar. You've a good ear, my lady. I was born in this parish, like George, but was in service in Bristol for many a year." "Ah, that explains it." Mrs. Turrell helped her sit up in bed, propped with pillows. She laid a linen cloth over the bedclothes and assisted her in eating soup and sipping tea. Afterward, she reached into her apron pocket. "Edgar has been digging through the wreckage to see what might be salvaged." Mrs. Turrell extracted a black glove and held it up. "Probably Sir John's," she said, and instinctively reached for it. She laid it on her lap and smoothed the soft leather. Her cheeks warmed to see a man's glove on her leg, even if that part of her was covered by bedclothes. Silly creature, she told herself. She held the glove instead, and tried to remember if she'd ever held Sir John's hand. A memory flared in her mind. Sir John taking her hand, almost roughly. She blinked. That couldn't be right. Oh, when would her brain cease its scattered state? Mrs. Turrell searched in her pocket for another small object. "Do you recognize this?" She held out a small piece of jewellery, a brooch. The pin bore a tiny painting of someone's eye under glass and framed by gems. Mrs. Turrell said, "It's one of them lovers' eyes. Popular tokens, I understand. I thought it might be yours, seeing as it's set in garnets, red for love and all that. Sir John's eye, is it?" Was it? She didn't recall wearing it, yet she recalled so little. She had seen it before, she realized. The thickness of the eyebrow suggested a man's eye, with a brown iris. She pressed her own eyes closed, trying to recall the colour and shape of Sir John's eyes. She thought they were a greyish blue. Was her memory still so faulty, or had the miniaturist got it wrong somehow? Or was this image not of Sir John's eye at all, but rather a lover's, as the name suggested? Had she a lover? Was she that sort of woman? Heaven help her if her father found out. "I don't know," she murmured, feeling frustrated and confused. Mrs. Turrell patted her hand. "Don't worry, my lady. It'll all come back to you eventually." The housekeeper gathered up the dishes. "When I've time, I shall try to find a few more of your things. Might help you remember. And perhaps something of that poor girl's to send to her family." "Yes, poor girl," she echoed sympathetically. The young woman's smiling face shimmered in her mind a moment, then faded away. She was too embarrassed to admit that at the moment she didn't recall her name. That evening she was still sitting propped up in bed when Dr. Parrish returned to her room. "How good to see you sitting up, my lady." He smiled at her, then announced, "I've taken the liberty of borrowing a wheeled chair we might use. Edgar is waiting downstairs to help carry it up, if you're willing to give it a go. I thought we might use it to convey you to Sir John's room, as you're no doubt anxious to see him." She licked dry lips. "I should like to see him, yes." She forced a smile for the kind man's benefit, unsure why her stomach twisted at the thought. A few minutes later, father and son returned to her door, a wicker-backed invalid chair between them. The doctor puffed at the exertion, while his strapping son looked unaffected. She smiled at the young man. "Thank you, Edgar." "My lady." He shyly tipped his hat and took his leave. The doctor rolled the chair into the room and positioned it near the bed. Then he took her good arm and helped her rise. Again the room swam, and she leaned against him for support. He looked at her in concern. "Still dizzy?" She nodded, and settled with relief into the chair. "Then we won't stay long and tire you out." He wheeled her through the door and across the panelled passageway. When they reached a door across the landing, Dr. Parrish stepped around the chair to open it, then eased her over the threshold. The room was dim, the curtains drawn. An oil lamp burned on the side table. Damp hands clasped in her lap, she looked toward the bed. Sir John lay there, unnaturally still, fierce eyes closed, temple bruised, cheekbone swollen, mouth slack. So different than when she'd last seen him, pugnaciously refusing to yield. He wore a simple nightshirt, open at the throat, instead of his usual elegantly tied cravat. His exposed neck lay bare, specked with new whiskers. How vulnerable he looked, how weak. She whispered, "Will he live?" The physician hesitated. "Only God knows. I've done all I can for him. Set and bandaged his broken ankle, wrapped his cracked ribs. I pray there's no internal bleeding." Dr. Parrish grimaced. "His head injury is what concerns me the most. I've sent for a surgeon from Barnstable to give his opinion. He should be here tomorrow." She nodded her understanding. She felt pity for Sir John, perhaps even grief. Beyond that, she wasn't sure what she felt. Staring at the broken man before her, her emotions were a confusing jumble. Did she love him? He didn't love her, she didn't think. She pressed her eyes shut, willing herself to remember a wedding or a wedding night. Nothing. Then fragments of memory spotted her vision. Cool rain on her skin, warm hands, a man sweeping her up into his arms. But in the memory, the man had no face. Was it Sir John? She couldn't be sure. The memory faded. A wedding would have pleased her father, though it would have disappointed the other man. For there had been someone else, had there not? Again she winced and tried to remember, but could not. Instead, she saw another scene in passing, as though she walked through a theatre and out again mid-performance. There she was, sitting awkwardly in the morning room of the Bristol house. Sir John stood, arms crossed, looking not at her, but out the window. "So, what do you think of the arrangement?" he asked. "Are you willing?" "Yes," she replied, knowing her father would approve. He winced and shook his head. "But should I agree to it?" "Only if you wish to." "My wishes?" He barked a bitter little laugh. "God doesn't often grant me what I wish for, I find." "Then perhaps you wish for the wrong things." He looked at her then, and his flinty gaze held hers. "You may be right. And what is it you wish for?" The scene faded. Had it been real or mere fancy? She couldn't have said how she'd answered his question, or even if she had. Nor did she recall the specifics of their arrangement. She did remember what a tall, commanding presence he'd had, but the figure shrouded in bedclothes before her seemed sadly diminished. She wondered what Sir John had wished for so earnestly. It seemed unlikely that it would be granted now. For certainly no one would have wished for a fate like this. Chapter 4. The next day, Dr. Parrish and Mrs. Turrell came into her bedchamber together, bringing unusual tension with them. Something had happened, she thought, or was about to. "What is it?" she asked. "Is it Sir John?" "No, his condition hasn't changed," the doctor assured her, without his customary smile. He sat at her bedside, asked how she was feeling, and then looked significantly at his cousin. Mrs. Turrell turned to her and began. "Edgar has brought up a few more things from the wreckage, and I think we found something of yours, my lady." "Oh?" She looked at the woman with interest. "What is it?" She held up an embroidered bag. "He found this among the rocks. It's a needlework bag, apparently." Mrs. Turrell opened wide the bag's cinched neck and extracted a ball of wool and thin wooden needles still attached to a wad of knitting. She pulled it flat. "It's a baby's cap, I think," the housekeeper said. "Did you make it?" She accepted the damp, lopsided half-circle and studied its loose, uneven stitches. "I don't think so." She wondered if it had belonged to the poor woman in the carriage. Dr. Parrish glanced at Mrs. Turrell again, then tentatively began. "You see, Sir John mentioned you were with child when he wrote, but—" "Did he?" she interrupted in surprise. The doctor exchanged an awkward look with his cousin, then continued. "However, when I examined you, He paused, clearly struggling to find the right words. But she wasn't really listening. She was staring at the small knitted cap. She didn't recognize it, and yet looking at it filled her with a panicked dread. Had she been knitting that cap? Was she expecting a child? How could she have forgotten something as life-changing as that? What was wrong with her? Was her brain damaged? Instinctively, she laid her hand on her abdomen. So flat. Too flat. The doctor cleared his throat and continued. "I'm afraid I discovered you've lost the child." She stared at the man. "Lost him?" With sad eyes, the doctor nodded and pressed her hand. Grief pierced her. A dozen jabs with an icy knife that deflated her heart, sending her soul into a dark well of pain. She forgot to breathe. Then, lungs searing hot, she opened her mouth and sucked in a sob-shaken breath. She stifled the cry building inside her, but there was no stopping the tears that spilled forth in its place. Mrs. Turrell reached over and brushed a damp strand of hair from her face. "I'm so sorry, my lady. It's a great loss, to be sure. I've lost a child of my own, and know the pain you must feel. But praise God you and Sir John survived, and may yet have other children." She was vaguely aware of the doctor sending the woman a cautioning look, warning her not to raise her hopes, but she ignored it. Instead, she recalled the dream, the baby in a basket floating away. Had she lost her child? Lost him before he'd ever breathed? Then why did the sound of a baby's cry ring in her memory as familiar as her own voice? Her mind whirled, set free like a globe knocked from its stand and sent spinning across the room. Her tears stopped flowing then, and in their place pellets of memory fell like sleet, one stinging shard after another. She gasped aloud, relief and new pain enveloping her. She had lost her child, but that didn't mean he was dead, did it? Dear God, no. "My lady?" Mrs. Turrell asked, eyes wide and worried. I'm all right," she managed. "Or at least we shall be, I hope." Footfalls hammered up the stairs, and Edgar Parrish lurched through the open door. "Pa, come quick," he panted. "The Dirksen boy took a bad fall from the tree in the churchyard." Dr. Parrish stood immediately. "I'll get my bag. Have you alerted your mother?" Edgar nodded. "She's in the gig already." The young man glanced at her sheepishly, his face reddening. "Sorry to interrupt, your ladyship." She squinted up at him, confusion returning. "Not at all." The doctor turned to Mrs. Turrell. "Please look in on Sir John for me." "Of course." He looked at her and patted her hand. "Now, you just rest, my lady. Mrs. Turrell will look after you and your husband until we return." She nodded vaguely as he turned away, watching them all go. Her mind silently echoed, "Husband." She had no husband. Her brow knit, and her whirling thoughts snagged and snarled at the doctor's words. Her muddled brain had refused to take it in before. His words, Edgar's, and Mrs. Turrell's had all seemed like nonsense, as if they were addressing someone else behind her, just out of view. Now, her brain abruptly quit spinning, and their words, their deferential manner, the fine room, snapped into place in her mind. They thought she was Lady Mayfield, that she, Hannah Rogers, was Sir John's wife. That night, Hannah tossed and turned for hours, trying to fathom how the misunderstanding had first arisen and how best to break the news. She dreaded to think how these respectable people would react when they learned the truth. When she finally fell asleep, the dream revisited her. Her baby in a basket on shore. She'd meant to return for him directly, but instead lay there, unable to move. The tide was coming in. Closer and closer, lapping at the sides of the basket. A hand reached toward the basket. Lady Mayfield's hand. But how could that be? Lady Mayfield was in the water, the tide pulling her, dragging her away, her waterlogged gown and cloak weighing her down. Hannah grasped her hand, trying to save her, but the woman's fingers slipped from hers. Remembering her son, Hannah turned in alarm, but it was too late. The basket was already bobbing away across the channel. The dream changed then, fearful imaginings replaced by fearful memory. A scene that was all too real. Hannah hurried to the old Trim Street terrace house where she'd spent her lying in, and knocked on the door until the skin of her knuckles scraped raw. Finally, a small metallic hatch in the door opened, and a pair of irritated eyes appeared. "Please, Mrs. Beach," Hannah said, "I need to see him." "Have you got the money?" "Not yet, but I will have." "You told me that yesterday, and the day before, and the day before that." Hannah strived to keep her voice calm. "I know. I'm sorry. Please." "I'm out of patience. When you pay me what's owed, you may see him. Not before.
You can't do that. I'm his mother. I need
what's due me. This isn't a charity, girl. I've learnt how to deal with chits like you. Mercy gets me nowhere. It's a hard line that speaks to girls used to getting their way, wheedling another coin from some weak parent or sweetheart. Well, I ain't your mother nor your sweetheart. Give me what's mine, and I shall give you what's yours.
But you have no right.
I've every right. The eyes flashed. Don't believe me? Go to the constable if you like. Tell him I'm holding your child and tell him why. Mr. Green has no sympathy for those who don't pay what they owe. See if you don't end up at the workhouse yet, or debtor's prison.
Hannah gasped. You wouldn't.
Wouldn't I? I don't keep brats whose way ain't paid. And what would become of your wee babe, then?
Terror shot through Hannah. What was she threatening to do? Hannah could hardly believe this woman was the same benevolent matron who'd received her so kindly only months before. She rushed on desperately. I've a situation, but I won't receive any more of my allowance until next week. What would you suggest I do? Beg in the streets?
No, nothing so unprofitable. I'm a businesswoman, after all. Do what most girls in your situation do.
Hannah shivered. I would never do such a thing, whatever you might think of me.
Evidence to the contrary. Perhaps now is the time to start. Tom Simpkins would set you up in no time, no doubt.
Tom Simpkins is,
Tom Simpkins is my brother, girl. Careful what you say.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Beach, but please.
The eyes moved away from the hatch. Come back when you've got the money.
She called after the woman. Who's nursing him?
Becky.
Becky? Sweet, simple, unstable Becky. Hannah swallowed. I will get the money. I will. Every last shilling. But promise me you'll care for him until I return. Please, it isn't his fault. Take good care of him, I beg of you.
Every day you leave him here is another shilling. The rate goes up when you're in arrears. The hatch shut with a metallic click.
How very final it sounded. Hannah winced. A shilling a day. It was practically all she earned. She would never catch up. She stood there on the top step, frozen in dread. Her breast stung with pinpricks of milk. She'd wrapped her bosom when she took the new situation, sneaking away to nurse her son once a day and twice on Sundays. Her milk had already diminished, yet the build-up still ached. But that was nothing to the pain in her heart. With a start, Hannah opened her eyes. She drew in a long breath and blinked at her surroundings. Where was Danny? She looked to the right and to the left, pulse pounding. Then she recalled with a heavy heart that her baby wasn't with her. He was at Mrs. Beach's, out of reach. Becky will look after him, she told herself. Becky will make sure he doesn't go hungry. Then Hannah remembered Becky's trembling hands, pale face and small vacant eyes when she'd first seen the bereaved girl wandering the streets of Bath, looking for her own child, forgetting or unwilling to accept that her infant daughter had died. Her precious son's well-being was in this girl's hands. Oh, God in heaven, protect him. Keep him in your safekeeping until I can return for him. Return. She had to return to him. Now. What had she been thinking to leave him? Had she any idea the Mayfields meant to go so far? She never would have agreed. And now, with Sir John lying near death and his wife drowned, she wouldn't even receive the generous allowance Lady Mayfield had promised her. How would she ever redeem her son? Tears trickled from the corners of her eyes, down her temples and into her hair. She raised a hand to brush the tears away, a hand that bore a large ring, a gold band with amethyst and purple sapphires. She recognized it again, only now she remembered why. Mariana almost always wore it. How had Lady Mayfield's ring ended up on her hand? Fragments of memory tried to reassert themselves, but she saw only jumbled pieces through wavy, clouded glass. She'd thought it only a dream. Had it really happened? Had she been sensible enough to grasp Lady Mayfield's hand before the woman was pulled out by the receding tide, and, weak as she was, ended up with only her ring? She blinked and blinked again. It didn't seem right. What a frightening, unsettling feeling, not being able to sift reality from dream. But one thing she did remember, and knew with all certainty. She needed to find a way to return to Bath as soon as possible, and with enough money to pay her ever-mounting debt to the matron who held her son's life in her hands. Though in reality, both heartless Mrs. Beach and troubled Becky frightened her. The gems of the ring caught the sunlight slicing through the window, sending shafts of coloured light dancing on the ceiling. A sign? Or a temptation? Surely a ring like this was worth a great deal. A ring Sir John, if he lived, would believe consigned to the tides, lost forever with his wife. Dare she? A short while later, Dr. Parrish and his wife stopped by to see her. He cheerfully reported that the little boy who'd fallen from the tree was recovering nicely. "Little scamp dislocated his collarbone, but I've set it back in place. He'll be right as a trivet in no time. If his poor harried mamma can somehow keep him quiet in bed for a few days," Mrs. Parrish added doubtfully. Hannah formed a faint, dutiful smile, though her thoughts and stomach churned. Tentatively she began. "May I ask, Dr. Parrish, are you well acquainted with Sir John?" He sat in the armchair nearby, clearly happy to stay and talk. His wife lingered in the doorway. "Not at all," Dr. Parrish said. "Only by letters. Never met the man before, and I suppose I still haven't. Not really." "But—" she frowned in concentration. "I thought you said your son—" He nodded. "Edgar met him when Sir John came out to look at the place a few months ago." "That's right," Mrs. Parrish added. "Dr. Parrish and I were away delivering twins at the time." "Sir John came alone?" "Had a man with him," Edgar said. "A man of business, I think, though I don't exactly recall." The doctor's eyes sparkled. "But you weren't with him, my lady. Edgar made no mention of the charming Lady Mayfield, that I would recall." Mrs. Parrish frowned and crossed her arms. Hannah opened her mouth to correct him, then stopped. The fact that a lady's companion would be sent packing once there was no lady in the house gave her pause. The valuable ring gave her pause. The very notion, too. Even so, her conscience rose up, urging her to tell the truth and find a way to redeem Danny honestly. She asked, "Dr. Parrish, can you tell me how soon I'll be well enough to travel?" His eyes widened. "Travel? But you've only just arrived." "I know, but I need to return to Bath as soon as possible." Mrs. Parrish's frown deepened. "Why, if I may ask? If you forgot something, perhaps we might send for it." Hannah shook her head. "I didn't forget anything." She winced at the irony of those words. "But I've left someone extremely important in Bath, and I must return for him." They both looked at her expectantly, awaiting an explanation. She swallowed. "My son. I'm ashamed to say I forgot him for a time." The doctor's eyes widened once more. "Good heavens! When I examined you, I assumed you'd miscarried the child, though considering, well, several things, I should have known you'd already delivered. I'm so sorry I blundered in saying you'd lost the child. How incompetent you must think me." "Not at all," Hannah mumbled. "Remind me, how did you even know there was a child?" "Sir John mentioned his wife was expecting in one of his letters." "Ah." She lifted her chin in understanding, but inwardly her thoughts rebelled. How had she not noticed Mariana was in the family way? "Praise God you did not bring the child with you," Dr. Parrish continued. "I shudder at the thought of a wee one in that wreck. A son, you said?" "Yes, I left him with his nurse." "Until you were settled and had readied the house?" Mrs. Parrish asked. "There's no proper nursery as yet. I'm surprised Sir John didn't ask Edgar to have one fitted up for your arrival." Hannah had no idea how to answer that. She'd been ready to tell the truth about her child and situation, only to find the Parishes quite aware Lady Mayfield had been expecting a child, although not this soon. Now her emotions were in turmoil, and indecision plagued her. If it meant being able to rescue her son, dare she allow them to continue believing she was Lady Mayfield for a little while longer, just until she had her baby boy back in her arms? She faltered. "I don't know why. All I know is that I need to return to my son." The doctor nodded. "And bring him here as soon as may be. Yes. What a comfort he shall be to you in these uncertain days." "A great comfort," she agreed. "As eager as you are, I must insist you wait a few days before undertaking such a journey. Allow that head wound to heal a bit more. I've set your arm with splints and soaked bandages, but the starch solution requires several days to dry thoroughly enough to immobilize the bone. If you rush things, it won't heal properly. You don't want to risk the use of the arm." No, she couldn't afford to lose the use of her arm. How then would she be able to work to support herself and her son? What if she allowed the misapprehension to continue for a few days more? Then she would leave, sell the ring if she had to, collect Danny and disappear, never to return. Would God forgive such a deception when she already had so much to atone for? Hannah's father was a clergyman. She knew what she was contemplating was wrong. Yet there was only one thing that would cause her to stoop to such a ruse: the well-being of her son. She would do anything, well, almost anything, to rescue him. "Good morning, my lady," Mrs. Turrell greeted as she carried in the breakfast tray the next day. It was her customary greeting, but the words, the title, sounded suddenly jarring in Hannah's ears. Today Mrs. Turrell wore a long-sleeved frock of deep plum, a ruffled neck scarf and a long apron. She set the tray on a side table, then turned to her.
"Shall we try sitting in an armchair today, my lady? If you feel up to it, that is."
Her voice was musical, with a broad range of tones depending on her mood. Hearing it made Hannah feel homesick. For while her mother had spoken with an upper-class accent, and her father had lived in Oxford during his years as tutor and curate, most of her neighbours and childhood friends sounded like Mrs. Turrell. She wondered how long the woman had lived in Bristol, why she'd returned to Devonshire, and about the child she'd lost. But Hannah didn't ask. She didn't want to compound her sins by forming friendships, or tempt the woman to ask personal questions in return. So instead, Hannah managed a wan smile and said, "Yes, I think I can manage that." Mrs. Turrell helped her from the bed and into an armchair, and there Hannah began her breakfast, Mrs. Turrell chatting cheerfully all the while. How Hannah wished she might feign sleep and the insensibility that excused her falseness. But she had to prove herself recovering and well enough to travel as soon as possible. Later that morning, Hannah was still sitting in the chair and staring out the window when Dr. Parrish stopped by her room with his medical bag. He beamed at her. "How good to see you out of that bed." He examined her head wound, declared it was healing well, and decided it was time to remove the stitches. Hannah bit the inside of her cheek to keep tears at bay during the unpleasant procedure, and exhaled in relief when he'd finished. He patted her hand. "Well done. Brave lady." He put his implements away, then asked, "Shall we try walking once more? I imagine you're anxious to see your husband again." Hannah's throat tightened. "I don't know. Do you think it would be safe?" "Safe?" She thought quickly. "With my arm, I mean." "Yes, I think so. We'll take it slow, and be careful not to jostle your arm." There was no graceful way to refuse to see her husband, so she whispered, "Very well." The doctor helped her rise. As usual, the room swam, and her legs felt weak and unstable. He tightened his grip on her good arm. "Dizziness or weakness?" She forced a smile. "A little of both." "Then perhaps we should wait until tomorrow," he suggested. "Or we could use the wheeled chair again." She was tempted to claim fatigue and put off the visit to Sir John's bedside altogether. But she firmed her resolve, knowing the sooner she proved herself sufficiently recovered, the sooner she could leave. "Just give me a moment." She inhaled deeply. "Yes, there. The dizziness is passing." He waited patiently, studying her face. What did he see? Was he thinking to himself that he'd imagined a lady to be more beautiful, more genteel? She took a deep breath, then another. "All right, I'm ready." He cupped her elbow to support her and gently led her across the room and out into the passage. Hannah's heart rate accelerated with each step. The nearer they drew to Sir John's bedchamber, the more her nerves jangled. She didn't know which she dreaded more, seeing the man broken and bruised and lying near death, or that he might regain his senses, open his eyes, and declare her a fraud. When they reached the bedchamber door, Dr. Parrish opened it and ushered her inside. The doctor's sharp-featured wife sat in the chair near the foot of the bed, knitting wool and needles in her lap, keeping watch over her husband's patient. "Any change, Mrs. Parrish?" "No change, Dr. Parrish." Knowing it was expected of her, Hannah turned toward the bed, pressing her good hand to her abdomen. How cold, she thought. To be glad the man was insensible. He lay still as before, eyes closed. The bruises on his face were beginning to change colour, his cheekbone perhaps a little less swollen, his mouth still slack. No one had shaved him, and whiskers shaded the lower half of his face in colours of bronze and silver. She'd always thought him young for his age, but now he looked older than his 40 years. Only his hair seemed the same, thick and brown with a faint silvering at his side whiskers. She was aware of the doctor beside her, sensed his wife's expectant air. Having no idea what to say, Hannah mumbled, "He looks different." The physician nodded. "I imagine he does," she whispered. "What did the surgeon say?" Dr. Parrish shook his head regretfully. "He isn't keen on operating at present. He isn't convinced Sir John's brain has swelled to a dangerous degree. I'm afraid he doesn't think your husband would survive an operation, even if he thought one necessary. He's too weak." Sadness swept over her. "I see." Mrs. Parrish tipped her head to one side. "Strange that he was so severely injured, while you were not, my lady. I suspect his body cushioned yours against the first violent impact before the carriage rolled." Hannah recalled waking to find Sir John sprawled across her body. But if the woman's theory was correct, she felt grateful and a little guilty for escaping relatively unscathed. Mrs. Parrish added, "The vicar has been here to see him. I hope you don't mind my asking him." "Of course not," Hannah whispered. "He prayed over you as well." Hannah's head jerked up. "Did he? I don't remember." "You were asleep. He didn't want to wake you." "Oh." An uncomfortable feeling snaked up her spine at the thought. Dr. Parrish said gently, "You may touch him if you like, my lady. You shan't hurt him." Hannah swallowed. She supposed a wife would want to touch her husband, smooth the hair from his brow, squeeze his hand, whisper in his ear that she loved him. But she was not his wife, and Hannah knew that Lady Mayfield herself would probably not do so either had she been there. Besides, Hannah was reluctant to touch him under the watchful eyes of doctor and wife. It would be taking her role too far. Would they remember she'd taken such a liberty after she left, after the truth was known? As she stood there thinking, not moving, not touching, she felt Mrs. Parrish's frowning gaze on her profile. Hannah bit her lip, stepped forward, and reached out a tentative hand. Would they notice it trembling? She touched Sir John's arm, lightly, afraid to wake him, before quickly stepping back. Dr. Parrish stood beside her. "I hope and pray he'll recover in time." "As do I," Hannah said solemnly. And she sincerely meant it, though she planned to be well away before then. Chapter 5. The next morning, Hannah announced to Mrs. Turrell that she would like to dress for the day, rather than remain in her night-clothes. The woman smiled and said she thought that an excellent notion. The dress Hannah had been wearing the day of the wreck had been torn and stained, and she didn't see her own valise among the baggage piled in the corner. It had apparently been lost to the tide. Only her reticule on the bedside table had remained with her after the crash, its ribbons tied to her wrist. So Hannah asked the housekeeper to help her into one of Mariana's older morning dresses of loose, stretchy muslin, which could easily be slipped over her wrapped arm. She didn't want to wear any of Mariana's finer, fitted gowns, which would likely hang on her. And how presumptuous she would feel to do so. She sat on a padded stool while the woman helped her on with stockings. Then Mrs. Turrell picked out a pair of pointy-toe leather slippers with small heels. Hannah sucked in a breath. Perhaps my half-boots instead. The ones I wore when we arrived. The housekeeper shook her head. Oh, no. Those were all but ruined in the Channel, my lady. Salt water is so hard on leather. She knelt before her and tried to wedge the shoe onto her foot, but it was too tight. Hannah held her breath. Her heart beat loud in her ears. Was she to be exposed already? Mrs. Turrell bit her lip, staring down at the obstinate appendage. Your feet must be swollen, my lady, from the accident, or lying abed, I'd wager. Shall I send these to the cobbler for a stretch? Hannah breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, please. In the meantime, Mrs. Turrell loosened the laces of a pair of satin slippers and worked those onto her feet instead. Then Hannah asked if she might go downstairs for breakfast. She was no longer an invalid, she asserted, who required a tray delivered to her bedchamber. Mrs. Turrell said she was happy to oblige and to see the sunny dining parlour put to use at last. She insisted, however, on taking her arm and helping her down the stairs. A week had passed since the accident, and this was the first time Hannah had seen the ground floor of Clifton House. She admired the open, two-story staircase hall, and peeked into the green and white drawing-room and mahogany-panelled morning-room as they passed. In the dining parlour, Mrs. Turrell pulled back a chair for her and introduced her to Ben Jones, a young manservant of perhaps 17, who opened the shutters and laid a fire in the hearth to dispel the lingering chill. After the meal, Hannah thanked Mrs. Turrell and Ben. Then she went out into the hall and sat in an armchair to await Dr. Parrish, ready to state her case. When the physician entered through the side door some time later, he drew up short, rearing his head back. "Good morning, my lady. What a surprise to see you downstairs. You're looking well, I must say." "Thank you. I'm feeling perfectly well." "And now that you have seen more of your new home, I hope it meets with your approval." "It's lovely, but I'm anxious to return to Bath for my son. You can imagine how I miss him. If someone might drive me to the nearest coaching inn, I shall travel by stage from there." "Of course you are eager to collect your little boy. I don't blame you. Yet I cannot allow you to travel alone. A lady like you, why, simply isn't done." "I appreciate your concern, Dr. Parrish, but I shall be fine. I've done the like before." His brows rose high. "Have you indeed? I'm surprised. Surprised Sir John would allow it." "It was before I knew him."
"Ah, yes. But you are Lady Mayfield now, and I cannot in good conscience allow you to venture forth alone, especially after your concussion, not to mention a broken arm. I cannot go myself, for Mr. Higgerson is on his deathbed, poor fellow. So we'll hire a chaise from the inn, and Edgar shall accompany you. He has some medical knowledge should you suffer a setback or any problems arise."
"Dr. Parrish, you are most kind, but I couldn't—"
"It's all right. The missus and I have been discussing the matter ever since we learned of the little boy. She thought you might not be comfortable travelling alone with a young man you barely know, so I've asked Edgar's intended to go along with you. Nancy is a sweet girl, you'll see.
Really, it's not necessary.
He looked at her, clearly bewildered and hurt that she should protest so vehemently.
It's no bother. We insist upon it.
She felt trapped by kindness and good manners, by his expectation of how Lady Mayfield would graciously behave. If only they'd known her.
Then I thank you, Dr. Parish, although I'm terribly sorry to put you all to so much trouble.
Never mind that, my lady. That's what neighbours are for. Besides, I believe Nancy will greatly enjoy the excursion.
Hannah forced a smile. Now what was she to do? How was she to evade Edgar and Nancy once they arrived in Bath? For she couldn't take them with her into foul Trim Street. Her falsehood would be revealed instantly.
May I also suggest, my lady, Dr. Parish added, that you might wish to contact Sir John's solicitor or man of business while you're in Bath, or at least write to him and apprise him of the situation here.
Ah, she murmured non-committally, lifting her chin to acknowledge the suggestions, though having no intention of doing either. The trip was arranged for the following day. The journey there and back would be a lengthy one, so they planned to spend one night in an inn before returning. Mrs. Turrell prepared a hamper of food and gathered extra blankets, though the weather was mild. Hannah retrieved her own reticule and packed one small valise, ostensibly to see her through a night in an inn, as well as a few things for the baby. In actuality, she took only the essentials for life on her own: a spare shift and gown, bonnet, tooth powder and brush, and a pair of stretched slippers. She wore her own half-boots, stained and stiff as they were, and the ring beneath her glove. Early in the morning, the hired chaise and 2 horses, with a postilion mounted on the lead horse, clattered up the drive and halted in front of the house. From inside the chaise, Edgar pushed open the door and alighted, then turned to hand down a pleasant-looking young woman in plain but neat travelling clothes. Stepping outside to greet them, Hannah realised it was her first time out of doors at Clifton. She paused to survey the lovely old stone house, set amid blooming white-beam trees and privet hedges, to feel the springtime sun on her skin and breathe in the sweet smell of hyacinth and bluebells. Dr. and Mrs. Parish walked over from their house next door, the Grange, to bid them all safe journey. Dr. Parish drew her aside and asked quietly,
My lady, have you sufficient funds for the journey?
She hesitated, glancing at the ring bulging beneath her glove, and then made a show of perusing her reticule. She surveyed the few coins there, left over from those given to her by the begrudging Mr. Ward. She'd paid Mrs. Beach a portion of what she owed before leaving Bath with the Mayfields, and now only a small sum remained. She murmured, "How much do you think I shall need?"
You should carry enough for the inns, tolls, horses and postilions, but not so much to invite trouble.
I had not thought of all that. Hannah frowned. I'm afraid I haven't enough to cover those expenses.
The lines of his face deepened in concern. He said kindly,
With your permission, I shall retrieve £10 or so from your husband's purse, assuming he has that much ready cash.
She swallowed. It was a great deal of money. Travel by chaise must be expensive indeed. If you think that would be suitable.
Ample sufficient, I'm sure.
Then yes, please do. Thank you, Doctor.
She ignored the twinge of guilt and the thought of how Dr. Parish would react when he someday learned
he'd given so much money to a mere companion. A few minutes later, money collected and goodbyes said, Dr. Parrish gave Hannah a hand up and she settled herself inside the carriage. Nancy sat beside her on the single front-facing bench, Edgar on her other side. And Ben, their young manservant, sat on the rear outside seat. Hannah wasn't looking forward to sharing the cramped space with two people she barely knew, and who knew her as someone she was not. She dreaded making small talk and increasing her chances of giving herself away, yet it would be rude to remain silent for hours on end. She asked Nancy about her family, and Edgar about the other properties he managed for absentee landlords, the Devonshire coast being a popular retreat for artists and the upper class. In turn, she answered their questions about Bath and its attractions, but replied in vague terms to more personal queries. Eventually, they stopped at a coaching inn to hire fresh horses. Hannah was glad for the respite. Her wrapped arm throbbed from all the jostling it had suffered. Edgar suggested they step inside for refreshment, and all agreed. As they sat in the parlour and sipped tea, he again politely attempted to engage her in conversation. Perhaps noticing her distracted reserve, he soon turned his attention to sweet, shy Nancy instead, who was thrilled to be venturing into neighbouring Somerset for the first time in her life. Later, back in the rocking chaise, Hannah spent the hours cradling her aching arm, feigning sleep to avoid further conversation, and trying to plan what she would do when they arrived in Bath. She certainly didn't want them to see what sort of establishment and in what neighbourhood she'd left her child. But how might she dissuade them from escorting her all the way to Mrs. Beech's door? Or how would she evade them if they did? She decided to thank them for bringing her to Bath and then insist on retrieving Danny on her own. She would then pay a messenger to deliver a note to them in her stead, saying something unforeseen had arisen and one of her own family would escort her back to Clifton in a few days. If Sir John had died, Lady Mayfield would be under no moral compulsion to return to that house in Devonshire, a place she'd never seen before the accident. She could say she was returning to her former home, to the succour of friends and family. But what sort of a wife would leave a husband alone near death? She shuddered to contemplate what they would think of her. She hated all these lies. What if she were to confess to Edgar and Nancy that she wasn't who they believed her to be? But then, would she not be guilty of stealing from Sir John's purse, and possibly arrested for fraud or who knew what other fatal charges? And then what would become of Danny? All Hannah wanted was to redeem her son from Mrs. Beech and disappear. Leave Mrs. Beech, Sir John, and even kind Dr. Parrish and his family far behind. Though how she would support herself and Danny she didn't know, especially with her arm bound in splints. But she wouldn't think about that at present. She'd enough money to get Danny back, and that was all that mattered, for now. Hannah prayed again that Becky would keep Danny safe until she got there. She knew the girl took a special interest in him. Thinking of her brought to mind the day, less than a fortnight ago, when Becky had appeared at the home of Hannah's recent employer. How drastically her life had changed since then. When Danny was about a month old, Hannah took a situation as companion to a sour, elderly dowager. The widow lived near enough to Mrs. Beech's that Hannah could easily slip away to see him and nurse him from time to time. She'd hated to leave him, yet felt she had no other choice.
The dowager had begrudgingly agreed to pay her allowance weekly rather than quarterly, but even so, when Mrs. Beach began raising her fees, Hannah found herself falling behind and wondering how she might make up the difference. Sell one of her gowns? She wouldn't get much from a second-hand dealer. Take in sewing? The dowager would never allow it. One day, while Hannah was half-heartedly perusing books in the Dower House library, selecting several to read aloud to the far-sighted widow, the prim housekeeper came to find her. "There is a girl to see you at the servants' entrance, Miss Rogers. A Becky Brown." Hannah's heart thumped in alarm. Becky? Oh, God in heaven, please let nothing have happened to Danny. Murmuring thanks to the housekeeper, Hannah hurried below stairs to the servants' entrance. There, waif-like Becky stood huddled by the door, shrinking under the speculative gazes of cook and kitchen maid. "Becky!" Hannah hissed, leading her into the quiet passage. "You weren't to come here. What is it? What's happened?" "The Jones boy is took bad with a fever, and now little Molly is fussing. I'm afeard the fever will spread through the whole house." Hannah's stomach clenched. "And Danny? How's Danny?" "He's all right, I think. So far, at least. Nursed well this morning. Hardly left any for the others. I nursed your babe first, you know, for you." Wary gratitude filled Hannah. "Thank you, Becky. I do appreciate it greatly. And you're sure he isn't ill?" "No, miss, not yet. But I thought you'd want to know." "Well, Miss Rogers." Hannah whirled at the voice. She hadn't heard the shrewd housekeeper follow her. Her eyes narrowed to glinting slits. "You'll be packing your bags and shop-like when the mistress hears you've a babe and you not married." The housekeeper turned on her heel and marched up the back stairs. Becky's face crumpled. "Sorry, Miss Hannah." Hannah groaned. "I told you not to come here, Becky. You might have sent word, and I would have met you somewhere. I'm sorry. I was just so worried." Tears filled the girl's eyes. Hannah bit her lip to stifle another rebuke. "I know. It was good of you to think of Danny and me. There now, don't cry. You meant well. But how will you pay Mrs. Beach if you haven't a post?" Hannah blinked back tears of her own. "I don't know." One idea came to her, a possibility she'd avoided resorting to before. As the housekeeper predicted, the dowager dismissed Hannah soon after Becky departed, and vowed that Hannah wouldn't find another situation in Bath with any decent woman of her acquaintance. Hannah swallowed bile at the cruel words the woman had slung at her, words like undeserving, deceitful, and worse. She packed her belongings into her valise and left with a heavy heart, knowing what she must do. She'd promised herself she would never return, yet she found herself walking north up Lansdowne Street and turning into Camden Place. To that gate, that door, that house she'd left some half a year before. She let herself in at the low wrought-iron gate, hoping not to encounter Mr. Ward, who would likely greet her with a lewd offer or send her away with a harsh word before she'd even seen Lady Mayfield. She hesitated to knock on the front door. She had to remind herself that she'd not been in service, she'd been Lady Mayfield's companion, a gentlewoman, though a poor one. Without change of expression, the stoic butler Hopkins let her in, allowed her to leave her valise in the hall cupboard, and showed her into the morning room while he went to see if Lady Mayfield was at home to callers. Thankfully, there was no sign of Mr. Ward. Still, Hannah wrung her gloved hands.
fearing her former mistress might refuse to see her, especially as she'd left her so abruptly. A few moments later, Lady Mayfield burst into the room. "Hannah, my goodness! I never expected to see you again." Mariana went on, exclaiming how pleased she was to see her. Then the woman surveyed her from head to toe, speculation gleaming in her brown eyes. "You appear in good health, if a little tired, and thin." Oh, yes, Hannah was considerably thinner now than she had been when Mariana had last seen her. Hannah clasped her hands tightly together, pulse pounding to be in the presence of a Mayfield once again. Then she sheepishly asked for her final allowance. Mariana agreed, and in short order Mr. Ward was summoned to bring it. At the mention of his name, Hannah shivered. Mr. Ward, along with several other servants, had come to Bath with the Mayfields from their primary residence in Bristol. How she detested his leering glances and wandering hands. While they waited, Hannah listened in stunned silence as Lady Mayfield begged her to accompany her as travelling companion, even going so far as to offer her double her former allowance. Hannah hesitated. It was a good offer. No, what was she thinking? She couldn't leave. She had a child now, though she hadn't the courage to tell Mariana Mayfield that. Yet, could she afford to refuse such an offer? Especially when Mariana said Hannah could leave whenever she wanted, which would be just as soon as she earned enough. And at the offered rate, it wouldn't take long, assuming Mrs. Beach didn't raise her fees again. But what if Becky came looking for her with more worrisome news, and she was nowhere to be found? What if something happened to Danny before she could return? What then? Mr. Ward came in with her allowance, minus what he'd subtracted for her early departure without notice. She avoided his cold eyes and laid out her palm, feeling like a beggar. "I earned this fairly," she reminded herself, though the discomfort did not ease. He dropped several sovereigns and shillings onto her outstretched hand, careful not to touch her. He hadn't been so careful before. When he left, Hannah studied the coins in her hand. It would help. It would reduce the amount she owed greedy Mrs. Beach. But it wasn't enough. It might buy her some time, though. Assure a measure of safety for her son until she could earn the rest. She told Lady Mayfield she was grateful for the offer, but needed time to think about it. Mariana Mayfield studied her. "Well, don't think too long," she said. "We're leaving at 4 this afternoon, according to Sir John, unless I can persuade him to forego this idiotic notion. Jealous fool." Sir John had the right to be jealous, Hannah knew. She chewed her lip and considered. Dare she throw in her lot with tempestuous Lady Mayfield, her wily lover and her imposing husband? She'd promised herself she would never do so again. But had she any other choice? "If I'm not here by 3:30, don't wait for me," Hannah said. "It means I'm not coming." From there, Hannah had walked directly to Trim Street. How stifling the air in that grim, narrow lane. No wonder the neighbourhood was rumoured to foster putrid fevers. Hannah's stomach fisted at the thought. She reached Mrs. Beach's house and knocked on the door. The small hatch slid open, and Hannah met the familiar eyes of Mrs. Beach. The woman snapped. "Who is it?" Hannah pushed the coins through the opening and heard them clatter to the floor. "I shall have more, soon." Mrs. Beach's eyes returned to the hatch. "Took my advice, did you?" Hannah stifled a bitter retort. She couldn't afford to further alienate this woman. I took another situation, one that pays better.
Obviously.
Please, may I see Danny before I go? I may not be able to return for some time.
Sorry, I told you before. Pay what you owe or go without.
I just want to see him, with my own eyes, see that he's all right.
The woman hesitated. Had she a heart after all?
Oh, very well, but just for a moment. Becky, bring the Rogers boy down.
Hannah waited for the door to open, but it remained closed. Through the hatch she glimpsed skirt and apron as someone, Becky she supposed, came down the stairs, a bundled babe in her arms. Her body ached at the sight. It should be her arms holding him.
Let her have a look at him. Through there,
the woman ordered. The slight body turned, repositioned the bundle, and then there he was, that dear little face, awake and alert. The skin so fair that blue veins shone beneath his eyes, making the irises appear bluer yet. Little pursed lips working, already looking for his next meal. The smooth round cheeks, the fine tufts of hair. Hannah's heart swelled and her eyes stung. In reply, her breast surged with pinpricks of life, of milk, though she was all but dry by now. Still she longed for him, the touch of him, the feel and smell of her little boy, with her whole being.
"Danny, my love,"
she cooed through the opening, not caring how foolish she must look to passers-by or the cruel matron.
"Oh, my dear one, Mamma loves you. Never forget she does."
Her voice cracked.
"I shall be back for you soon, just as soon as I can."
That's enough now, Becky, Mrs. Beach ordered. Take the boy away.
The girl hesitated, then turned. Tears streamed down Hannah's face, but she remained, her eyes at the opened hatch, hoping for one last glimpse of him, to tide her over, to feed her soul. Glinting eyes reappeared instead, blocking her view.
And that's the last you'll see of him, until you pay in full.
With the echoing clack of the metal hatch still ringing in her ears, Hannah had trudged, weeping, to the Bath Abbey courtyard to see Fred Bonner, who stopped there twice a week on his delivery route from Bristol. She found a bench and sat down to wait. Finally, Fred and his wagon appeared. Reaching the courtyard, he jumped down and tied his horse at his usual spot. She rose and walked toward him. His face brightened when he saw her.
"Hannah!"
he called with a boyish grin and bounded toward her, but his grin faded when he neared and saw her tear-streaked face.
"What is it, Han?" "I need to speak with you," she steeled herself.
She was almost as reluctant to ask him for help as she would be to ask her father. Almost.
That sounds serious.
Fred eyed her valise with a frown.
"It is. I need help."
"You know I'd do anything for you, Han, if I could. Anything."
She did know. He'd asked her to marry him more than once. If he offered to help her now, she would accept. She explained that Mrs. Beach was refusing to allow her to have Danny, and that fever was spreading through the house. The tall young man listened, his brown, hound-dog eyes wide in concern.
"Freddie, I need money,"
Anna said in conclusion.
"It shames me to say so, but there it is. If you want to help me, us, then that's what I need. I've never asked you for a farthing, but now I'm asking."
He winced.
"Oh, Han, I want to help you, both of you. I had a few pounds put by, but I've sunk those into this wagon."
Tears filling her eyes again, she turned and walked away across the courtyard. Fred followed after her. "I'll make more with my own route, see? As soon as I pay back Pa for the horse, all the earnings will be mine, free and clear, and then I can support you proper." "When will that be?" "Half a year, give or take, and then we can be married. Say you'll marry me, Han. You know I love you." She did know. Fred Bonner had loved her since they were children, growing up as neighbours in Bristol. But love wasn't enough. "Oh, Freddie, I'm sorry. Danny and I can't wait that long." She turned leaden legs north, up Lansdowne Street. He called after her. "Would your father not help you?" "No." Nor would she ask him to, if she could help it. At the top of Camden Place, Fred grasped her arm, forcing her to pause. "Let me go and talk to my pa, then. Perhaps he might help us." "Would he?" She turned to face him. "When you tell him everything?" His jaw ticked, but he didn't answer. In a lower voice he asked, "What do you intend to do, Han?" She gently pulled her arm from his grasp. "What I must." She resolutely turned into Camden Place, leaving Fred standing there, downcast and alone. In the hired chaise, Hannah awoke with a start. She'd fallen asleep, and her memories had slipped into dreams. Her hand had fallen asleep as well. Beside her, Edgar snored softly. Nancy, however, sat wide awake, looking at her strangely. Hannah straightened on the bench, sending the girl a rueful smile. Had she muttered something in her sleep? She hoped she'd said nothing to give herself away. Chapter 6. When they reached the outskirts of Bath, Hannah's pulse rate accelerated. She'd only been gone a little more than a week, she reminded herself. Surely Danny would still be all right. The postilion directed the horses into the yard of the Westgate, an old coaching inn near the heart of the city. There, hostelers relieved him of his duty and led the hired horses into the stables for a much-deserved rest. Ben helped Hannah and Nancy down from the carriage. Both women were eager to stretch their legs after the many hours of confinement. Edgar asked Ben to wait at the inn and keep an eye on the carriage while he escorted the ladies. As Edgar gave the young man final instructions, Hannah looked about her, gaining her bearings. She took a deep breath and said brightly, "The baths are just there." She pointed across the street, then turned to Edgar and pressed several coins into his palm. "You cannot bring Nancy all the way to Bath and not show her the pump room and Roman baths. I shall go on my own to pick up Danny. I'll want a little time alone to explain the situation and Sir John's condition before I return." Edgar's brow furrowed. "Papa said I was to deliver you directly and help with your things." "And you have delivered me, as promised, and I so appreciate your help," Hannah said. "I'm going just around the corner and won't have much to carry. Now you two go on and have a nice time. I shall meet you back here in, say, 2 hours' time?" Edgar frowned and seemed about to refuse, but Nancy took him by the arm and eagerly pulled him across the courtyard toward the pump room, grinning and chatting with excitement. Halfway across the courtyard, Edgar turned to glance at her over his shoulder, looking very much like his father at that moment, with concern and uncertainty written on his face. Hannah smiled and waved encouragement, and watched until they disappeared through the arched doorway of the fashionable establishment. Hannah surreptitiously scanned the courtyard and street beyond for Freddie, though she didn't think it was one of his regular delivery days. She was relieved not to see him or his wagon anywhere. Satisfied, Hannah turned and walked briskly away. Her destination was not just around the corner. It was 7 or 8 blocks away. She crossed Westgate Street and walked quickly up Bridewell before turning into narrow Trim Street. Arriving, winded, she knocked at the door of the old terraced house, her heart tripping from the rapid pace and the fear that Danny had taken sick with fever or met with some other dire fate during her absence. A heavy tread shook the floor within. The small hatch in the door opened, and a pair of eyes beneath bushy brows appeared. A man's eyes.
"Yeah? What do you want?"
Hannah blinked in surprise. "I'm here to see Mrs. Beach." His eyes roved her face and neck, and suddenly the bar was thrown and the door swung wide. Hannah took a wary step back. Her nose wrinkled at the look and smell of the pot-bellied, unkempt man standing on the threshold.
"She ain't here."
The man continued his perusal of her face and figure.
"Though I wager I can help you."
"Not here," Hannah's breath caught. "But she has my son. I'm here to collect him."
"What's your name, girl?"
"Hannah Rogers."
"Ah."
His eyes lit.
"The girl what owes Bertha a great deal of money."
"I have it, sir. When will Mrs. Beach return?"
"She won't, so I'll take it in her stead."
Hannah was instantly suspicious. "Pardon me, sir, but my business is with Mrs. Beach."
"Then your business is with me. I'm her brother. Tom Simpkins is the name. Perhaps you've heard of me."
A shiver of revulsion passed over her. The panderer who led desperate girls into lives of prostitution for his profit. "She's mentioned her brother, but—"
"That's me. I'm running the place now."
No, she didn't dare trust him. Yet had she any choice? She had to get Danny back, at any price. She opened her reticule and handed him the money she owed. He accepted it eagerly.
"Is that all of it? Are you certain?"
It was all she was prepared to give the man. She wasn't about to suggest he review his sister's books or mention she'd threatened to increase her rates yet again. "Yes," Hannah said. "Now please bring me my son, or allow me inside and I shall collect him myself." He pocketed the money and crossed his arms, leaning against the doorframe.
"I'm afraid I can't do that."
Panic and anger rippled through her. "Why not?" Behind the leering man, Hannah glimpsed a woman in only a shift and stays traipse past, pulling a man up the stairs behind her. Simpkins shrugged.
"He ain't here. None of them brats are. Wet nurses neither. I told you this is my place now. Bertha landed in a spot of trouble, see? Spending a bit of time in the lock-up at present, awaiting trial."
Hannah stared, uncomprehending. She could believe Mrs. Beach had been discovered for the corrupt matron she was, but this? She sputtered. "Then where are the children?"
"Oh, parcelled out here and there."
Her heart pounded. "Where? Where is Daniel Rogers? Surely you have a record."
"Nope. All I know is her charges has been split up. Some sent to the Walcott poorhouse on the London road, some to the workhouses in Bradford or Bristol."
Hannah lifted her chin. "I don't believe you." She pushed past the greasy man and stormed through the hall and up the stairs to the nursery.
She threw back the door and recoiled at the sight of a man and woman in bed under a tattered blanket. No cradles, no babies. Nerves jangling, she ran to the next door and did the same. Inside, a frowsy woman gaped up at her from a dressing table. Her lined face was heavily powdered and rouged in an effort to look younger, and less used than her years. "Where are the children?" Hannah asked her. "The babies?" The woman shook her head. "No babes here, love. This is Tomcat's place now. Did he not tell you?" She surveyed Hannah with bloodshot eyes. "I hope you're not looking for work. You're no great beauty, but he'd replace me in a heartbeat for someone young and fresh like you." "I'm only looking for my child." "You're too late, love. The last stragglers left this morning." Too late? God in heaven, no! Oh, why had she dawdled? Why had she taken Dr. Parrish's advice and waited? What was an arm compared to her child? Her flesh and blood, her life. Trembling in horror, Hannah hurried back down the stairs and past the grinning menace at the door, ignoring his offer to stay and enjoy a life of luxury in his care. She had to get out of that house before she was sick, before she lost her last thread of self-control and fell into a heap of futile sobs on the man's nasty floor. She all but leapt from the front steps and dashed around the corner of the house into the alleyway between two tenements. She drew in desperate breaths of fresh air, trying to stay the nausea, but it was no good. Her stomach wrung with molten dread, and bile climbed her throat. She bent over to retch. For a moment afterward she stood hunched there, clammy with perspiration, mind whirling. Now what? She could walk to the poorhouse on the London road, but she didn't think that place took in such young inmates. The workhouse in Bristol had a nursery, she believed. Would she have to accept a ride home with Fred? Confess all to her father and beg him to help her? She would if she had to save her son. Though she doubted her father would come to their aid, how mortified he would be to do so. "Oh, Danny, where are you? Who has you?" How confused he must be, how abandoned he must feel. "Oh, God, is this my punishment? Forgive me. I deserve it, but Danny does not. He's innocent. Please preserve him. Please help me find him." Hannah's lungs burned and shrank until she could hardly breathe. Silent shudders racked her body. She heard something then. Sobbing. For a moment she thought her own grief had burst forth. But no, it was coming from somewhere farther down the alley. Another mother who'd discovered her child gone? How many women were crying at that moment? Hannah looked down the dim alley and saw a slight figure with dark, curly hair sitting huddled in a doorway, head bent, hugging her knees. A flicker of recognition penetrated Hannah's grief. Tentatively she called, "Becky?" The trembling figure looked up, her face pale in the shadows. Becky's eyes widened, her shaking stilled. Hannah walked toward the girl, a tendril of hope rising in her battered heart. Perhaps Becky would know where Danny was. "Becky, I've just come from Mrs. Beech's. Where is Danny? Do you know?" The girl's mouth parted, but she said nothing. Hannah took a few steps nearer and saw the girl hugged not only her slender self, but also a swaddled bundle. Hope tangled with revulsion. Had the girl reverted to carrying around a swaddled doll to deal with the loss that sometimes unhinged her grip on reality? "Becky?"
she prompted. The girl rose to her feet.
Miss Hannah, I didn't think I'd ever see you again,
she faltered.
Mrs. Beach told me you wouldn't come back.
I said I would return, and here I am. Hannah pointed at her splintered arm. I was injured in a carriage accident, or I might have come sooner. But Becky didn't seem to notice her arm.
He's my favourite, you know,
she said, staring vacantly ahead.
Mrs. Beach said I weren't fit to take care of a child, and that's why God took mine away. Said the workhouse would be far better for him.
Hannah's raw stomach twisted again. She took Danny to the workhouse? Which one?
Planned to, but I took him afore she could. Played up like I was going to work for that Mr. Simpkins, and they let me back in.
The bundle in her arms whined, and Hannah's pulse leapt. Danny? Hannah hesitated. How should she handle this? Could she pry the child from the girl's arms without injuring either of them? She forced a smile.
Becky, have you rescued Danny for me? Is that what you've done?
The girl stared at her.
Oh, Becky, she enthused. Mrs. Beach was wrong. See how good you are with children. Why, you've saved Danny.
She held out her arms to embrace Becky, heedless of her tender limb. Becky stiffened. Hannah gingerly wrapped her arms around the girl, Danny between them. At least she prayed it was Danny. She had yet to get a good look at him.
Dear, dear Becky, how will I ever thank you? When I returned to Mrs. Beach's and found all the children gone, I thought my heart would tear in two. You remember how that feels, I know, poor dear, having lost your own little girl. My little girl, Becky repeated. Yes, gone to heaven, safe with God. And now you have saved my son, my Danny. How grateful I am.
Becky looked down at the child, now squirming in her arms. Hannah's heart surged to glimpse the dear face.
Oh, Danny, how glad I am to see you again. What good care Becky has taken of you.
Let me see how big you are. She placed tentative hands on each side of the little body, clamped tightly to Becky's midriff. For a moment the thin arms remained locked.
He must be growing heavy, Becky. I'll give you a rest, shall I?
Again she forced a smile and inserted her fingers between the child and the slender girl. Finally, Becky yielded, and Danny was in her arms at last. Ignoring the pain, Hannah held the boy awkwardly in the crook of her splintered arm, and turned him toward her, hungry for a good look at him. His face, pinched in discomfort, his nearly bald head and blotchy cheeks were a masterpiece of beauty to her. It was all she could do, not to crumple to the ground in relief.
Thank you, God, thank you, God, thank you, God.
She moulded his small warm body to hers, patting his back, instinctively beginning to sway in the ancient dance of comfort.
Thank you.
A glance at Becky dampened her euphoria. The girl, barely more than a child herself, now hugged herself alone, face blank, eyes haunted. Compassion tugged at Hannah.
Becky, what will you do now? Where will you go?
The girl shrugged.
Don't know.
For the first time, Hannah noticed the dingy canvas sack at the girl's feet, likely all her worldly possessions. Will you try to find a new place? Hannah asked. Again the shrug. Mrs. Beach gave me no character. Perhaps I'll work for Mr. Simpkins yet.
Becky, no,
Hannah urged. She thought a moment, then asked, Is your milk still flowing?
Becky nodded.
I fed Danny, didn't I? Fed him first so he'd not go hungry.
Cupping Danny's bottom with her good hand, Hannah reached out the other, extending from the sling, and awkwardly patted Becky's arm.
And I'm truly grateful.
What should Hannah do? A part of her wanted to distance herself from this pitiful girl as soon as possible, to be on her way, just her and her son. But the reality was her own milk had dried up, and she could ill afford to buy milk to feed Danny, let alone feed herself. She didn't even know where she was going or how she would support the two of them. How on earth could she support a third person as well? Becky looked up at her, the anticipation of disappointment dulling her small dark eyes.
And you, Miss Hannah? Where will you go?
I don't know either. Becky waited a moment longer, brows high. When Hannah said no more, she deflated, shoulders slumping. What should she do? Find Fred and ride with him back to Bristol and show up at her father's door, likely only to be turned away? Or go to one of the same poorhouses or workhouses where the other children had gone? She shuddered at the thought of either of those fates. Hannah took a deep breath. You may come with me if you like, Becky. I can't guarantee what we'll eat or where we'll sleep, but if you're sure you won't be able to find another situation here—
Oh, thank you, Miss Hannah, thank you.
The girl's face lit as though Hannah had offered her something worthwhile. Becky bent and picked up her canvas sack. Hannah hoped she had spare baby linen inside. They'd barely stepped from the alley when Hannah gasped and drew up short. There came Edgar Parrish, Nancy trailing behind. She froze. What to do now? Turn and run, with child in arms? Confess all?
My lady, there you are.
Edgar exhaled in relief. She stood in place, breathless, caught.
Edgar, what are you doing here? Why are you two not at the pump room? After you left, I didn't feel right about you going off alone. I knew Pa wouldn't like it. I was afraid I wouldn't find you. I almost didn't look down this street.
She forced a light tone.
Yes, well, you needn't have done so.
His gaze shifted to the child in her arms.
Is this your boy?
Yes, this is Daniel.
His expression softened.
A handsome lad.
Thank you.
Edgar looked expectantly at her companion and then back at her. Hannah pressed her dry lips together, then said,
And this is Becky Brown, my son's nurse.
He nodded.
Ah.
Becky, this is Edgar Parrish and his friend, Nancy Smith. The two young women bobbed curtsies to one another. Edgar frowned over his shoulder at the ill-kempt house with its peeling paint.
This isn't where you lived, surely?
No. Hoping to explain the grim neighbourhood, Hannah fabricated. Becky was visiting a poor relation near here. That's why it took me a little longer to find her.
I see. Is your nurse coming back with us? I can sit on the rear seat with Ben for the return journey. It's no trouble.
Hannah looked from Edgar to Becky.
I am not certain. We were just discussing that very thing.
But I am coming with you.
Becky's voice rose in a panicked shrill. "You said I could!" That was before I knew I'd be caught and might have to return to Devonshire, Hannah thought. But she said, "I know, but you must understand that Lynmouth is a long way off. Are you sure you want to leave Bath and everyone you know?" "I've no friends here. Not any more." Hannah was trapped, hemmed in on both sides. "Will you excuse us a moment, Mr. Parrish? I wish to speak with Becky in private before she makes such a big decision." Edgar pulled a face. "She didn't know where you and Sir John had moved to? I just want her to be certain she wants to come with us." "We'll wait right here." Edgar held out his arms. "I shall hold Danny for you. I wouldn't want you straining that arm." "Oh," she hesitated. "Thank you, but I don't mind. I've missed him." Had he seen the intention to flee in her eyes?
"Just while the two of you talk," Edgar said, "give us a chance to become acquainted." He gave a good-natured grin. "I won't have liberty on the way back, as I'll be sitting outside."
How could she refuse him? Biting her lip, she begrudgingly handed over her son. Nancy quickly crowded close, cooing and smiling into Danny's face. Hannah took Becky's arm and led her several yards away, pausing beside an abandoned barrel. She spoke in a low voice. "Becky, if you're to come with me, with them, there's something you need to know. Remember the carriage accident I mentioned?" Vaguely, the girl nodded.
"Is that how you hurt your arm?"
"Yes, I was travelling with my former employer and his wife. She died in the crash. The doctor who found us thought I was the man's wife. I was insensible for a time and wasn't even sure who I was for days. Eventually, I realized they thought I was the lady of the house."
"Is that why he called you my lady?"
"Yes.
I did wonder."
I haven't corrected them. It was the only way I could think of to return for Danny. At all events, they all think I'm Lady Mayfield. If you come with us, you mustn't give me away, or use my real name, ever." The girl's brow furrowed.
"You can't fool them forever."
"I know. I don't want to. I only want to take care of Danny." The reality of Hannah's situation sank in as she spoke. "But here, as myself, I've no employment, nowhere to sleep, and nothing to eat. In Lynmouth, I'm Lady Mayfield, with a house to sleep in, a post to offer you with wages, and all the food you, Danny, and I need. It'll only be until my arm mends, and I can find work and some place for us to live. I know what I'm doing is deceitful and wrong, and I'll understand if you want nothing to do with it. If you want to stay here, stay. I wouldn't blame you. But please say nothing to anyone else about this. Promise?" Becky frowned in confusion.
"But the husband, surely he knows you're not his wife."
Hannah shook her head. "He hasn't awakened. The doctor didn't even know if he would live at first, though now he hopes he will."
"But as soon as he wakes up—"
Hannah nodded. "Then you and I and Danny will have to leave immediately. I don't think you would get into any trouble for going along with this, but I certainly shall." Becky thought.
"Perhaps we might find new posts away out there, where nobody knows us."
"That's what I'm hoping. However, first you will return with us as Danny's nurse, if you still want to come."
"I've nowhere else to go."
Hannah glanced over at her son in Edgar Parrish's arms. "Neither, it seems, do I. She turned toward the waiting Edgar and forced a smile. "Becky will be coming with us after all. I hope that's all right." "Of course. Do we need to go and pick up his belongings?" she said breezily. "Never mind that. We've sufficient for the journey, and we'll purchase what he needs when we arrive." For a moment, both Nancy and Edgar stared at her, confusion wrinkling their brows. "A fresh start in his new home," Hannah said brightly. She turned and strode away in the direction of the coaching inn before either of them could ask further questions, though she heard Nancy whispering to Edgar as they walked. Probably something about the wasteful ways of the wealthy. Better that, Hannah thought, than suspecting the truth. When they arrived at the west gate, rested horses were harnessed to the hired chaise. When all was ready, Ben helped her, Becky, and Nancy into the chaise. Edgar handed Danny into her. "Now then," he smiled, "let's get this fine lad home." Home. The word echoed through Hannah's mind. Lynmouth was not her home, nor was Bath. Her father's house in Bristol had once been, but no longer. Would she and Danny ever have a home of their own? Hannah held her son on a small rug on her lap. As the sun lowered in the sky, they stopped for the night at another coaching inn. Before joining the others for a late supper, she excused herself and stepped into a nearby shop to purchase baby linen for Danny, a clean nightgown, cap, and clothes. She once again considered leaving young Mr. Parrish and his sweetheart, but the inn was on the outskirts of a small village that didn't look promising in terms of employment. Besides, her arm wasn't yet fit for work. And then there was Becky to consider. Hannah had to resign herself to the uncomfortable notion of returning to Clifton, to the house of Sir John Mayfield, and taking her chances there. What if Sir John had awakened? She quailed at the thought of Dr. Parrish informing Sir John that his wife had returned to Bath to collect their child. "Collect our child," he would say, stupefied. "Our child is yet to be born." After that would follow questions, descriptions, and the stunning realization that his wife's companion had the audacity to assume his wife's identity, and that his own wife was gone. How hurt and disillusioned kind Dr. Parrish would be, and how furious Sir John. Would Hannah return home, only to be cast out, or worse, arrested as the fraud she was? What would happen to Danny then? Chapter 7. Back on the road the next day, they passed the village where they'd seen the two women in the stocks. Now the stocks were empty. Even so, a shiver crept up Hannah's spine. As they passed through Countisbury and neared Clifton House, Hannah's palms began to perspire, and she found herself breathing shallow and fast. Here the road hugged the cliffs more tightly, and the chaise seemed to careen too close to the edge. She winced as snatches of memory flashed through her mind, tumbling down, crying out, a whipping red cape and whirling windows, glimpses of the channel beyond. Hannah tensed and searched for a handhold. "Is this where the accident happened?" she asked, a little catch in her voice. Nancy looked out the window, studying the passing terrain. "Yes, my lady, very near." Another shiver passed over Hannah, and she held Danny closer. When the chaise reached Clifton at last, Hannah's heart beat so hard she feared Nancy would hear it. The postilion slowed the horses and brought the chaise to a stop in front of the house. Ben opened the door for them and let down the step. Edgar extended his hand to help Nancy alight. When it was Hannah's turn, she stepped from the carriage on shaky legs, then reached back to take Danny from Becky. Child firmly in her arms, Hannah turned toward Clifton, pulse tripping unevenly, ready to bolt if need be. Becky stepped down beside her, hovering near. She felt Becky's uncertain gaze return again and again to her profile, but she was too anxious to offer any reassurances. Out from the house came Dr. and Mrs. Parrish, followed by the housekeeper, Mrs. Turrell. She couldn't make out their expressions, accusation or welcome. Nancy waved, and Edgar lifted a thumb high.
"Here you are," Dr. Parrish called. "You must have made an early start. We were just beginning to look for you."
Her throat tight, Hannah asked, "How's Sir John?" The physician looked at her, his expression grave, but not, she thought, angry.
"About the same. I'd hoped for more improvement by now. Some good news to welcome you home. But
he hasn't awakened?"
"I'm afraid not."
Relief. Had she smiled? She hadn't meant to, but she realized Mrs. Parrish was looking at her askance. Hannah hastened to add, "Yet he lives, and that is good news in itself. You can't know how I worried what might await me." That was perfectly true.
"Yes, we can thank God for that," Mrs. Turrell smiled. "For while there's life, there's hope."
She came forward and held out her arms.
"And here he is, the little man. Hand him over, my lady. I've been waiting to get a good look at him."
Reluctantly, Hannah handed Danny to the housekeeper. The older woman beamed.
"Oh, aren't you the handsome one? Looks like his mamma, he does. And there's a bit of his pa around his nose and mouth."
Hannah felt heat creep up her neck at the words. She reminded herself that the woman would naturally assume he was Sir John's son. Mrs. Turrell turned toward the door, carrying Hannah's boy into Sir John Mayfield's house. At the thought, Hannah's knees suddenly wobbled and her head swam. Dr. Parrish was at her side in an instant.
"Steady on, my lady,"
Mrs. Parrish added.
"Careful, Dr. Parrish. She looks ready to swoon."
"I'm sorry," Hannah murmured, embarrassed. "I'm fine, really.
And no wonder. Such a long journey so soon after your injuries. Come inside, my lady, and let's get you settled. A good meal and a good night's sleep in your own bed. That's what I prescribe."
"My own bed," she silently echoed. "The bed I've made for myself and now must lie in." The Parishes invited her to join them for dinner at the Grange, their quaint thatched house adjacent to the grounds of Clifton. But Hannah claimed fatigue and politely declined. She thanked Edgar and Nancy warmly for helping her retrieve her son. Then, with a chorus of welcome homes and you rest now, Mrs. Parrish, Edgar and Nancy departed. Dr. Parrish remained to look in on Sir John once more. He opened the door for the women and followed them inside. Danny still in her arms, Mrs. Turrell surveyed Becky's scrawny figure and ordered her down to the kitchen for tea and toast. Dr. Parrish invited Hannah to accompany him upstairs to Sir John's bedchamber. Knowing it would be unnatural not to want to see her husband, she took the doctor's arm and allowed him to help her up the stairs and into Sir John's room. There, she met the chamber nurse, Mrs. Weaver, who'd arrived while they were gone. Hannah smiled wanly at the woman, who then excused herself to give them privacy. Dr. Parrish approached the bed, but Hannah held back, watching from a distance as the physician performed his usual routine, examining Sir John's eyes, his heart rate, his breathing. When he finished, Hannah stepped nearer and looked down at the injured man. His whiskers had grown a little longer, while his swelling had subsided somewhat. Even if it was wrong of her to be relieved he'd yet to regain his senses, she was sincerely glad he still lived. "It's all right," she said to him silently. "I've got my son back. You can wake up now."
Dr. Parrish turned to her. "I'll have a look at your arm, if you don't mind. Make sure nothing's gone awry during the journey."
"Very well." She sat in the chair he indicated, while he tested the condition of the stiff bandages and the circulation in her hand, then palpated her upper arm above the sling.
"Still tender?"
She bit back a yelp. "A little." He tilted her chin and looked into her eyes.
"Any headaches?"
Her head had pounded with tension all day. "A small one."
"I'll give you something for it. Take it the next time you eat something and try to get a good night's sleep."
"I shall. Thank you." He smiled at her, patted her good arm, and then took his leave, following his family home. Hannah went to find Danny. Below stairs, she found Mrs. Turrell and the kitchen maid filling a small tub with warm water. Together they bathed her son and dressed him in the clean things Hannah had purchased. If the housekeeper noticed that Danny had smelled less than sweet, she'd been too polite to comment.
"We shall have to do some sewing and shopping," the housekeeper said. "Get this lad a few new things. I've taken the liberty of bringing over my old cradle I'd stored away in the cottage I share with my sister. No doubt you'll want to get something finer, but for now—"
"I'm sure it will do perfectly well, Mrs. Turrell. Thank you so much." She was glad the housekeeper didn't press her about why they had neither brought more supplies nor asked them to prepare a nursery before their arrival. Apparently, the kind woman assumed Sir John's decision to bring no servants also explained why they'd brought no furnishings and scant clothing for the child. How strange and thoughtless she must think them. While the kitchen maid dumped the water, the other women went upstairs to the small room Mrs. Turrell had begun fitting out as a nursery. There she'd arranged the cradle, along with the side table, dressing chest and rocking chair. She asked Ben to help her carry in a single bed for Becky. White lace curtains and a cheerful braided rug brightened the room. "It's lovely, Mrs. Turrell. Thank you."
"Becky, why don't you put your things in this dressing chest as well? Or, if you prefer, we can bring in another from one of the other rooms."
Becky shook her head, saying timidly, "That's all right. I don't want to be no trouble."
"No trouble at all, Becky. This room is yours and Danny's now. Or, if you'd like your own room, there's a spare one just next door."
"A whole room just for me? Oh, no. I wouldn't know what to do with myself." Again, Hannah found the housekeeper studying Becky. She then shifted her gaze to Hannah, her brows high with questions. Hannah ignored them. Once they'd put away Danny's few things, Mrs. Turrell asked Becky to run downstairs to fill the pitcher for the basin. When the girl had hurried from the room to do her bidding, the woman turned to Hannah and asked,
"My lady, I'm curious. A girl like Becky, sweet to be sure, but a little, well, simple, lost. How is it you came to engage her as Danny's nurse?"
Hannah's pulse quickened. Though living a lie, she hated each falsehood she uttered. What could she say that was truthful without mentioning the maternity home? Recollecting the haunted look on Becky's face when she found her in the alley, Hannah swallowed and said, "Becky needed us, needed Danny, as much as we needed her." Mrs. Turrell considered her reply, expression sombre.
"Our wee one died, is that it?"
Hannah nodded.
I know how devastating that is. A boy, was it, or a little girl?"
The housekeeper slowly shook her head.
"She's barely more than a girl herself. I'm surprised her family could part with her."
"She hasn't any family that I know of. I believe she's all alone in the world." Mrs. Turrell's dark eyes misted.
"Well, she's not alone any longer."
Late that afternoon, Hannah ate a simple meal in the dining parlour alone. She'd offered to eat her meals in the small servants' hall with the others, but Mrs. Turrell wouldn't hear of it. Afterward, Hannah went upstairs and kept Becky company while she nursed Danny. When the girl began repositioning her dress, Hannah rose and gently took Danny from her. "You go to bed, Becky. I'll rock Danny until he falls asleep."
"But I'm the nurse. I'm to do that. Mrs. Turrell says I need to learn the duties of a proper wet nurse."
"And you shall. But tonight you look ready to drop from exhaustion. You go to bed and get some rest." Becky complied, while Hannah gingerly gathered Danny in her good arm and settled into the rocking chair. Becky stripped down to her threadbare shift and climbed into bed. Hannah resolved to provide Becky with a nightdress as soon as she could. Pulling the bedclothes up to her chin, Becky said wistfully,
"Mrs. Turrell is nice, ain't she?"
"Yes, very."
"It's strange to hear her call you my lady, or Lady Mayfield."
Hannah quickly glanced toward the door, then whispered, "Becky, you mustn't speak of it, remember? That's my name here. You must also call me my lady or ma'am." Becky sighed.
"I'll try, Miss Hannah."
She closed her eyes and said no more. Heaven help me, Hannah thought. Her secret was in this poor girl's hands. The night passed uneventfully, and Hannah began to breathe a little easier. She enjoyed her breakfast in the sunny dining parlour, strolled through the garden, and then returned to look in on Danny. A short while later, Mrs. Turrell came up and found her in the nursery, where Hannah sat rocking Danny and talking quietly to Becky.
"A gentleman is here, my lady,"
she began, her usual smile absent.
"Asking, or rather demanding, to see the lady of the house."
Hannah started. "Who is it?"
"He refuses to give his name. Shall I send him away?"
Who would refuse to identify himself, and why? Hannah wondered. She felt Becky's panicked look, but ignored it, forcing her own voice to remain calm. "Did you tell him about the accident? That Sir John is incapacitated?"
"I told him nothing, my lady. He never asked about Sir John. Only you."
How odd. Hannah's thoughts whirled. "What does he look like?" She shrugged.
"Dark, curly hair. Handsome in his way. He's dressed like a gentleman."
Mrs. Turrell sniffed.
"Though his manner contradicts that impression."
Hannah's stomach churned. Could it be? The description, though not specific, could easily be of Lady Mayfield's lover, Mr. Anthony Fontaine. If so, how had he discovered where they'd gone, and relatively quickly, too? Hannah knew she couldn't refuse to see him, for Mariana would never have done so. And he was unlikely to leave after one refusal. He would probably assume Sir John was preventing his wife from seeing him and dig in his heels. Did Mr. Fontaine deserve to know his lover had died? Hannah owed him nothing, yet she didn't want the man hanging about, causing trouble for them all. She rose and handed Danny to Becky. "I'll see him, Mrs. Turrell."
Mrs. Turrell studied her face. "Shall I go in with you?"
"No, thank you. If it's who I think it is, it's best that I speak to him privately. Find a way to gently tell him about the accident, the drowning." Her expression softened.
"A friend of that poor girl's, is he?"
"If it is who I believe it is, yes." Mrs. Turrell followed as far as the drawing-room. Hannah peeked through the narrow crack between the double doors. Inside, facing the windows, stood Anthony Fontaine, unmistakable in profile. Roman nose, dark curls falling over his brow, brooding yet undeniably attractive. Hannah faced Mrs. Turrell. "It's all right," she whispered. "I know him." She hoped the woman wouldn't eavesdrop at the door. She waited until Mrs. Turrell nodded in reply and turned away. Standing there, Hannah thought back to the times she'd been in Mr. Fontaine's company. Usually Lady Mayfield went out on some pretence to meet him. But on the rare evening when Sir John was at his club or away at one of his other properties, Mariana often invited friends over, usually female friends or a couple, but on a few occasions she'd been brazen enough to invite him to Sir John's Bristol house. Hannah recalled one evening only too well. When Hopkins announced his arrival, Mr. Fontaine bowed to Lady Mayfield as though a mere acquaintance.
"Good evening, Lady Mayfield. Thank you for your gracious invitation."
"And where's Mrs. Fontaine?" Mariana asked.
"My dear wife is at home and plans to go to bed early."
With a glance at the footman arranging decanters on the sideboard, he added,
"But she insisted I come. How rude it would be," she said, "were we both to disappoint Lady Mayfield when she so kindly and unexpectedly invited us."
Hannah assumed Mr. Fontaine claimed to have a wife to lessen the servant's suspicions.
"I do hope Mrs. Fontaine is not unwell," Mariana said. "A trifling malady, I assure you. A cool drink and a warm bed are all she longs for on this chilly night."
Lady Mayfield coyly dipped her head. "All she longs for?" Hannah rose to excuse herself, but Lady Mayfield insisted she stay. Hannah knew why, so the servants wouldn't spread gossip of their tete-a-tete from servants' hall to servants' hall. If they did, all of Bristol would soon know she'd entertained a man alone in her husband's absence. There were enough rumours about Lady Mayfield and Anthony Fontaine as it was. Hannah had begrudgingly complied, sinking back into her corner chair and picking up her needlework once more. But it was difficult to concentrate. Her gaze flitted over to the couple more often than it should have. The two sat close together on the sofa, sipping from glasses of port, heads bent near in private conversation. Had he just kissed her cheek, her ear? Hannah looked down and realized she'd wrongly placed her last several stitches and would need to pick them out. Mr. Fontaine's hand rose from the arm of the sofa to stroke Lady Mayfield's gown-covered knee. Mariana's eyes flashed to Hannah and caught her looking, but she didn't scowl or demand her to leave. Rather, she grinned, mischief dancing in her big brown eyes. Hannah looked away first. Lady Mayfield wasn't only beautiful, but shapely, a fact emphasized by her excellent stays and the low-cut bodice of her evening gown. When Hannah next looked up, she noticed Anthony Fontaine's gaze linger there. When his hand lifted in that direction, Hannah stood abruptly. "I'm sorry, my lady, but I would like to retire." "Oh, come, Hannah, what a prude you are!" Very well, if you must, but slip through the side door so the servants don't see you leaving. Anthony Fontaine winked at her. Blindly, Hannah slipped from the room. She retreated to her bedchamber upstairs, trying hard not to imagine what was happening in the room below. And now Anthony Fontaine was here in the Clifton drawing-room, hoping to see Mariana. How could he fail to expose her? Heaven help her. This wouldn't be easy. Taking a deep breath, Hannah opened the double doors, closed them behind her, and faced Lady Mayfield's lover. She was glad she wore a nondescript muslin and not one of Mariana's more memorable gowns. Mr. Fontaine turned, surprise crossing his handsome face. "Miss Rogers?" He frowned, then bowed dutifully. "I didn't expect to see you here. I asked for the lady of the house." Hannah put a finger to her lips. "Please, keep your voice down." "Where is she?" he demanded, hands on hips. "Won't you sit down?" "I will not." He ran an agitated hand through his forelock. "Does he forbid her to come down?" "If by he you mean Sir John, he forbids nothing." For some reason, Hannah was reticent to reveal Sir John's weak state to this particular man, his foe. "She cannot come, because she is not here." He scowled. "Don't try to fob me off. I know this is where he brought her. I've already been to his other properties. Go and tell her I'm here." "Please, sit down." "I won't. Not until you tell me where she is." Hannah took a deep breath. "I'm afraid there's been a terrible accident." His gaze flew to hers, alert, tense. "On the journey here, we drove through a storm. The carriage slipped from the road, fell over the cliff, and landed part way into the sea." "Good heavens!" He visibly stiffened, preparing for a blow. Hannah dreaded telling him. "The doctor says she likely died on impact and didn't suffer." He gaped at her, then slowly sank to the sofa, crumpling the hat brim in his hands. Then his eyes hardened. "Are you fabricating this tale to trick me into leaving?" She lifted her splinted arm, then pulled back the hair from her brow to reveal the jagged line on her forehead. "No, the accident was all too real." He looked down at his hands. When he next spoke, it was in a whisper. "Where is she?" The same words, but now seeking a different sort of answer. She hesitated. "I'm afraid her body hasn't yet been recovered." His head snapped up. "Then how do you know she's dead?" The doctor and his son saw a figure floating away as the tide receded. A figure in a red cloak. Mariana wore hers that day, I remember. They believe she was thrown from the carriage as it fell, or that the tide drew her from a broad hole in the wreck." His mouth parted, incredulous. "And where was he?" His lip curled. "Probably threw her over the cliff himself." She shook her head. "Sir John was insensible, as was I. In fact—" She hesitated. "He's yet to awaken." "But it's been, what, 11 or 12 days?" She nodded. "About that." "Will he live?" "The doctor hopes so, but is not certain." His handsome face contorted. "I hope he dies. I hope he suffers for all eternity." Several moments passed in strained silence, broken only by the ticking of the tall pendulum clock. Then he glanced at her, sullen. "She didn't mention you. When did you return?" "The day they left Bath." He nodded, looking across the room at nothing.
"I'm glad you were with her. She was always fond of you."
Guilt pricked Hannah. She couldn't say the same. He rose, still twisting the hat brim, unable now to meet her eyes.
"It's his fault, you know. Not mine. It's not my fault."
Strange that he should feel guilty, though she supposed he was at least partly to blame for the move in the first place. The hurry, though not the wreck itself. But who was she to absolve anybody? He turned toward the window, countenance bleak.
"Mariana can't be gone. I would know it. In my heart, I would know it."
She was surprised at how genuine his grief appeared. Perhaps it had been more than an affair after all, more than physical attraction. Though Hannah resented this man for Sir John's sake, he'd done nothing to her personally. She said softly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Fontaine. Truly." He stood there, staring blindly through the wavy glass, making no move to leave. Tentatively, she asked, "May I offer you some refreshment before you go? You must be tired after your journey."
"No. I could not eat or drink."
He fumbled for a card in his coat pocket and gave it to her with trembling hands.
"If you hear anything, if she's found, please write and let me know."
Hannah didn't plan to be there much longer, but she couldn't very well refuse the stricken man's request. "Very well."
"Thank you,"
he whispered, and stumbled from the room and out of the house, looking dazed and lost. Hannah stood at the front windows watching him wander away toward town. Mrs. Turrell joined her at the window.
"Took it hard, did he?"
"Yes," Hannah agreed. "Very hard." Chapter 8. The next day Hannah awoke to find Mrs. Turrell folding back her shutters. Then the housekeeper turned, opened the wardrobe, and began perusing its contents. Hannah sat up in bed, favouring her wrapped arm. She noticed the tray of hot chocolate and toast on her bedside table. Mrs. Turrell followed her gaze.
"I thought you might like a little something straight away. You ate so little yesterday."
"Thank you. You do too much for me, Mrs. Turrell." Hannah sipped her chocolate.
"Yes, I do." The woman gave her a saucy wink. "It's why I've engaged a housemaid to start tomorrow. Her name is Kitty. I hope you don't mind."
"Of course not. You need the help managing the house and helping to care for me as you do." Hannah nibbled a bite of toasted bread.
"It's been my pleasure."
She looked back inside the wardrobe.
"My lady, you've been wearing those same two frocks since you've been up and about. Let's try one of your other pretty gowns today."
Mariana's pretty gowns, Hannah reminded herself. Since the accident, she'd rotated between two of Mariana's older, simple morning dresses, insisting they were the easiest to slip over her wrapped arm. Mrs. Turrell pulled forth a dress of lilac sarcenet.
"How about this frock? It must look so well with your colouring."
Hannah eyed the crossover bodice warily.
"That's all right, Mrs. Turrell.
I've no need to dress especially well today."
"Now, I insist. Mrs. Parish and the vicar's wife are coming for tea this afternoon, remember?"
Were they? How had she forgotten? I'm not sure.
"Oh, do humour me, my lady. It's a pity to neglect such pretty things."
Hannah climbed unsteadily from the bed and began washing for the day. She allowed Mrs. Tyrrell to help her into a fresh shift and then lace her stays and tie her stockings. When the housekeeper lifted the lilac dress, Hannah tried to demur once more. "Really, I don't think the gown will suit me. Ignoring her protests, Mrs. Tyrrell slid it over her head and shoulders. Nervously, Hannah put her good arm through one sleeve, then Mrs. Tyrrell helped her carefully and gently manipulate her wrapped arm through the other. Hannah stood facing the mirror as Mrs. Tyrrell began working the fastenings behind. Hannah's palms began to perspire. She knew that she and Lady Mayfield had very different figures. Hannah was slightly taller and more slender, while Mariana had been far curvier. The night dresses, shifts, and loose morning gowns were forgiving, but this form-fitting dress, made to Mariana's measurements, would surely give her away. "I've not worn this dress before," she mumbled. Perfectly true. Mrs. Tyrrell asked,
"Recently made, was it?"
"Mm-hmm." Finished with the fastenings, Mrs. Tyrrell looked over Hannah's shoulder into the tall mirror. She pulled at the ribbon-trimmed waistline and at the extra material crossing Hannah's small chest.
"It doesn't fit you very well, my lady," she frowned. "Have you lost weight since your last fitting?"
"Since giving birth, yes. In the bosom, especially." The housekeeper's brow puckered.
"I'm not a dab hand with the needle, I fear. Not with something so fine."
"Never mind, Mrs. Tyrrell. I shall give it a go as soon as I regain use of both hands. But for now, perhaps the sprigged muslin? That one will still fit me, I think." Later that morning, Edgar Parish knocked on the open nursery door. In his arms, he carried a box of baby things saved from his own childhood. Small gowns, caps, and stockings, a finely knit blanket, and a gnarled stuffed rabbit. Hannah protested. "But you'll want these for your own children some day."
"Some day, my lady, not today."
"That's kind of you, Edgar, but I'm afraid we'll spoil them." He shrugged easily and glanced around the nursery.
"I know it's been hard for you to set up a place for Danny here, what with your arm and your headaches."
"Must they all be so kind to her?" Hannah said, "I hope your mother doesn't mind." A flicker of hesitation crossed his face.
"No, though she doubted a lady like yourself would accept such humble offerings."
"Of course I will, and gratefully." She smiled at him, and he returned the gesture. When he left the room a few minutes later, Becky stepped to the window to watch him go.
"Edgar is surely handsome, ain't he?"
"I suppose so." Hannah began sorting through the articles in the box. When Becky remained silent, Hannah looked up. The wistful expression on the girl's face disquieted her. She said gently, "Becky, you know he and Nancy are courting, don't you?" Becky shrugged her thin shoulders.
"Well, they ain't married yet."
"No, not yet."
"Not ever, if I have my way."
She gave a little giggle. "Becky, be careful. The Parishes have been very kind to us."
"What has that to say to anything? Mrs. Parish don't approve of Nancy. It's plain as day she don't. So who's to say they'll marry?"
Mrs. Parish doesn't approve of anyone, Hannah thought, but she said only, "Becky, we shall not be staying here much longer. Don't go forming attachments that cannot last." Perhaps she ought to take her own advice, Hannah thought, for she was already fond of Dr. Parish and Mrs. Tyrrell, and knew both of them doted on her. She hated the fact that she would soon disillusion them, disappoint them, and sink in their estimations. Yet, would it not become only more difficult the longer she allowed this act to go on? Oh, if only her arm would heal so she could leave. But Dr. Parish thought it might take 6 weeks to heal fully, and 2 had barely passed. Even then, would she really just steal away with Danny and Becky without a word of explanation to anyone? How Dr. Parish and dear Mrs. Tyrrell would worry, probably even gather a search party. No, at the very least she would need to leave behind a letter explaining, apologizing, and hope they might understand and somehow forgive her. Yet a letter seemed so cowardly. How much better to come out with it, to explain, to admit she'd been wrong, and hope they could see that her motive hadn't been self-gain, but the preservation of her child. How Mrs. Parish would gloat and rail. Edgar would be hurt, as would his father. Mrs. Tyrrell? She'd no idea how the kindly woman might react, but somehow Hannah thought she'd be the most understanding of them all. At least she hoped she would be. After wrestling with her thoughts all morning, Hannah made her decision. She would confess all to Dr. Parish. She hoped to catch him in the hall, but by the time she gathered her courage, she heard the door to Sir John's bedchamber open and close. Taking a deep breath, she left her room and walked across the landing. She knocked and let herself in. Dr. Parish was bent low, ear pressed to Sir John's chest, listening. He glanced up when she entered. Hannah grimaced in apology and waited near the door. From there, Sir John looked much the same as he had before, his eyes still closed. A few moments later, Dr. Parish lifted his head and straightened.
"Good day, my lady. Come to see how Sir John fares this afternoon?"
He turned to search for something in his medical bag. When she made no reply, nor moved to join him at the bedside, he looked at her over his shoulder.
"Did you need something?"
She licked dry lips, heart pounding. He turned to face her, expression concerned, clearly sensing her anxiety.
"Is everything all right?"
"No," she swallowed and shook her head. "Dr. Parish, I need to tell you something." He tucked his chin.
"Oh?"
She clasped her hands tightly. "Do you remember finding us, Sir John and me, in the overturned carriage? Rescuing us?"
"Of course I remember. Far better than you do, I imagine."
He smiled. "Yes, of course. But do you remember when you first called me Lady Mayfield?" His brow puckered in thought.
"I don't recall exactly, though I know I did call down to you to let you know Edgar and I were there to help."
"Yes. You see, you kindly assumed that I was Lady Mayfield when I—" Her words fell away. Her breath hitched. She stared past Dr. Parish into the eyes of Sir John Mayfield.
"When you were— what?"
Dr. Parish prompted kindly. But Hannah couldn't remove her gaze from Sir John's. She grasped the doctor's arm. "His eyes are open." He whirled toward the bed.
"My goodness, you're right. Welcome back, Sir John."
Dr. Parish stepped forward, then turned his head.
"My lady, I wonder if you'd be so good as to introduce us."
"Oh," Hannah hesitated. "Of course. Sir John, may I present Dr. George Parrish, who's been caring for you since the accident. Dr. Parrish, Sir John Mayfield."
"How do you do, sir?"
Dr. Parrish smiled, but she noticed how his eyes roved his patient's face, gauging his reaction. There wasn't one. At least nothing she could see.
"If I may, Sir John, I'm going to take your hand."
The doctor did so.
"If you are able, please squeeze my hand in return."
Sir John's eyes didn't move to follow the doctor's movements. They seemed fixed on her. Or was he merely staring blindly in her direction? She wanted to move away from that disconcerting blank gaze, but felt rooted to the spot. Apparently, Sir John didn't perform the doctor's request.
"That's all right. There's plenty of time for that later. We're very happy to see you open your eyes. You've been, shall we say, asleep for nearly a fortnight."
Was that the slightest flicker of his eyes, or merely an instinctive blink? Hannah whispered, "Is he aware, or—" Dr. Parrish raised a hand and snapped his fingers before Sir John's face. No reaction.
"It doesn't seem so. Perhaps the muscles of his eyelids simply contracted and opened of their own accord."
As if on cue, Sir John's eyes drifted closed once more.
"Still, it's something new. A good sign, I think."
Dr. Parrish continued his examination while Hannah chewed her lip, and her options. He straightened.
"Well, I must go tell his nurse and Mrs. Parrish. If you wouldn't mind sitting with him until Mrs. Weaver returns, I'll send her up directly."
At the door he turned back.
"I'm sorry, my lady. What was it you wanted to tell me?"
Hannah's lips parted, then she pressed them together once more. Never mind. In light of this, it was nothing. I shall tell you later." He gave her a distracted smile and hurried away. Hannah had lost her opportunity and her courage. Perhaps it was a sign, Hannah decided. A sign she should leave a letter instead of trying to tell Dr. Parrish in person. But first she had to face a visit with Mrs. Parrish and an introduction to the vicar's wife. Hannah had suggested Mrs. Turrell join the ladies for tea. She was a relative, after all, but Mrs. Turrell said it wasn't her place. At the appointed hour, the ladies arrived and were seated in the drawing-room. Mrs. Turrell quietly served the tea, ignoring Mrs. Parrish's patronising smile, and quickly departed. The vicar's wife, Mrs. Barton, seemed a pleasant, timid little thing, a perfect foil for confident and outspoken Mrs. Parrish. The ladies sipped tea and chewed dainty bites of butter biscuits. Then Mrs. Barton said, "My lady, may I ask which church you attended in Bath?" "Oh," Hannah hesitated. That is, I'm afraid we rarely attended in Bath." Hurrying to redeem herself, she added, "But as a girl, I spent a great deal of time in church in Bristol. My father was a—" She stopped, realizing she was about to answer as herself and not as Mariana. "A church-goer," she finished lamely. "Ah," Mrs. Barton nodded faintly, clearly unsure what to say to that. Mrs. Parrish rolled her eyes. After that, Hannah spoke as little as possible, afraid to make another mistake, no doubt disappointing her guests and proving herself a poor hostess. Mrs. Parish took over the conversation, explaining that she had a few friends in Bath and was sure Lady Mayfield must have heard of them. Lady Mayfield had not. Hannah could at least speak with confidence about their former life in Bristol and the area of Bath where they'd resided, the fashionable Camden Place. But could she not tell them of the previous season's famous newcomers and social events? No, unfortunately, she couldn't. After an hour of tedious conversation about her supposed life amid polished Bath society, Hannah's nerves were frayed and she felt exhausted. Perhaps realizing this, the vicar's wife changed the subject, asking if she might meet her son. Relieved to oblige, Hannah brought Danny down from the nursery, and the ladies politely praised him. They soon after took their leave. When they'd gone, Mrs. Turrell asked her, "How did it go?" "I failed to impress them, I'm afraid." "There's no need to impress anyone here, my lady. Just be yourself." Ah, if only she could be. Hannah went to bed early that night, suffering from her worst headache in days. The next morning, Hannah began her letter. Dear Dr. and Mrs. Parish and Mrs. Turrell, I've left Clifton and taken Danny and Becky with me. You'll no doubt be surprised, but please don't be anxious. Hannah paused. Why should they not be anxious? She was certainly anxious. She still didn't know where they'd go. Where might she find work, and work that paid enough for lodgings as well as food? Someone knocked sharply at her door. She jumped and quickly hid the letter under the blotter. "Lady Mayfield?" Dr. Parish's voice. "It's Sir John. His eyes are open again. He seems more responsive." Dread snaked down her spine and pooled in her stomach. Why had she not confessed to Dr. Parish before? She stood on shaky legs and opened her door. "He's awake?" "Come and see." He gestured for her to precede him across the passage, with such hope in his eyes. Every instinct told her to flee, to turn and run the other way, to gather Danny and Becky and leave Clifton that very moment before Sir John could denounce her. Instead, she numbly allowed Dr. Parish to usher her into the sick room, to her unveiling. Again, the chamber nurse excused herself. Much as before, Sir John's eyes were open and vaguely focused. "Good. His eyes are still open," the physician began. "I'm not certain if he's fully sensible or not. He's yet to speak, but he did seem agitated when I first arrived." Hannah fisted her good hand, nails pricking her palm. She would have remained several feet from the bed had Dr. Parish not gently urged her forward. "Here she is, Sir John. Here's your wife. You see, she's well. Nothing to worry about, save getting better yourself." Hannah's throat tightened. Sir John's gaze shifted to her, and her heart pounded. She pressed a damp hand to her abdomen and told herself to breathe. She would try to explain, not to excuse herself, but to apologize. He stared at her with eyes a changeable silvery blue, like a deep, cold lake. A flicker of a frown tinged his brow, then passed as quickly as it had come. Displeasure, confusion, or both? She held herself stiffly, every muscle tense, waiting for him to scowl and say, "She's not my wife." "Come, my lady," Dr. Parish urged. "Come and speak to him." She faltered. I don't know what to say. Why does he not speak?"
Perhaps he cannot. His brain is not yet fully recovered. Perhaps he's still fighting to regain his memory as you did. Encourage him. Remind him who he is, who you are.
What different words she would have spoken had Dr. Parrish not been standing there. Confession, begging forgiveness, for secrecy until she might steal away. "You are Sir John Mayfield," she began instead. "Lately of Bath, and before that Bristol. Do you remember Bath? The lovely house in Camden Place? And Bristol, the house on Great George Street? That was where I first became acquainted with your household." He only stared at her dully.
"Remind him who you are," Dr. Parrish whispered.
She hesitated. "And of course you know me," she uttered feebly. The words, "I am your wife," or "I am Mariana, Lady Mayfield," refused to come. She felt that if she forced out those words, she would lose her breakfast in the bargain. Dr. Parrish leaned nearer Sir John.
"And of course you know this is Lady Mayfield, your wife."
Sir John's eyes moved slowly from her face to the doctor's, without change in expression.
The doctor turned back to her. "Tell him about Danny, how he fares, that he's here."
"Oh," she swallowed. Must she? Sir John didn't even know of the child. Yes. You see, I've returned to Bath and collected little Daniel and his nurse. I was so relieved to find him." Feeling Dr. Parrish's stunned gaze on her profile, she hastened to add, "In good health. To find him in good health and faring well. I'm so thankful he's here with me, with us, once again. Mrs. Turrell has taken quite a liking to him, but then you're not yet acquainted with our housekeeper, so I'll say no more of her for now." How inane she was! Her mind felt as unfocused as Sir John's glassy stare.
"Perhaps we should bring in wee Danny to see his father."
She hesitated once more. He's napping at present. Perhaps another time."
"Ah, yes. I'm afraid we've tired Sir John as it is." He patted the man's arm. "You rest now, sir, and don't worry. The human brain is a marvellous thing, and you'll no doubt be right as a trivet in no time. And when you are, your wife and son will be here to welcome you back."
Dr. Parrish smiled up at her, and Hannah forced a half-smile in return. But she was quite certain neither wife nor child would be there if and when Sir John returned to himself. She thanked Dr. Parrish and returned to her room, trembling all over. She'd escaped the noose for now. Escape grace, by every measure. "Oh, God, will you ever forgive me?" she silently asked. "What shall I do?" For she knew very well she wouldn't avoid discovery much longer. Every hour she stayed, she compounded her crime and worsened the fate that awaited her. Chapter 9. Hannah went upstairs to the nursery to talk to Becky, to begin easing the way toward their inevitable departure. But when she entered, she found Mrs. Turrell in the room as well, Danny in her arms, bouncing him gently and smiling into his face. Becky turned as she entered. "Good day, Miss Hannah." Hannah froze. She locked stunned gazes with Becky, and the girl's face paled. Mrs. Turrell turned to frown at the young nurse. Whatever she saw on Becky's face made her frown deepen.
"Why do you call Lady Mayfield Miss Hannah?"
Becky stood there, blinking, mouth ajar.
We don't call our betters by their Christian names, unless we've been invited to do so. Besides, I believe Lady Mayfield's given name is Mariana.
Becky faltered.
I forgot.
Hannah's mind rushed to formulate a plausible explanation.
Did she say Hannah? She asked lightly. I thought she said Anna, short for Mariana, perhaps. Or was Anna the name of your little girl, Becky? Were you thinking of her and said her name by mistake?
Now Mrs. Turrell's perplexed frown shifted to her.
Hannah's pulse pounded. What a muddle. Anna, Becky murmured,
as if trying the name on her tongue and seeing how it tasted.
Anna is a pretty name, and would have suited her. Never saw a more beautiful creature than my wee girl.
And you will see her again, Becky, in heaven, Hannah soothed. She's in God's care now, well and happy.
How can she be happy without me?
Becky's chin quivered. Oh dear, she'd said the wrong thing. Hannah added quickly, because she knows she'll see you again some day. How she must look forward to it.
Then perhaps I should join her soon, the girl said. Perhaps I...
No, Becky, never say so. We need you here, Danny and I.
And I, Mrs. Turrell added earnestly, like my own daughter you are.
Becky turned to the woman, wide-eyed.
Really? How kind you are, Mrs. Turrell. Never was my own mum half so kind as you are, though I oughtn't to speak ill of the dead, I know. Come now, Becky dear, let us speak of only happy things for the rest of the day, shall we? Mrs. Turrell squeezed her arm. And you may be the first to taste my fresh batch of marmalade. May I? Oh, thank you.
Hannah released a ragged breath. A second noose dodged in as many days, though the speculative look in Mrs. Turrell's eyes had unsettled Hannah. She wasn't sure the housekeeper had been fooled. Stepping from the room, Hannah nearly ran into Mrs. Parrish in the passage. Oh, no. Her heart sank. How long had the woman been standing there? Just letting you know I'm heading into the village, if you need anything. She glanced through the door at Becky and then back again. Hannah forced a smile. No, we've all we need, thank you. Mrs. Parrish nodded and turned toward the stairs, leaving Hannah to wonder how much the doctor's wife had overheard. Either way, Hannah knew it was time to plan their escape, arm healed or not. Part of her dreaded the prospect of setting off for an unknown future. Another part of her was as anxious to leave as a goose with its neck stretched on the chopping block. Over the next 2 days, Hannah took in the waist of one of Mariana's Spencer jackets to fit her, and discreetly began gathering the things she would take when they left. Only necessities, and as few of Mariana's belongings as possible. If her own things hadn't been lost, she would take nothing for herself that hadn't belonged to her. But she couldn't leave without proper clothes. Besides, Mariana no longer had need of them. The next afternoon Mrs. Turrell knocked and announced through the closed door, "There's a man to see Sir John, my lady." Hannah's nerves jangled in alarm. Had Mr. Fontaine returned? With her shoe, Hannah nudged the partially filled valise under the bed and went to open the door. She gestured Mrs. Turrell inside and closed the door behind her. "The same man as before?" she asked. "No, a Mr. James Loudon." Loudon? The name rang a distant bell in Hannah's memory, but she couldn't place it. Surely it wasn't anyone of their acquaintance. Hadn't Sir John kept their destination a secret? Of course, Mr. Fontaine had managed to find them, and fairly quickly. Did you tell him why Sir John is unable to receive him?
No, my lady, I thought it best coming from you.
She wondered if this Mr. Loudon was acquainted with Lady Mayfield. Please tell Mr. Loudon Sir John is unable to receive him at present, and ask his business, if you please. Mrs. Turrell hesitated, a slight frown creasing her brow, likely wondering why her mistress didn't ask him herself, but too polite to ask.
Very well, my lady.
While the housekeeper was gone, Hannah paced. Now what? Why hadn't she left earlier, as she knew she should have? Mrs. Turrell returned a few minutes later and handed her a calling card.
Says he's Sir John's solicitor, from Bristol.
Hannah's thoughts whirled. Had Sir John informed his solicitor of their whereabouts? Or had the accident been reported in the newspaper and the man had come on his own initiative? She asked,
How did he hear of the accident? I don't think he has. Says he's come on some matters of business. He seemed confused when I told him Sir John was unable to receive him and asked to see you instead. By the way, he rode his own horse over 2 days. Ben's tending to it in the stables. Heaven knows if there's even any feed in there. We shall have to borrow some from the parishes.
But Hannah wasn't really listening. Instead, she stared down at the card, heart thumping hard. James Loudon. Misters Loudon and Loudon, attorneys and solicitors, 7 Queen's Parade, Bristol. She squinted at the print, as though to conjure the man's face on the card. Had she met Sir John's solicitor? Again, the distant ring of the memory bell. She believed she'd glimpsed the silver-haired solicitor while in the Mayfields' Bristol house, but only the vaguest recollection remained. An older gentleman, well-dressed. Had he seen her? Not likely. Would he have met Lady Mayfield? Very likely. Now what? There was no way she could gather Danny and Becky and their things from the nursery and sneak off now, not with Mrs. Turrell standing there regarding her anxiously, and Mr. Loudon waiting downstairs. There was nothing for it. Very well, Mrs. Turrell. I'll see him. She cloaked her fear, and said as casually as she could, I hope he'll not regret coming all this way in vain. Mrs. Turrell nodded and opened the door for her. Hannah slowly descended the stairs, pulse pounding double time. As she entered the drawing-room, she pressed a hand to her chest and took a shaky breath. The man who rose when she entered was nothing as she'd expected. He was neither old nor silver-haired nor vaguely familiar. She was quite certain she'd never laid eyes on him before in her life. He was a handsome man in his early to mid-30s, with golden-brown hair, darker side whiskers, and striking green eyes. He wore riding boots, a dark cutaway coat, and a frown. For a moment he simply stared at her, hard. Did he know she wasn't Mariana Mayfield? Her throat dry, she said, Mr. Loudon, how do you do? He winced in apparent disbelief. Lady Mayfield? She cradled her wrapped arm with her free hand. I'm afraid you've come to us at an unfortunate time. Your housekeeper mentioned Sir John was indisposed. Ill, I take it. Nothing serious, I hope? Unfortunately, I must disappoint you. We were in a carriage accident during the journey here. Sir John has suffered terrible injuries. He only opened his eyes a few days ago, and has yet to speak. The man looked thunderstruck. Good heavens! Why did no one tell me? Will he recover?
Has a physician been called?"
His questions tumbled out one after another, and Hannah answered them quietly and carefully. At last Mr. Loudon exhaled a long breath.
"Thank God no one was killed."
Hannah hesitated. "Actually, the driver was killed, and—"
"Is that how you injured your arm?"
She looked down at her ungainly limb. "Yes, I was left with a broken arm and a head wound, which has all but healed." She self-consciously touched her temple. The gash had faded to a jagged red line, but would definitely leave a scar. "Nothing to Sir John's injuries." His mouth hardened into a grim line.
"Yes, Sir John is always the one left hurt, isn't he?"
She stared at him, uncertain of his meaning. Then she asked, "Have we met before, Mr. Loudon?"
"No."
"I didn't think so." He explained.
"My father was Sir John's solicitor for years, but he passed on 2 months ago."
"Ah, I thought I recalled Sir John's solicitor being an older man." His green eyes glinted.
"And I recall my father describing you, Lady Mayfield."
The solicitor's tone was not complimentary.
"Oh? You are not at all as I expected."
"I'm sorry." One fair brow rose.
"Are you? Why?"
She amended quickly. "Sorry for your loss." He nodded slightly, studying her with disconcerting directness and, if she wasn't mistaken, disapproval. She asked, "How did you find us?" He shrugged easily.
"Sir John informed me he was coming here and asked me to call at my earliest convenience."
"Did he?" Should she admit she, or at least Mariana, had thought it all a big secret?
"That surprises you?" he asked.
"Well, yes." He watched her closely.
"He confided in me about this move and the reasons behind it."
She swallowed the lump in her throat, feeling as guilty as if she really were the unfaithful Mariana, though her guilt stemmed from another source. "I see." She redirected the conversation. "Did Sir John know about your father's passing?"
"Yes, I informed him, and he wrote back to ask that I continue to look after his interests in my father's stead."
"Did he? How unfortunate," Hannah thought. His frown deepened.
"If you don't believe me, I can show you his letter."
"Why should I not believe you?"
"You may not wish to, once you hear what he asks me to do in that letter."
"Oh?"
"Never mind. We need not speak of that now. May I see him?"
She quickly considered his request. "I see no reason why not. But would you mind waiting a few minutes? His doctor, our neighbour, usually comes to visit him about this time, and I would like to ask his opinion first."
"Very well."
She settled herself in a chair, and he reclaimed the sofa. For a few moments they sat in awkward silence, Hannah self-consciously entwining her fingers and smoothing her skirt. Finally she could stand it no longer, and rose. "I shall call for some refreshment. You must be tired and thirsty after your journey."
"I wouldn't decline a cup of tea. Thank you."
She nodded and went to the door, wishing she'd thought to offer refreshment earlier. She might have simply pulled the bell cord beside the fireplace, but at the moment she wanted nothing more than to escape the piercing, measuring gaze of Sir John's solicitor. A quarter of an hour later, tea poured and nervously sipped, Hannah was relieved to hear Dr. Parrish arrive at last. Apparently an ailing yeoman farmer had required more of his time and care than he'd anticipated. Hannah introduced the newcomer. Dr. Parish, this is Mr. Loudon, Sir John's solicitor from Bristol.
Ah, so you did contact him, as I suggested. Good.
She formed an unconvincing smile, ignored Mr. Loudon's lowered brow, and continued. Dr. Parish is our neighbour and has been kindness itself to us. He and his son are the ones who found us after the accident. They rescued us, carried us here to the house, and have taken care of us ever since.
That was good of you, sir, Mr. Loudon said. Very noble.
Dr. Parish tucked his chin, clearly pleased at the praise.
Oh, I thank God we saw those runaway horses. I shudder to think what might have happened to the Mayfields had we not. The same fate as the poor driver and maid, I fear.
Mr. Loudon's head snapped toward her.
Maid? You didn't mention a maid.
Did I not? She murmured. Actually, she was a lady's companion. Hannah was lying to a solicitor now. Heaven help her.
Poor girl drowned, Dr. Parish replied. Carriage fell from the cliff road and landed half in the water.
Mr. Loudon said, Sir John wrote nothing about a maid or a companion in his last letter. He mentioned he planned to engage all new staff. Hannah said he did, but it was an arrangement made at the last minute.
Has the woman's family been informed?
Dr. Parish said.
Lady Mayfield knew nothing of her family, but I did send a notice to the Bath Chronicle.
And the driver's family?
Yes, Dr. Parish replied. Him I knew. His parents owned the coaching inn at Portlock. I carried the young man back to them in my own cart. He grimaced. Bad business. Terrible distraught they were, too, of course.
Mr. Loudon frowned at her.
How did this accident happen? Were you being pursued by someone Sir John wished to avoid?
Hannah shook her head. No one pursued us. It was an accident, Mr. Loudon. There was a violent storm, but Sir John was eager to press on.
Yes, he'd reason to leave Bath, and quickly.
He gave her a pointed look, then turned toward the physician.
May I see him?
Of course, Dr. Parish agreed.
And have you met young Master Mayfield?
Mr. Loudon's brow furrowed.
Master Mayfield? Sir John and Lady Mayfield's son, the doctor clarified.
Mr. Loudon's lips parted.
Son? I know nothing of a son.
Seeing the doctor's astounded expression, Hannah hurried to explain. Mr. Loudon has only lately taken over as Sir John's solicitor after his father's death, and is not acquainted with every recent event.
Ah.
Mr. Loudon's frown deepened.
He did mention his wife was expecting a child, but I thought...
Dr. Parish interrupted with a nod.
I thought the same. Surprised I was to hear the young master had already arrived, and what a bonny lad he is. You'll want to see him.
Mr. Loudon held her gaze, challenge glinting in his eyes.
Indeed, I shall.
Dr. Parish led Mr. Loudon upstairs, the two men speaking in low voices as they went. A part of Hannah thought she ought to go in with them, in case Sir John should awaken again and say something to expose her. She would then be alerted to imminent danger. Instead, she remained in the drawing-room. Mr. Loudon, though not a judge, was a solicitor. He was attached to, familiar with, and represented the law. Having him there increased the risks to herself and therefore to Daniel as well. She would need to tread wisely, extract herself more carefully. Several minutes later, Mr. Loudon came back downstairs, alone, his expression pensive. She rose, fiddling with the sling with her free hand. "How did you find him?"
"Very bad indeed. It's quite a shock."
"Yes, this has all been deeply upsetting." He stood there, making no move to pick up his hat from the side table, nor to take his leave. Did he expect her to invite him to stay? She supposed she should. Probably would have, were she Mariana Mayfield, who enjoyed nothing more than a handsome man's company. But she didn't want this man under the same roof, watching her every move, measuring and noting her every word to use against her later. To catch her leaving. Mr. Loudon cleared his throat.
"Pardon me for asking, but did your husband happen to mention that he invited me to stay here when I came to Devonshire?"
Her stomach fell. "No, I'm sorry. He didn't even mention you were coming."
"I did send a letter to him here. Did you not receive it?"
She shook her head. "We've received no post since we've been here, that I know of."
"How strange. I wrote to apprise him of when I would arrive, and to thank him for his invitation to stay at Clifton."
He gestured to a leather saddle valise in the corner. Hannah hesitated, then swallowed nervously. "Well, then, of course you must stay here. I'll ask Mrs. Turrell to prepare one of the guest rooms. I should warn you that we've only minimal staff at present. With the accident, we've yet to engage more."
"It's not a problem. I'm used to doing for myself. But I don't wish to trouble you, if it's not convenient. I suppose there might be an inn somewhere nearby."
"Never mind, Mr. Loudon." She forced a smile. "Of course you must stay here. I'm not hungry, but I shall ask Mrs. Turrell to send up a dinner tray." She wanted to ask how long he planned to stay, but didn't wish to be impolite. Might it be wiser to wait to make her escape until after he'd gone? A few minutes later he picked up his bag, and Mrs. Turrell showed the man to a guest room, while Hannah waited for Dr. Parrish. She caught up with the physician near the side door as he was readying to take his leave. "Dr. Parrish, I have a question. Mr. Loudon mentioned that he'd sent a letter to Sir John here, informing us of his arrival, yet I have seen no post since we arrived. Do you know anything about the postal arrangements for Clifton?" He pursed his lips in thought.
"We receive our posts regularly enough, and I'm quite certain Edgar informed the postmaster of the names of the new tenants. I'm going into Lynmouth first thing tomorrow, and shall speak to Mr. Mason myself."
"Only if it's no trouble."
"No trouble at all, my lady."
"Thank you, Dr. Parrish. You're very kind." He tipped his hat.
"My pleasure."
Chapter 10. The next morning Hannah rose early, dressed with Mrs. Turrell's help, and slipped downstairs to the dining parlour, hoping to eat her breakfast alone before Mr. Loudon came down. But she'd barely helped herself to coffee and toast from the sideboard when their house guest entered, newspaper tucked under his arm. "Mr. Loudon, good morning." She forced a smile. "I trust you slept well?"
"Perfectly well, as always. But then I've the benefit of a clear conscience."
Hannah's smile stiffened. He filled his own plate and cup and sat down. The two ate in awkward silence, every replaced lid and scrape of cutlery seeming as loud as a clanging cymbal. He refilled his coffee cup and unfolded the newspaper, sipping while he read. "Perhaps you might use the morning room as your office while you're here," she offered, hoping he would take the hint and retreat there now. Instead, Hannah waited impatiently for Mr. Loudon to finish his third cup of coffee, ready to make her escape as soon as politeness allowed. Dr. Parrish appeared in the threshold, and Hannah sighed in relief.
"Sorry to disturb your meal," he began.
"Not at all. We've just finished. May I offer you something?"
"No, thank you."
He raised a small stack of letters.
"I've taken the liberty of collecting your posts while I was in Lynmouth. Mr. Mason was reluctant to hand it over. According to him, when Sir John visited before the move, he requested that all post be held for him. He asked that it not be delivered to the house, but said he'd collect it himself in person. But after I explained Sir John's condition, he begrudgingly gave way. Extremely dedicated, our postmaster."
He extended the letters.
"Here you are, my lady."
Mr. Loudon interrupted him.
"Since Sir John obviously had reservations about whose hand the post ended up in, perhaps I, as his solicitor, should peruse it first."
Dr. Parrish frowned.
"I didn't read it, if that's what you're thinking. I imagine Sir John only wanted his post held until his family was in residence. Surely your ladyship can give you anything she thinks Sir John would want you to take care of. But what if she is the person he didn't want reading his post?"
The doctor frowned.
"His wife? Really, Mr. Loudon, that is unkind."
With a defensive glare at the newcomer, he handed her the letters. Mr. Loudon craned his neck to view them.
"The one on top is from me to Sir John. There's nothing in it you need see."
Ignoring his outstretched hand, Hannah slid it to the bottom of the pile. She flipped past the next letter and with a jolt recognized the handwriting of the third before sliding all the letters into her lap. She smiled at their neighbour. "Thank you, Dr. Parrish. I greatly appreciate your help." Hannah excused herself from a glowering Mr. Loudon and accompanied Dr. Parrish upstairs to look in on Sir John.
"That man seems to have taken against you," he said.
"You noticed that too? I find it strange, especially as I never met him before he came here." In the bedchamber, Sir John slept deeply and turned his head away from the doctor's attempts to rouse him.
"Even that is a response, my lady. Another good sign."
He greeted the nurse, then went on to explain that Mrs. Weaver had begun a regimen of massage and stretching to keep Sir John's muscles from becoming atrophied while lying abed night and day. The treatment seemed to render him more responsive overall. "About that, doctor," Mrs. Weaver interrupted gently, "may I have a private word before you take your leave?"
"Of course."
Hannah excused herself to give the two privacy and slipped into her room to read the post. She first opened the letter in the familiar hand, fingers trembling. How in the world had Freddie learned even this much of their direction? It was addressed to Sir John Mayfield, Lynmouth Post Office, Devon. "Dear Sir, I read in the newspaper an account of the death of one Hannah Rogers. The news report said only, 'A maid, Hannah Rogers, lately of Bath, drowned. Anyone knowing the whereabouts of her next of kin, please write in care of the Lynmouth Post Office.' I couldn't rest without telling you. Hannah Rogers was more than a maid, sir, and more than a lady's companion. She was a dear friend, a clever, educated young woman, the daughter of a parson and a gentlewoman, the owner of a lovely singing voice,
a kind neighbour, a loyal friend, and a loving mother. Describing her as merely a maid does not do her justice. She'll be missed not because she's not there to tote and carry for your wife, sir, but because the world is a darker place without her, the future no longer full of hope. I've hand-delivered the news to her father in Bristol, who received it with much distress and grief. If Hannah left any belongings, please forward them to Mr. Thomas Rogers, 37 Hill Street, Bristol. Sincerely, Fred Bonner.
Oh, Freddie. Tears blurred her vision. She hadn't stopped to consider how the news of her death would affect him, nor anticipated that he would take the news to her father. Poor Fred. He didn't know it wasn't true. How could he? Of course he'd told her father, thinking he would want to know, even though they were estranged. Had her father really been distressed and grieved? Her eyes filled anew at the thought, for the truth of her situation would bring him little comfort. She next eyed Mr. Loudon's letter. Should she return it to him unopened, or place it in Sir John's bedchamber for when, if he fully regained his senses? Then she recalled the solicitor's discomfort at seeing the letter in her hands. What had he written that he didn't want Lady Mayfield to read? Swallowing sour guilt, she pried up the seal and read.
My dear sir, I am in receipt of your letter and accept your commission with gratitude. I appreciate the confidence you place in me based on my father's recommendation when we are so little acquainted. I shall travel into Devonshire at my first opportunity, which is unlikely to occur before the end of the month. I'm afraid there's a great deal to do in arranging my father's affairs, both personally and professionally. Your condolences and understanding mean a great deal to me at this time. My father was very careful about client privacy and hadn't shared with me any details about the situation you mentioned in your letter. However, since you asked me to assume the management of your affairs, I've taken the liberty of reviewing the files and the past correspondence between yourself and Mr. Loudon Sr. I'm sorry the situation has so deteriorated, as are you, no doubt, and of course will do everything in my power to assist and protect you and your estate should the worst happen, as you fear. Thank you for the offer of accommodation whilst I visit Linton and Lynmouth. I will look forward to deepening our acquaintance. I am, yours sincerely, James Loudon.
Hannah rubbed her eyelids with forefinger and thumb. At least the man had told the truth about Sir John's offer of a room. It wasn't so much that she hadn't believed him, she simply hadn't wanted him there. She read in the veiled, tactful words that Mr. Loudon had been apprised of Lady Mayfield's proclivities. She felt shame tingle along her spine and heat her cheeks, and had to remind herself again that Mariana's shame was not hers. She had her own to bear. Words from the Psalms began coursing through Hannah like lifeblood. Have mercy upon me, O God, according to thy loving kindness. Blot out my transgressions. Create in me a clean heart. She opened the last letter, also addressed to Sir John Mayfield, and posted quite recently.
Sir John, I went to your house in Devonshire, and Miss Rogers told me Lady Mayfield has perished. Yet I've seen no announcement of her death in the Bristol or London newspapers. Are you waiting to recover her body, or have I been lied to? You may think me a fool, but you, sir, are the fool, if you think to put me off so easily. I'll discover the truth, and if I find you are to blame for any harm that has befallen her, I'll kill you myself, as I should have done long before now. A. Fontaine.
Goodness, how rash he was, and to put such a threat in writing. She recalled how devastated Mr. Fontaine had been when she told him the news. Now he'd grasped onto a branch of hope and was eager to bludgeon Sir John with it. What if Mr. Loudon had read this letter? She'd be bound for prison in no time. What should she do? Burn it? She was sorely tempted. But for some reason she hesitated. The threat seemed important. Perhaps evidence against the man should he return and attempt to harm Sir John, or see the same notice Freddie had seen in the Bath newspaper and try to use it against her. She would have to hide it carefully. But where could she conceal it that no one cleaning or searching the room might stumble upon it? Her bedchamber seemed the safest place, near at hand, and in a room no man should enter, save her husband, who was currently bedridden. She considered the books in the bookcase. Too few, too easy to flip through and find. The urn atop the dressing chest. Too obvious. Between the tick and bedrobes. Too easily found while changing the bed linens. Perhaps inside one of Lady Mayfield's bandboxes. She rose and went to the stack of hat boxes beside the wardrobe. She opened the middle one and extracted a hat with a tall crown circled with wide ribbon. Yes. She slid the folded letter beneath the wide band, repositioned a hat pin through it, and regarded the hat from all angles. Yes, someone might look in the box and inside the hat and not notice a thing. It would do. The letter from Fred was less incriminating, quite flattering, actually, though mortification burned her ears when she thought of his high regard compared to her current deception. She deserved not his fair praise in life, nor in death. Still, she didn't want Mr. Loudon to have her father's address, so this letter she tucked beneath her underthings in the dressing chest. She contemplated the one from Mr. Loudon. She didn't want Mrs. Turrell or the new maid to read it and think the worst of Lady Mayfield, to look upon her with a jaundiced eye. She was guilty of her own immorality, yes, but didn't relish taking on Mariana's as well. This letter she would put with Sir John's things in his room. When she returned to his bedchamber to do so, she was surprised to find Dr. Parish still there, quietly conversing with the chamber nurse.
"Ah, my lady."
Dr. Parish looked up and gave her an apologetic smile.
"I'm afraid Mrs. Weaver has had to give notice. She'll be leaving us at the end of the week."
The woman went on to explain that her daughter was nearing the end of her confinement and she wanted to be on hand for the birth of her first grandchild. "I understand," Hannah said, "though of course we shall be sorry to see you go." She thanked Mrs. Weaver for everything and wondered uneasily who would take over her duties. Would Mrs. Parish return, or would she be expected to do so herself? Hannah quailed at the thought. Hannah went back downstairs and found Mr. Loudon at the desk in the morning room, bent over a sheaf of papers. He'd obviously lost no time in making himself at home there. He smirked up at her.
"Anything interesting in the post?"
She met his challenging look with a cold one of her own. "Not especially, no."
"And my letter?"
"I've left it in Sir John's room."
"You read it?"
"I did."
"And the others?"
"Nothing to concern you." But was that really true? Hannah turned to leave the room, her conscience plaguing her. For had a man not threatened Mr. Loudon's client?
"Love letters from Mr. Fontaine, I suppose," he called after her.
She whirled back around. So much for veiled tact. "I assure you there were no love letters."
"You know Sir John hoped to keep Fontaine from discovering where you'd gone."
Dare she tell him? "Then his plan was unsuccessful, sir, for Mr. Fontaine has already been here." His eyes flashed.
"Has he, indeed? And I wonder how he found you so quickly."
"I've no idea." The man scoffed.
"Right. And what was the outcome of his visit?"
"He left, disappointed."
"Did he?
"Yes."
Or is he merely waiting?"
he asked, green eyes glinting like fish scales in sunlight. "Waiting?"
"Now that Sir John's fate is uncertain, why rush off without a farthing when one believes an inheritance awaits if only one is patient?"
His lip curled with contempt. She stared at him, slowly shaking her head in disbelief.
He asked, "Do you know what Sir John has asked me to do?"
"You've yet to tell me."
"He asked me to change his will."
Hannah shrugged. "What's that to me?"
"Everything."
Perhaps to Mariana, but not to her. Oh, why had she stayed? She asked, "Change it how?"
"I imagine to exclude you from it, to eliminate any benefit to you were he to suddenly perish through accidental means."
"You're not suggesting I would do anything to harm Sir John?"
"Can you deny you've hurt him gravely already?"
"Not physically, never that. You cannot believe anyone would do such a thing."
"I think he believed it possible, perhaps even feared that very thing, that you or Mr. Fontaine would be tempted to rid the world of the only man who stood between you."
She stared at him, thinking of Mr. Fontaine's threatening letter. Was it possible? Had Mr. Fontaine and Mariana contemplated such a thing? Surely no one could have manipulated that carriage crash. "I don't believe it," she murmured.
"Here, read Sir John's letter yourself."
Curious, she accepted the letter, carrying it to the window to read in better light.
"Dear Mr. Loudon, allow me to express my deepest condolences on your father's passing. He was the best of men, and it was my privilege to call him adviser and friend these many years. You and I are not well acquainted, but your father had every confidence in your abilities, and therefore so have I. I hope you'll carry on as my solicitor in his stead. There are a few matters I wish to discuss with you. Unfortunately, circumstances are such that I've decided we must quit Bath immediately and cannot come to your offices before we depart. I hope you'll do me the honour of travelling to meet me at your convenience once your own affairs and your father's are settled and your deepest mourning past. I've told no one else where we're going, and of course Lady Mayfield doesn't know for reasons that should be evident if your father apprised you of my situation. If he has not, suffice it to say, my wife has carried on a relationship with a Mr. Anthony Fontaine, a bad connection which was, to my grief, not severed at our marriage, nor when we moved from Bristol to Bath. The man has followed, and I know full well will try to follow again. To complicate matters, Lady Mayfield is expecting a child. For the time being, we shall relocate to Clifton, a house I inherited but have never before occupied. I'm sure all the details are in your father's records, but in simple terms, the property is located in Devonshire, 12 miles west of Portlock, between Countisbury and the twin villages of Linton and Lynmouth. The house is just south of the cliff road before the descent into Lynmouth. If you've any trouble, note that we're neighbours to a well-known physician, Dr. George Parish. Inquiring of his residence will lead you to ours. To keep our destination quiet, I've decided not to bring along any of our present servants, who might understandably wish to allow relatives and friends to know where they're going. We shall hire new staff in Devonshire. The property manager, our neighbour's grown son, will engage minimal staff to sufficiently ready the house for our arrival. When you come, I wish to revise my will, among other things, so please bring along whatever documents are necessary to accomplish this. Of course, I'll compensate you for your time and reimburse your travelling expenses. Do not consider lodging. The house has several spare rooms, and you are more than welcome to stay with us during your visit. Until then, I depend upon your discretion and remain Sir John Mayfield, KCB.
He says nothing about fearing for his life, Hannah observed. What a vile imagination you have. Though what Sir John had written was condemning enough, Hannah secretly allowed. No wonder James Loudon looked at her the way he did. She had to remind herself he didn't see her. He saw or thought he saw Mariana, unfaithful, manipulative, selfish Mariana. The woman who broke his client's heart and perhaps intended to do him some fatal harm, though Hannah doubted the woman capable of such evil. Mr. Fontaine, she didn't know him well enough to judge. Yet, hadn't desire and jealousy driven men to violent acts throughout history? Oh, yes. She detested the thought of Mr. Loudon holding such a low opinion of her, but what could she do? Was the truth of who she was and what she'd done any better? Mrs. Turrell came down the stairs, Danny in her arms, and a doting smile on her face. "Here's your mamma, little man." Handing the letter back to Mr. Loudon, Hannah crossed the room to take Danny. The housekeeper settled the child in the crook of her good arm. Mrs. Turrell whispered, "Hope you don't mind. Becky isn't herself this morning. Has awful cramps. I've got her bundled up in bed with a hot water bottle." "No trouble at all, Mrs. Turrell. I never mind having Danny with me." "That's what I thought. You're a good mother, you are, my lady." She said this with a pointed glance at the solicitor before retreating below stairs. Mr. Loudon rose and took a few steps nearer. "This is your son?" "Yes, this is Daniel." He studied the little face with a critical eye. "He looks like you." Mr. Loudon sent her a sidelong glance. "Does he also look like his father?" She weighed the implications of the question, but thought it wisest to say nothing. Mr. Loudon resumed his seat. "I still don't understand why Sir John didn't mention in his letter that his wife was to deliver a child so soon." "Perhaps he was mistaken or unaware of the child's due date." "Had you some reason to mislead him in that?" She frowned at him. "You are very rude, Mr. Loudon. How did your mother raise you?" For a moment he seemed taken aback, then his eyes narrowed. "My mother was a good and godly person. She cared little for appearances.
She didn't raise me to pretend to approve of someone when I did not.
You judge someone you've never met, never spoken to, never even seen?
Did I need to? When my client has made it clear he does not trust his wife, that he's reason to believe the child his wife carried wasn't his own.
Hannah stilled. Was it true? Was Mariana carrying Anthony Fontaine's child? If so, did Mr. Fontaine know? She wondered briefly if and how Sir John could know for certain, but guessed she knew the answer.
Chapter 11. James Loudon wasn't certain what to think or what to do. It was a condition he rarely found himself in, and he didn't like it. He was usually a man of sharp judgment, of accurate first impressions, and of swift action. Now he felt off balance, strangely unsettled, and unsure how to proceed. He'd travelled to Devonshire with a clear idea of what was expected of him, come to the aid of the betrayed husband, and take legal steps to assure Lady Mayfield and her lover gained nothing by his future death, beyond the jointure agreed to in the original marriage settlement. Of course, he'd never expected to find Sir John lying insensible and close to death already. Even if he drafted a new will for him, Sir John couldn't sign it, nor could he honestly say his client was presently of sound mind. Yes, he had Sir John's letter, in which his intention to otherwise disinherit his unfaithful wife seemed clear, but the man had written with a modicum of discretion, to protect himself from more scandal should the letter be misdirected, James supposed. Such a letter could be presented to a judge in court, but it was unlikely to take precedence over Sir John's last signed will and testament, especially when so much money was at stake. Sir John Mayfield was a wealthy man. He'd formerly been in trade in Bristol, where he'd made his fortune and been granted the honour of knighthood by the king. Yet it wasn't only Sir John's condition that surprised James, but Lady Mayfield herself. He'd come expecting a certain kind of woman, vain and spoiled and manipulative, beautiful but easy to despise. Why did he have this vague memory of a friend describing the new Lady Mayfield as having dark hair? Had the man been mistaken, or had he forgotten? For the woman's hair was red. She had fine blue-green eyes and pale, lightly freckled skin. Not unattractive, but certainly not what he would describe as a raven-haired beauty. With her colouring and high cheekbones, she appeared of Scottish descent, or perhaps Irish, though her speech was as fine as any Mayfair lady's. She was a bit younger than he'd expected as well, perhaps 4 or 5 and 20, though he realised she might be older than she looked. He'd expected her to be flirtatious, but she kept her distance when she could, and behaved with cool reserve when she could not. She dressed modestly, with her hair pulled back, simply, and little or no cosmetics. She clearly wasn't out to attract his admiration. Perhaps she knew why he'd come before he mentioned the will. She didn't seem resentful, but defensive. Oh, yes, she was definitely hiding something. And how she doted on her child. He'd heard her singing sweetly to the boy the previous night. She certainly didn't appear the spoiled hoyden, leaving the care of her troublesome brat to others. What was she up to? Was it a ploy to win him to her side? He reminded himself that she was known for her ability to lure and manipulate men. Perhaps her ability to appear sweet and gentle was part of her deceptive charm. He must be careful to steel himself against her. His role was to protect Sir John and his interests, not to begin doubting him, or himself. Hannah knew she couldn't skip dinner again, and avoiding Mr. Loudon would only make him suspicious. Yet how she dreaded the hours alone in his company. The meal itself, served earlier in the West Country than in the city, passed uneventfully. Now and again Mr. Loudon opened his mouth as if to ask her something, then hesitated, his glance veering to Mrs. Turrell as she laid the courses, or quietly directed Ben to carry away this serving dish or that. In the end, he remained silent, except to ask for something to be passed, or to compliment the cook-housekeeper on the excellent meal. Afterward, Hannah rose in relief and withdrew to the drawing-room, where Mrs. Turrell had laid out a coffee service. She hoped Mr. Loudon would linger in the dining-room over port and a cigar, as many men did after meals. In fact, she hoped he smoked a whole box of cigars. Instead, he followed her into the drawing-room and poured them each a cup of coffee. She would stay while he finished one cup, she told herself, and then she would claim fatigue and excuse herself to retire early. Hannah sat in an armchair, sipped her coffee, and then set the cup and saucer on the side table. She picked up a novel to discourage conversation, but couldn't concentrate on the words. She felt him watching her over its pages. When she looked up at last, he smiled as if she'd just delivered the cue he'd been waiting for. "Although I didn't meet you until coming to Clifton, you are acquainted, I believe, with an old friend of mine." Hannah was instantly on her guard. Would she expose herself by not remembering this supposed acquaintance? She turned a page and affected a casual air. "Oh, and which friend is this?" "Captain Robert Blanchard." He watched her face intently. "Tall, thin chap, curly blonde hair. A cousin to Lord Weston, or so he claims." "I am sorry, I don't recall." "No? Apparently he had the pleasure of making your acquaintance in Bath last year, at a rout Lord Weston hosted." Hannah thought back. Mariana had gone to Lord Weston's rout alone, she recalled, while Sir John was away on business. And later she'd pouted that Mr. Fontaine hadn't made an appearance, so she'd had to make do with other entertainment. Flirting with an officer was certainly the type of diversion Mariana had enjoyed, although, as far as Hannah knew, she'd never taken a lover besides Fontaine. "Perhaps your friend mistook me for someone else," Hannah hedged. "There were many people there." Mr. Loudon glanced over his shoulder to make sure they were alone, then said, "But you made quite an impression on this particular man. I saw Blanchard not long afterward, and he told me he'd met the enchanting Lady Mayfield, with eyes that drew him like siren song. He claimed you flirted with him, stroking his lapel and whispering in his ear. He seemed quite certain that if he'd had the nerve to ask you to leave the party with him, you would have." Hannah's stomach soured, and her mind worked quickly. If she decried the accusation as beyond the realm of possibility, he would never believe her. But if she agreed to this particular charge, it might be a trap. And even if true, how mortifying to own such illicit behaviour to Sir John's solicitor. When she remained silent, he slyly prompted, "A cavalry officer?" Hannah knew she had to proceed carefully and answer as Mariana might. "Oh, a cavalry officer," she drawled. "You might have said so sooner.
I admit I admire a man in uniform, although I'm afraid I don't recall this particular man. Blanchard, was it? His golden brows rose.
You flirt so blatantly with every officer you meet.
I like to show my appreciation for brave military service.
He smirked. How patriotic of you.
Hannah forced a tight-lipped smile and returned her focus to the book, hoping he would change the subject.
He did not. Well, Blanchard remembered you, and how he extolled your unmatched beauty.
There, you see, she said lightly. He must have been speaking of someone else. His gaze roved her face, her neck, her bodice. Mortification seared Hannah, heating every inch of skin grazed by his critical eye.
I see your point, he said. I suppose it's possible he made a mistake. He admitted he was in his cups that night. Often is.
Instead of feeling vindicated, personal insult had been heaped upon her borrowed shame. She bent her flushed face over the book. Mr. Loudon persisted.
But you do have a reputation for being a notorious flirt. Or are you going to deny that as well?
She looked up at him coldly. I wouldn't bother to deny it. You've already made up your mind about me, and pronounced judgment without benefit of trial.
He gave her a self-satisfied grin. Who said you were not on trial?
At that, Hannah abruptly rose and excused herself. Going upstairs to the nursery, she peeked in at Danny, then went to her own room to gather her wits. Mr. Loudon put her on edge like no man she'd ever met. The way he'd looked at her, the things he'd said in that sly, baiting tone. She would hate to face him in a courtroom. From the corridor she heard footsteps and low voices. Dr. and Mrs. Parish arriving to look in on Sir John. Hannah took several deep breaths, waited until her hands stopped shaking, and then went to join them. Inside Sir John's bedchamber, she found Dr. Parish and his wife in earnest conversation over their patient's unresponsive form. Dr. Parish glanced up.
"Ah, my lady, my good wife and I were just discussing Sir John's care with Mrs. Weaver, soon to leave us. Mrs. Turrell has offered to take over some of her duties, now that you are less in need of help, and the new housemaid will assist her. But as far as treatments to moderate his loss of strength, that's where you come in."
"Oh?" Nerves prickled through Hannah. "I'm afraid I'm unfamiliar with such treatments."
"As are most people."
Dr. Parish stroked his chin and explained.
"You see, at the teaching hospital where I studied, a physician with the East India Company taught us the benefits of massage, or medical rubbing, as it is sometimes called, as well as a regimen of stretching exercises to keep muscles from becoming atrophied. Now that Mrs. Weaver is leaving, I thought Mrs. Parish might perform the technique in her stead, but Mrs. Parish wisely points out that it might be more appropriate for you to do so. I promise it'll help your husband if, as we all hope, he regains his senses and vitality in time."
Hannah lifted her sling, relieved to have an excuse. "Unfortunately, with my arm as it is—"
"I've thought of that. There's still a great deal you can do with one hand, until I remove your bandages."
"I see," Hannah swallowed. "I've never done the like before. If Mrs. Parish has experience and wouldn't mind—"
"It isn't that I mind, my lady," Mrs. Parish said with a thin smile. But I have my own house and family to take care of, not to mention helping Dr. Parrish with difficult birthings and the like. Whereas you, well, you have more time to dedicate to the practice. Who better than his own wife, one flesh and all that?"
Hannah turned away from the woman's challenging look to the doctor's kind face.
"Is it difficult?" she asked.
"Not at all. I shall show you now, if you're amenable, and then I'll review your progress from time to time to see how you get on. All right?"
How could she refuse to help her husband?
"Very well."
He lifted the bedclothes from Sir John's left arm.
"Another of my professors trained in Sweden. Quite progressive, the Swedes, in their use of exercises and medical rubbing."
How nice for them, Hannah thought, less than charitably. As Dr. Parrish began demonstrating how to stretch and massage the muscles, Mrs. Parrish excused herself to prepare a late supper at home. Hannah relaxed once the woman had left. She didn't know why the doctor's wife disliked her. Did Mrs. Parrish suspect she wasn't who she said she was? Dr. Parrish, however, was very easy to be with, good company and a good friend. If only she might have enjoyed his friendship as herself. As it was, she was soon to lose his friendship and so much more. She followed Dr. Parrish's example, removing the bedclothes from Sir John's other arm, stretching the hand, massaging fingers and muscles. Then she braced herself and moved on to his uninjured leg. Using her good hand, she gently pushed Sir John's toes toward his ankle to stretch the calf, then kneaded the muscles. It wasn't too difficult, although it would certainly be easier with 2 hands. After a time, Dr. Parrish stepped back and collected his bag.
"Well, you have the way of it now. I shall leave you to it."
"Thank you, Doctor."
She continued kneading Sir John's calf muscle, feeling warm and self-conscious. She reminded herself she was acting as a nurse, a medical rubber, and tried not to focus on the fact that her hand was on Sir John Mayfield's leg. As she stood there, the sight spurred a long-forgotten memory. She and Lady Mayfield had been out walking through Bristol and had visited a millinery. On their way home, Mariana suggested an alternate route and led the way. They strolled past brick buildings and shops that catered to gentlemen, tobacconists, newsagents, barbers, and a fencing club. When Mariana stopped walking, Hannah turned to see what had arrested her attention. The muffled clang of metal striking metal drew her gaze to the windows of a nearby building. Inside, 2 men fenced back and forth. Mariana grinned. "This is Sir John's fencing club. Let's go in and take a peek."
"No, my lady," Hannah hissed. "The sign says gentlemen only."
Mariana huffed. "You're a spoil sport, Hannah, just like Sir John." She sniffed and stepped nearer the windows. Hannah crept to her side, feeling self-conscious and hoping no one of their acquaintance would pass by and see them there, especially not her father. The men inside wore fencing costumes, padded linen jackets, leather gloves on thrusting hands, and wire mesh masks concealing their faces. The competitors advanced and retreated, lunging and striking again and again at a grueling pace. They were so focused on their bout that they remained unaware of their audience. Hannah admired their skill and agility, and the way their leg muscles strained against snug white pantaloons with each low lunge. Hannah had once heard Sir John say that fencing helped him stay strong and vent his frustrations. Standing there, she could understand how it might do so. The taller man scored a hit, acknowledged by the other, and the bout ended. The men saluted one another, shook hands, and removed their masks. Hannah felt her lips part in surprise. The taller man was Sir John Mayfield. He was breathing hard and perspiring, but he looked young and masculine and strong. His opponents stepped away, while Sir John remained, unfastening and removing his jacket, revealing a damp white shirt beneath. The second man tossed Sir John a towel, and with it he wiped his face and neck. Hannah couldn't help but stare at Sir John's muscular chest, abdomen and shoulders, evident through the thin shirt. She hoped Lady Mayfield couldn't read her thoughts. Beside her, Mariana breathed, "Isn't he something?" Hannah was surprised to hear the admiration in her voice, though she silently agreed. But when she glanced over, she found Mariana's gaze glued not on Sir John, but rather on his opponent. Memory fading, Hannah replaced the bedclothes over Sir John's leg. No wonder he'd fenced so often, she thought. He'd had a great deal of frustration to vent. On his way to the morning room the next day, James hesitated outside the threshold of the drawing-room. He heard Mariana Mayfield within, cooing softly to the little boy. Anthony Fontaine's little boy. "Ah, my dear one, Mamma loves you. Yes, she does." He glanced around the doorframe. She sat in a chair with the child on her lap, his head on her knees, his legs straight up, gently clapping his feet together. Pat a cake, baker's man, bake me a cake as fast as you can. Pat it and prick it and mark it with a D, and put it in the oven for Danny and me." He stepped inside. "I wonder, my lady, would you dote on him so, were he Sir John's son?" Her head snapped toward him, clearly startled by his presence and his words. "And a good morning to you too, Mr. Loudon." With a defensive little lift of her chin, she added, "And yes, I would." Her face flushed. He was surprised to see his words had embarrassed her. Was she admitting the child wasn't Sir John's? That surprised him as well. She looked back at the little boy. "Uh-oh, someone's wet and needs a change." And instead of calling for a servant, she rose and carried the child upstairs to tend him herself, or perhaps simply to get away from her husband's mean-spirited solicitor. He knew she employed a wet nurse, but evidently Lady Mayfield often changed and coddled the child herself. Which was the real Lady Mayfield? The unfaithful wife, or the devoted mother? Apparently, it was quite possible to be both. Chapter 12. At dinner that evening, James Loudon again sat at table with his client's wife. It was rather awkward, just the two of them, yet he looked forward to another opportunity to speak with her alone. Of course, a servant or two would be on hand to lay the courses, but even so, he would have her undivided attention. He relished the notion, for he had a few more questions he wished to put to her. Lady Mayfield had dressed for dinner in a gown of emerald green, with ribbon trim at its high waist and sleeves. She looked reserved and dignified. Her hair was pinned at the back of her head, as usual, but tonight there were curls at each temple. The effect softened Lady Mayfield's features, and the green colour must flatter her complexion, for she looked quite pretty tonight. Or perhaps it was the glass of Madeira he'd helped himself to before dinner. After they'd finished their soup and begun the fish course, he asked,
What can you tell me about your companion who died?"
Her fork stilled midway to her mouth. "Why?"
"I'm only curious."
"What would you like to know?" She set down her bite of fish, untasted. He sipped his wine.
"Why was she with you in the first place? Sir John wrote specifically that he planned to take no servants from Bath. And do you not find it odd that no one has responded to the death notice Dr. Parish sent to the Bath Chronicle? Unless you've received something in the post you didn't mention."
With a nervous glance at Mrs. Turrell at the sideboard, Lady Mayfield said, "I already told you it was a decision made at the last minute. Miss Rogers was my companion in Bristol. She moved with us to Bath, but left us soon after. We hadn't seen her for some time when she appeared at our door. I all but begged Sir John to allow her to come along. I'd always been fond of her, and I hated the thought of going who knew where with no companion." James waited until Mrs. Turrell left the room with a tray of dishes, then leaned forward.
"Your husband wasn't companion enough?"
"Mr. Loudon, you cannot pretend ignorance about the nature of the relationship. You showed me the letter, remember? The marriage was not a love match."
"On the contrary, I've reason to believe it was a love match, at least on Sir John's side."
The woman bit her lip. "I'd prefer not to discuss marriage with you, Mr. Loudon."
"Very well. Back to Hannah Rogers. Sir John acquiesced and allowed her to come along?"
"Yes, as should be obvious."
"Had she no family? No one who might be wondering what has become of her? No one to come here in hopes of visiting her grave, or to mourn her loss?"
"First of all, there's no grave to visit, as her body has yet to be recovered. As far as her family, I understand there's only one parent living, and the two of them were estranged."
"Have you written to this parent to inform him of his daughter's fate? Estranged or not, he would want to know."
She cocked her head to one side. "How do you know it's a father I speak of?"
He shrugged. "An assumption."
She looked as though she didn't believe him. She said slowly, "I've not written personally, but I do know the parent has been informed."
"Oh, how?"
"We did receive one letter from a friend of Hannah's who saw the notice. He wrote to say he delivered the news to her parent in person."
"What friend is this?"
"I hardly think it would matter to you."
"May I see this letter?"
She narrowed her eyes. "Your curiosity astounds me, Mr. Loudon. Apparently, you've a great deal of time on your hands." He made no rebuttal, but watched her closely, studying her irritated face. The mantel clock ticked once, twice, thrice. Finally he shook his head.
"How much you conceal, my lady. One wonders why."
The next morning, Hannah brushed out her long hair, thinking back to her dinner with Mr. Loudon, as she'd done for much of the night. In fact, she'd had difficulty falling asleep because their conversation kept repeating itself through her mind. He was clearly suspicious of something, but she didn't think he guessed that the lady's companion he'd asked so many questions about had been seated directly across the table from him. She hoped her replies had laid his questions to rest, though somehow she doubted it. She went upstairs to the nursery and was surprised to find Danny alone, with no sign of Becky. Danny lay awake in his cradle, contentedly cooing and kicking his legs. At the sound of her voice, he turned his head and smiled his gummy grin.
Love surging through her, Hannah scooped him up as gracefully as she could and changed him herself. Although, without full use of both arms, the task took twice as long as it should have. Afterward, she carried him downstairs to look for Becky. As she passed, she heard voices coming from the morning room. James Loudon's voice and Becky's. What in the world? He was saying, "How did you become a nurse, Miss Brown, if I may ask?" Becky faltered. In the usual way, I suppose." Hannah glanced through the doorway and saw Becky looking down, clearly embarrassed. "Let me rephrase that. Where did Lady Mayfield find you?" "Find me?" "Through an agency, or—" She nodded vaguely. "Mrs. Beecher's." "And your own child?" Silence, then a small whisper. "Died." "I'm sorry. And had you been a nurse before, for another family?" "No, sir, no other family. But I did nurse several—" "Mr. Loudon," Hannah interrupted, stepping across the threshold. "What is the meaning of this?" "Meaning? I'm only speaking with Miss Brown." "Interrogating her by the sound of it?" Becky shook her head. "I didn't tell him nothing. Honest, I didn't." "Of course you didn't, Becky. There's nothing to tell. Nothing that need concern Mr. Loudon. Becky, why do you not take Danny into the garden for a bit of fresh air while I speak with Mr. Loudon?" "Yes, miss. My lady." The girl took the child from her and all but ran from the room. James Loudon looked at his client's wife. Lady Mayfield's thin mouth cinched tight, her eyes flashed, her prominent cheekbones shone in high colour. She clenched her hands and waited until they could no longer hear the girl's retreating footfalls. "Mr. Loudon, if you have anything to ask, you may ask me directly. You need not go behind my back and question the servants. Do you not realize how painful such questions can be to a girl in Becky's situation? She lost her own child, a daughter, shortly after she was born. How do you think wet nurses become wet nurses? Their newborns either die or they give up their own children to nurse other women's infants. Either way, these are not happy stories women are proud and eager to speak of. How unfeeling you are! How cruel!" Her words pricked his conscience. "I take your point, and I apologize. I didn't think it through. I'll apologize to Miss Brown as well." "I shall convey your apologies to her myself, Mr. Loudon. You make her nervous, and no wonder." "The girl's emotional state seems questionable. So why, may I ask, would you engage her to nurse your own child?" Lady Mayfield seemed to hesitate. "Because she needed a place, and we needed her." "Could you not nurse your child yourself?" She gaped, her face mottled red and white beneath her freckles. "How dare you?" "Forgive me, that was rude. I, of course, realize many ladies prefer not to—" "It had nothing to do with preference," she snapped. "If I could have nursed Danny myself, I would have. I did so regularly for the first month of his life. But then circumstances changed, and I was no longer able to do so, to my great regret." Her anger, her deep distress and guilt stunned him. He'd obviously struck a nerve. "Again, I apologize for my insolence," he said. "I shouldn't have asked such a thing. I've no right to judge you or anyone." "Yet you do so at every turn, it seems to me. You who have had every advantage in life, everything handed to you, your career, your livelihood."
He stared at her, incredulous.
"What are you talking about? You know nothing about me. Yes, I was educated, but I had to work hard to earn my degree. Then my father thought I needed worldly experience and released me from the firm. I took a post with the East India Company and lived abroad, China, India. And for the last several years I worked at the London headquarters. I'd be there yet had my father not died. And even now I'm not handed my father's practice, for his clients don't know me, nor trust a younger man. Many have opted to engage more established solicitors. Sir John is in the minority in retaining my services. Why do you think I was able to leave the practice in my clerk's hands and come here?"
"I didn't realize."
"Of course not. How could you? It's not something I trumpet about. Not something a lady like you, a pampered only child from a wealthy family, would understand."
Her mouth parted. Would she try to refute his charges? Instead, she said, "Thank you for telling me, but perhaps you ought to return to your practice. I'll let you know when Sir John is able to communicate his wishes to you."
"Will you? Now that you know what he asked me to do?"
"Yes, I will." He smirked at her.
"Are you telling me I've worn out my welcome already? Are you asking me to leave?"
He noticed her fisting her hand. "Of course not, Mr. Loudon. I merely think your interests would be better served by returning to Bristol."
"And what of Sir John's interests?"
"Do you not think Dr. Parish capable? Do you doubt Sir John is in good hands?"
"It's not Dr. Parish's hands I worry about."
For a moment they stared at one another. Lady Mayfield's cheeks singed red with embarrassment or anger or both. She took a deep breath, clearly fighting to maintain self-control. "If you'll excuse me, Mr. Loudon, I'm going to see to my son, and to his humiliated nurse." Face fuming, Hannah swept out of the morning room and walked briskly out to the garden to find Becky and Danny, to reassure the girl that she'd done nothing wrong and to gently remind her what not to say. But she saw no sign of them in the garden. She returned to the house and climbed the stairs. Becky must have slipped inside and up to the nursery without Hannah noticing, so heated was her discussion with Mr. Loudon. Yet she found the nursery empty, the whole floor quiet. She looked in her room, Sir John's room, every room, as she made her way back downstairs. Her pulse began to accelerate with each empty room she passed. She hurried down to the housekeeper's parlour. "Mrs. Turrell, have you seen Becky? She took Danny out to the garden, but they're not there now." The older woman looked up in concern. "Have you looked in the nursery?" "That's the first place I went. I've searched the whole house, except here below stairs." "Probably wandered over to the Parishes. Shall I send Kitty round to find out?" "Please. I'll search the garden again, and the little wood beyond. Becky liked the bluebells there, I remember." Mrs. Turrell nodded. "My fault, I'm afraid. Told her they were my favourite." The older woman rose. "I'll go through the rest of the house again." Dread seeped through Hannah's veins. A knowing. A fear. She ran back outside and into the garden, calling for Becky. Remembering the girl's distraught face as she'd last seen it, Hannah prayed, "Please, God, don't let her do anything foolish." Mr. Loudon followed her out of the house, looking at her in concern, brows drawn low. Only then did she realize tears ran down her cheeks.
"What is it?" he asked. "What's happened? Is it Sir John?"
"No. Have you seen Becky? She took Danny into the garden while you and I spoke, and now I cannot find them."
"Have you searched the house?" asked the parishes.
She nodded. The maid has run over to the Grange, and Mrs. Turrell is going through the house again. The young manservant, Ben, came out of the nearby stables, leading a saddled roan.
"Here's your horse, sir, all ready for your morning ride."
"Thank you, but Becky Brown has gone missing, her young charge with her. Have you seen them?"
"No, sir,"
Ben replied, eyes round.
"Borrow a horse from the parishes and ride east toward Countisbury," Mr. Loudon said. "I'll ride west. Ask anyone you meet if they've seen her. Make haste."
One glance at Hannah's teary face, and the young man turned and sprinted toward the Grange. Mr. Loudon swung himself up onto his horse. He then looked down at her.
"Stay here, in case she returns."
Hannah shook her head.
"I can't stay and do nothing. Mrs. Turrell is here. I'm going to search the wood."
"Very well. I'll ride a few miles, and if I see no sign of them, I'll circle back and meet you there." She nodded and turned, jogging downhill and into the nearby wood with its carpet of bluebells.
"Dear God in heaven, please let Danny be all right. Help me find them. Oh, please have mercy. Please."
Hannah opened her mouth to call out, then hesitated. Might the girl bolt at the sound of her name, fearing she was in trouble? Perhaps a silent approach would be better. Continuing on, Hannah stepped on a dry branch, and it snapped as loud as a gunshot in the quiet wood. So much for stealth. She called out,
"Becky!"
She hurried on, panic rising. What had the girl gone and done? What had she done by allowing Becky to leave the house with her son? If anything happened to him, she would never forgive herself. In the distance behind her, she heard Mrs. Turrell's voice call out,
"Becky? Becky, my girl?"
Hannah squeezed her eyes shut. She hadn't been found in the house, nor at the parishes. Hannah trudged on, stepping over logs and pushing away branches, looking this way and that for any sign someone had passed that way. "Listen," a voice in her mind whispered, then repeated once more, "Listen." Was it God's voice, or was she imagining it? Hannah paused where she was. She closed her eyes and focused all her attention on hearing. What was that sound? The gentle whirring of a dove? No, of running water. She followed the sound, not sure why, but having no other idea which way to go. The Lynn River ran nearby on its way toward Lynmouth and the Bristol Channel. Would Becky be drawn to the water? It was unlikely she could swim. Water and a baby. The two words struck terror in Hannah's heart. She blinked away images of Danny floating away as Lady Mayfield's had, or simply sinking.
"Becky!"
she called all the louder. Hannah tripped over a bramble and went sprawling. Pain shot through her injured arm. She heard a familiar whimper and looked up from her prone position, belly on the ground. She tried to cry out, but the fall had knocked the air from her lungs and the cry lodged in her throat. Ahead, Becky stood on the riverbank, Danny in one arm, the other outstretched for balance. She reached her slippered foot toward a rock amid the rapidly flowing river. Hannah sucked in a wheezy breath and called out, "Becky, stop! What are you doing?" The girl turned.
"Taking him somewhere safe."
Hannah lumbered to her feet and started forward. She would never reach the girl in time. Suddenly, Mr. Loudon stepped out from behind a tree. Becky shrieked and leapt from the bank onto the rock. Hannah gasped as Danny bobbled in her grasp.
"There you are, Miss Brown. I'm glad I found you," Mr. Loudon said, placating palms outstretched. "I wanted to apologize. I'm sorry I was rude to you before. I hope you'll forgive me."
Becky looked from him to a rock farther out, uncertain. Mr. Loudon calmly went on.
"Master Daniel looks to have enjoyed his walk in the wood. Well done. Let us return him to Lady Mayfield."
Becky frowned at Mr. Loudon.
"Ain't Lady Mayfield's child?"
Panic seized Hannah. She called,
"Becky, Danny is my son. You know he is. You're only upset."
Mr. Loudon soothed.
"Just look at him. No one could see this handsome lad and not know who his mother is."
Becky looked down at the baby.
"Let me help you," Mr. Loudon said, reaching toward her. "That's it. Take my hand."
With a glance toward Hannah, Becky tentatively placed her hand in Mr. Loudon's. He held it and steadied her as she leapt back from the rock onto solid ground. Hannah released a shaky breath.
"Shall I hold him for you?" Mr. Loudon asked. "How tired your arms must be from carrying him so far from the house."
Becky's face crumpled.
"I never meant him no harm. Honest, I didn't."
"Of course not."
He gently took Danny from her.
"I'll be happy to carry him home for you. Perhaps you'd like to sit atop my horse."
"Your horse, sir? I ain't never rode a horse in my life."
"Well, there's a first time for everything. Perhaps Lady Mayfield might prefer to hold Danny, and I shall lead the horse by the reins. Though you must promise to hold on tight. I shouldn't want any harm to befall you. I know Lady Mayfield depends upon you. In fact, she was just telling me after you left how much she and Danny need you."
"Was she?"
Hannah walked near, brushing the dirt from her hands. She met James Loudon's gaze, saw his subtle nod.
"That's right, Becky," she agreed. "We need you. You gave us such a fright when you strayed so far from the house, alone. Promise me you shall never do so again. If you wish to walk in the wood, I shall be happy to accompany you in future." "Very well, my lady."
Over the girl's head, Hannah mouthed the words, "Thank you," to Mr. Loudon, feeling at the moment that she would like to throw her arms around him in gratitude. However, better sense and a throbbing arm kept her from acting on the foolish impulse. She prayed she'd not broken her arm all over again. Remembering Becky's, "Ain't Lady Mayfield's child?" Hannah wondered if more than her arm had been damaged. Or had Mr. Loudon believed her explanation for Becky's blunder? When Hannah and Becky returned Danny to the nursery, Mrs. Turrell was there to meet them. She hugged Becky to herself, then Danny in his turn.
"Sorry, I'm so stupid," Becky said, chin quivering. "I didn't mean to scare everyone. Honest."
Mrs. Turrell's brow furrowed.
"You're not stupid, Becky. Whoever told you that?"
Becky shrugged.
"Everybody. My mum, Mrs. Beach, and then what?"
The girl's words trailed away, and a haunted look shadowed her face.
"Them? Who?"
Mrs. Turrell asked, expression pained, jaw tight. Becky looked away from the housekeeper.
"Them men, what?"
She bit her lip.
"Never mind."
She shrugged again.
"I'm sure they was right."
Mrs. Turrell shook her head, eyes glinting.
"They were not right. They were wrong. Mean-spirited and wrong. You're not stupid, Becky Brown. You're intelligent and good and valuable. Do you hear me?"
"Oh."
Becky said it as though she didn't believe the words, as though she barely heard the words, really. Like a slinking pup
who recognised an encouraging voice when it had known only undeserved blows. Becky touched a finger to the woman's cheek and whispered, "That's why I love you." Chapter 13. After dinner that evening, Hannah and Mr. Loudon sat near the fire in the drawing-room, somewhat more companionably than before their shared trauma. Mr. Loudon read a book by lamplight, and Hannah sewed as best she could, with one hand restricted by a sling. Earlier, when they'd returned from the river, Mr. Loudon had insisted Dr. Parrish re-examine her arm. The physician had done so, and applied new starched bandages as a precaution, although he assured her the bone was knitting nicely. Now Mr. Loudon apparently grew restless, for he laid the book aside and rose. He paused beside the game table, with an inlaid chessboard made from squares of oak and maple. He picked up the queen, then looked from the piece to her. "I recall my father mentioning a visit you and Sir John once paid him." She glanced up from her needle, instantly wary. "Oh?" "Yes, he invited you both to dinner, I believe, soon after your marriage." She looked at him, waiting for him to continue, wondering what he was up to. "I was in London at the time, at the company headquarters, but I seem to recall him telling me later that he'd challenged you to a game of chess, and that you beat him quite handily. Is that true?" She stared at him, thinking quickly. Dare she assent to remembering the occasion? James Loudon hadn't been there. It was only the hearsay of his deceased father. She thought again. She didn't recall ever seeing Mariana play chess, and she barely tolerated any card game that required more than luck. But why would Mr. Loudon recount such a tale if it weren't true? Was it a trick? And what if she agreed and he challenged her to a game? She said, "I'm afraid I don't recall that, Mr. Loudon. Perhaps your father was being overly chivalrous, or forgetful." For several ticks of the clock, James Loudon held her gaze. Then he replaced the piece. "Actually, I'm the one being forgetful. Now that I think about it, it was another client's wife he referred to. You don't play chess, I take it?" "Not well, no." "Ah, my mistake." He regarded her with a strange glint in his soft green eyes, the colour of pale moss. The corner of his mouth quirked in a knowing grin that seemed to say, "You've passed another test, but it shan't be the last." The grin emphasized the deep brackets on either side of his mouth, not dimples, but long grooves, masculine and appealing. "Stop it, Hannah," she reprimanded herself. Attractive though he was, she couldn't trust this man. Heaven help her if she began to admire him. Hannah was massaging Sir John's calf muscle with one hand, as Dr. Parrish had instructed, when the physician came in to pay his daily call. "Ah, how diligent you are, my lady. Well done. It'll help him, you'll see." She looked up to acknowledge his encouragement and froze. Sir John's eyes were open. He was staring at her, and not with the vacant look they'd seen before. He was looking at her. "Well, well," beamed Dr. Parrish. "Look who's returned to us at last. Thank the Lord and pass the glass. Good day, Sir John." The patient's gaze slowly slid toward the physician, then returned to her. Immediately self-conscious, she began lowering the bedclothes over his exposed leg. "He must wonder what I'm doing. How strange to wake up and find someone rubbing his leg." "Oh, I don't think any man would object to that." The good doctor winked at Sir John.
Would he, sir?
There was no change in Sir John's expression.
Ah, I forget you don't know me. You may not remember meeting me earlier, but I feel as though I've come to know you quite well. I'm George Parish, your physician and neighbour. My son Edgar showed you about the place when you first visited.
The barest flicker of comprehension shone in Sir John's eyes before returning to Hannah. The doctor gestured toward her and smiled.
And you know this lovely creature, of course?
When his patient failed to respond with word, smile, or even nod, the doctor asked him to follow his finger, to blink 1 for yes and 2 for no, and squeeze his hand.
Now, there's no rush, Sir John. You speak whenever you're ready. No hurry. You're healing nicely, and no doubt will be your old self soon.
The doctor brightened.
I know. Perhaps you would like this dear lady to read to you. She's a fine reading voice. In fact, I heard her reading to Master Daniel only last evening.
He turned to her.
Has Sir John a favourite book?
Hannah hesitated. I shall find something.
I think reading to him for an hour or so each day an excellent idea. Stimulate his brain. Help him rediscover words again, which seem to have left him.
Hannah began that very afternoon. She'd been pleased to find the first volume of the history of Sir Charles Grandison among his salvaged things. Her own copy was lost forever, along with her valise. She sat in the armchair near his bed and began reading. Sir John opened his eyes and watched her as she did so. His bruising and swelling continued to fade, and his mild brown and silver beard continued to thicken. Half an hour or so later, Mrs. Turrell knocked and entered with a tea-tray.
"Shall you have your tea here with Sir John, my lady?" "Ah, he's awake, bless my soul, he is."
"Sir John, this is Mrs. Turrell, our housekeeper."
Mrs. Turrell dipped her head and smiled. "What a happy day this is. Well, I shall leave you. Anything else you need, my lady, you just ring, all right?"
The phrase, my lady, which she'd begun to grow accustomed to, sounded like a trumpet blast in Sir John's presence. She winced. "Thank you, Mrs. Turrell." The housekeeper left, closing the door behind her. For a moment, Hannah kept her gaze on the closed door, all the while feeling Sir John's scrutiny on her profile. Slowly, resignedly, she turned. Damp hands clasped in her lap, she faced her begrudging employer, her former mistress's husband, her first infatuation, although he'd never known it. His expression remained inscrutable. She sighed and quietly began. "When they found us alone together in the carriage after the accident, they assumed I was Lady Mayfield. At first, I was insensible, as you have been, and when I regained my senses and realized, well, I should have corrected them, but I did not. I have a child to think of, and with my arm broken, there were few or no posts I would be suited for. I felt I had no choice but to remain here. With Lady Mayfield gone, who was I to be companion to? I would have no employment, no place to sleep, and no way to provide for my son or myself. So I allowed the misapprehension to continue. It was wrong of me, I know. I planned to leave as soon as my arm is sufficiently healed and I might find work somewhere. In the meantime, I hope you'll forgive me." His eyes narrowed and his brow furrowed. But whether his expression spoke of anger or confusion or deep thought, she wasn't certain. Did he even remember her? Good heavens, she realised she'd said, "with Lady Mayfield gone." Was this the first he was hearing of his wife's fate? This wasn't the way to break the news, bound up in her own confession. But it was too late now, and who else besides her would tell him his wife was dead? "Yes, I'm sorry to have to tell you. Lady Mayfield perished in the accident. Dr. Parrish doesn't think she suffered." Lacking the courage to meet his gaze, she closed the book and arose. "Well, again, I'm sorry. Sorry for your loss. For everything." She turned and quit the room, knowing it was only a matter of time until he regained the power of speech and ordered her to leave. Or worse. Mr. Loudon would surely return to Bristol soon. He couldn't abandon his practice for long. And when he did, she would depart as well. If she left now, the solicitor might suspect what she'd done and send someone after her. She thought again of the two women they'd seen in the village stocks and shivered, knowing she would pay a high price for her deceit. The next day, James Loudon entered Sir John Mayfield's bedchamber, closing the door behind him. He stepped toward his employer's bed, not feeling as charitable toward the man as he should. Sir John watched him approach, recognition flickering in his eyes. Evidently he was more sensible than during James's earlier visits to his bedside. "Good morning, Sir John. How are you feeling today?" The man lifted a limp hand in a weak, so-so gesture. James said, "As you're not yet able to discuss your wishes regarding your will, I think I ought to return to Bristol for a few days and take care of things there. But if you wish me to remain, I shall." Again the man lifted his hand, this time in a wave of dismissal. "You are comfortable being alone here? Well, not alone exactly, but without me to watch out for you and your affairs?" Sir John nodded. "Of course, Dr. Parrish is here daily, as is Mrs. Turrell. An excellent woman," James said. "I've asked the good doctor to send word as soon as you regain the ability to speak or write your wishes. I'll return by week's end, either way." Again the slight nod. James gave a cursory bow and turned to go. Hand on the door latch, he looked back over his shoulder. "I wish you a speedy recovery." It wasn't completely true. James had nothing against his employer, but a part of him wanted a little more time alone with Lady Mayfield. He'd enjoyed their conversations in relative privacy, which would evaporate if and when her husband regained his mobility. The woman intrigued him, though she was clearly hiding something, and he wanted to puzzle her out, like a complicated legal case, like a mystery. James Loudon had never felt this way about a married woman before, and didn't like himself very much because of it. He was attracted to Lady Mayfield, even as he reminded himself again and again that she was another man's wife, although not a faithful one. He wasn't even sure what drew him. He'd met women more beautiful, more skilled in flirtation, more tempting. Was it the challenge she presented? Did he not want to be the one man she did not flirt with? He hoped he wasn't so shallow. Did he see mutual attraction mirrored in her blue-green eyes, or did he fool himself? She probably had this effect on many men, Anthony Fontaine most of all. Probably engendered such feelings to suit her ends. Yet she didn't seem like that sort of woman for all he'd heard about her. Yes, he'd some business to attend to in Bristol, but he also knew he ought to remove himself from Lady Mayfield's presence before he said or did something stupid, something they might both regret.
He also wished to find the family of the lady's companion, Hannah Rogers. There were several nagging questions and loose ends he wished to lay to rest with her. While he was there, he might also inquire into the whereabouts of Anthony Fontaine. James packed his things and carried them down to the dining parlour, where Lady Mayfield sat near the window finishing her breakfast. Sunlight shone on her, bringing out the coppery highlights in her red hair. She looked up when he approached. "Good morning, Mr. Loudon." Her gaze fell to his valise, and her eyes widened. "You're leaving us?"
"For a week or so. I'm leaving my horse and travelling by stage. I've asked Dr. Parish to send word if Sir John speaks and asks for me sooner."
"I see. Apparently you don't trust me to do so." He hesitated.
"Not completely, no. Even so, I regret my rudeness to you, and I apologize."
She rose and stepped around the table. "I understand, Mr. Loudon. No hard feelings, and thank you again for your help in finding Danny and Becky that day."
"I was happy to be of service."
Still he hesitated, gripping his hat brim. Abruptly she held out her hand to him. One of his hands immediately abandoned his hat to capture the delicate fingers in his. "Farewell, Mr. Loudon, and safe journey," she said. "I hope your practice thrives and many new clients realize your competence and skill despite your youth. I wish you a long and happy life." How earnest, how sombre her expression.
"My goodness," he said with a half grin. "I'm only leaving for a week. I shall see you again."
She blushed and ducked her head. "Of course." Chagrined to have embarrassed her again, he squeezed her hand.
"But I thank you. Your well wishes mean a great deal, especially considering our rough beginning."
She gave him a regretful little grin and then lowered her eyes once more. Unable to resist, he lifted her hand to his lips. He pressed a kiss there, lingering a second too long for propriety, but not caring. What did a woman like her care about propriety anyway? Or was that only with a certain other gentleman? "Goodbye, Mr. Loudon," she said. His gaze locked on hers. Then she slipped her hand from his.
"We shall just say, until we meet again, all right?"
She formed an unconvincing smile. Why did he feel that she was saying goodbye for good? Chapter 14. The next day, Hannah read another chapter to Sir John. She glanced over at him, lying flat, staring at the ceiling, eyes open. Being a tall man, his heels extended past the end of the bed. He seemed to be listening, but it was difficult to gauge his reaction or how much he understood. Did he even remember giving her this book for Christmas 2 years ago? The history of Sir Charles Grandison was the only gift she'd received, save a length of ribbon from Freddie. It wasn't unusual for an employer to give a few coins or a token gift on Boxing Day, but one so personal and considerate? Unusual indeed. When she'd unwrapped it, he'd explained,
"I know you enjoy novels. I don't read many, but this is a favourite. The main character is a good, honourable man one actually admires."
Like you, she remembered thinking at the time. But she was a clergyman's daughter, and knew better than to covet another woman's husband. So she'd endeavoured to stifle her admiration for the man, and for the most part she'd succeeded. It helped that he gave her no encouragement. Remembering those feelings now made her feel almost disloyal to Mariana's memory. Regardless, she still thought him a good, admirable man, even now, after everything. A quick knock sounded, and Mrs. Turrell came into the room, Danny in her arms. Hannah laid aside her book and quickly rose to intercept her son, but the housekeeper was already approaching the bed, angling Danny towards Sir John. "Look who I have here." Sir John slowly turned his head toward them. "Now, you know who this fine handsome lad is, don't you?" Sir John stared, slack-mouthed. His head moved left, right, in the slowest of shakes. "Why, this is Master Daniel, and if you don't recognise him, I shouldn't wonder, growing so fast as he is." She looked from Sir John to the child and back again. "Is there not a marked resemblance, I ask you?" Hannah held her breath. Again, Sir John's head turned side to side. "He looks like his mother, of course, but also like his father," Mrs. Turrell persisted. "Don't you see it?" "Here it comes," Hannah thought, fidgeting nervously. Sir John's gaze shifted to her. He rasped out his first word since the accident. "No." Her heart pounded. What had she expected? She felt Mrs. Turrell's uncertain gaze on her profile. The woman obviously sensed something amiss. Hannah wondered if she guessed what it was. If only she could brush it off with a smile and say easily, "Sir John has always insisted Danny takes after my side." But she couldn't do it. The lies she'd told had begun to rot and stink and sicken, and she couldn't bring herself to utter another to this dear woman. Hannah stepped near the bed and held out her hands to take Danny, but the housekeeper kept hold of him, her smile unnaturally bright. "How good to hear your voice, Sir John." Mrs. Turrell insisted she would take Danny back up to the nursery for his nap. "You go on with your reading. It seems to have helped Sir John already, for has he not just spoken? That is good news indeed." Not for me, Hannah thought. It was only a matter of time now. She stood there, uncertain what to do as Mrs. Turrell left, shutting the door behind her. Longing to flee the tension in the room, Hannah turned from the bed, but Sir John gripped her arm. She gasped and looked down at his hand on her wrist, as surprised as if a crab at the seashore had leapt onto her arm. She blinked and risked a look at Sir John's face. His expression was turbulent, bewildered, questioning. But angry? She wasn't sure. He stared into her eyes, and she stared back. When his grip weakened, she pulled her hand from his and hurried from the room. Hannah avoided Sir John's bedchamber for the rest of the day. She asked Mrs. Turrell to look in on him for her, claiming a headache. The headache was real, although not the reason she avoided Sir John. She imagined Mrs. Turrell and Dr. Parrish thought it strange and uncaring of her. While Mrs. Turrell was busy in Sir John's bedchamber, Hannah went upstairs to see Becky. "Quietly gather your things. I'll gather Danny's. It's time for us to leave." "But I like it here," Becky pouted, "and Mrs. Turrell says I'm like a daughter to her." "I know, and I'm sorry, but Sir John is beginning to speak. Our time here is at an end. I told you we wouldn't be staying forever." "Where will we go?" "Exeter, I think. It's a sizable town. Lots of work there, I imagine." Becky's chin trembled. "I don't want to go." Hannah forced a smile and patted the girl's arm. She couldn't afford for Becky to erupt in a fit of pique. There, never mind, Becky," she soothed. "You just lie down and rest, all right? We'll talk about it another time." Becky nodded in relief. Hannah left her and went down to her room to finish packing.
She pulled the partially filled valise from under the bed, tucked a few more things inside, and was about to retrieve the letter hidden in the hat box when Mrs. Turrell knocked and stuck her head in the door.
"Sir John is asking for you, my lady." Hannah's heart slammed against her breastbone. "Dr. Parish is in with him now. Talking quite well he is, too. He wishes you to join them." Mrs. Turrell watched her closely. "He also asked that you bring Danny."
"Did he?"
"Yes, though he referred to him as the child, not by name." How concerned the woman looked. Had she guessed the truth? Hannah forced a smile.
"Thank you, Mrs. Turrell. Just give me a few minutes to freshen up."
5 minutes later, Hannah set her packed valise beside her door and went up to the nursery for Daniel. Over her day dress, she wore Mariana's long pelisse, since her own hadn't survived the accident. She dressed Danny in the small clothes she'd purchased during the journey and a wool jumper Mrs. Turrell had knit for him. She left all the baby things the Parishes had loaned her, clean and pressed, in the nursery. Becky, napping peacefully on her small bed, slept on, undisturbed. Hannah had decided to leave Becky at Clifton, knowing how attached she'd become to Mrs. Turrell, and Mrs. Turrell to her. She knew the troubled young woman would be in better hands with the kindly housekeeper than with her. Danny would have to be weaned more abruptly than she'd like, but thankfully he'd already begun taking a bit of thin gruel and mashed fruit. Becky continued to nurse him, but Hannah had noticed the feedings didn't last as long, and that Danny grew restless and popped off her breast more quickly than before. Yes, the end was near, in more ways than one. Hannah returned to her room for her valise. She would have to hold it in her good hand and Danny in the crook of her bandaged arm. It couldn't be helped. She would simply walk downstairs, out the side door, and to the nearest coaching inn. There, using the money she'd left from the trip to Bath, she would put as much distance between herself and Clifton as she could. She stepped across the threshold. But to leave with no word of explanation or apology. She hesitated in the passage, pulse pounding. On the left, the stairs and freedom. To the right, Sir John's bedchamber. "Face him," a quiet voice whispered in her mind. Her own voice, God's, or the devil's, she couldn't be certain. "I'm afraid," Hannah thought in reply. As well she should be. She set down the valise and shifted Danny to her other arm. She turned, not to unknown freedom, but across the landing to Sir John's bedchamber, to sure condemnation. She heard their voices before she reached the door, left ajar. Sir John's low, raspy voice now and again responding to Dr. Parish's loquacious one. Were they talking about her? Had Sir John already told him? Dr. Parish turned when she entered, his face lit up at the sight of them. Here's your family now, your lovely wife and fine healthy son." Clearly, Sir John had yet to disillusion him. Hannah swallowed. "Dr. Parish, I'm glad you're here. There's something—" "Always glad to be of service, especially to my neighbours," the doctor went on. "And I've grown quite fond of this lad, I don't mind telling you. Just look at him. My goodness, what a resemblance." "Resemblance to whom?" Sir John asked, voice scratchy from disuse. Dr. Parish's brows shot up. "To whom? That's a good one, sir. To you, of course. Mayfield knows and all." "That's not who I see."
It was now or never, Hannah realised. To explain her side, to apologise. Better to confess voluntarily than to wait to be exposed and then try to defend herself afterward. She began hurriedly. You see, Dr. Parrish, when you found us in the wrecked carriage and saw only the two of us within, you quite naturally assumed that I was—
What a sight it was, too, Dr. Parrish interjected. I shall never forget it. What a picture of tenderness amidst tragedy. For even though the both of you were injured and insensible, your wife tenderly cradled your head in her lap.
Why must the man always interrupt? Hannah took a breath and pushed on. Dr. Parrish, you're very kind, but it was only the way the carriage landed, the positions the fall thrust us into.
The positions fate thrust you into, he insisted. Do you think such things happen by chance?
Fate? Tenderness? Hannah shook her head, incredulous. I don't know how you could find such a scene anything but horrid. The doctor sighed.
Well, I'd not yet come upon the coachman, who was thrown some distance from the wreck, nor had we spied the poor creature carried away on the tide.
Sir John winced. He murmured through a crackling throat,
My fault. All mine.
Dr. Parrish said,
And your wife suffered injuries too, but look how well she's recovered. Her head injury. Show him, my lady, if you would. There. I put in the stitches myself and later removed them. I'm no surgeon, mind, but there isn't one for miles, so the missus and I did our best. There'll be a scar, I fear, but nothing a little carefully arranged hair cannot conceal. And her arm is knitting nicely. She needs to regain the strength of it, just as you'll need to regain the use and strength of your limbs.
Hannah squeezed her eyes shut. It was so tempting not to press on, not to admit the truth. She exhaled an agitated sigh. Dr. Parrish, please let me finish. I need to apologize. You misunderstood the situation, and I allowed that misapprehension to continue. I'm not—
My lady,
Sir John slanted her a look.
Are you unwell?
He turned toward Dr. Parrish.
Might her head wound have left her confused? For my wife doesn't seem herself.
Hannah stared at him, feeling her mouth sag open. She glanced over her shoulder. Had Mariana miraculously appeared? Was he seeing an apparition? She turned back and met his unwavering gaze. Had his head wound left him confused, or what? My wife doesn't seem herself. What did that mean? Was he blind, or off in his attic? But the eyes that locked on hers held a disconcerting, knowing glint. Was he telling her not to reveal her identity to Dr. Parrish? Why should he? As though for clarification, Sir John asked,
The poor creature carried away on the tide.
Dr. Parrish replied,
Your wife's companion, Hannah Rogers.
Hannah had mentioned the death before, though she wasn't sure how much he'd comprehended. Sir John lifted his chin in understanding.
Ah, of course.
Dr. Parrish added,
And as sad as that is, we can at least be thankful that you and Lady Mayfield were spared.
Hannah opened her mouth in one last attempt, but the words evaporated under the intensity of Sir John's gaze. He reached out and grasped her free hand.
It likely appeared a comforting gesture, but to Hannah it felt like a warning. As if sensing her unease, Danny began to whine and chafe, kicking painfully against her arm. Sir John said with a casual air Hannah found unsettling, "The child is restless, my dear. Perhaps you ought to lay him down and get some rest yourself. But do come and see me again in an hour or so." He wanted to speak to her alone, was that it? To avoid scandal to the Mayfield name, and no doubt to tell her exactly what he thought of her in private. She returned in an hour's time as bid, curious to learn why Sir John hadn't exposed her, even as she feared it. Surely he wouldn't knowingly cover for her, would he? No, she was foolish to hope. But when she peeked in at the door, she saw that the man was asleep in his bed and hadn't the heart, nor the courage, to wake him. She thought back to their first private meeting, the one in which they'd discussed the terms of her employment as lady's companion. Sir John offered a generous allowance, though he clearly had reservations about engaging a companion for his wife in the first place. She recalled sitting awkwardly in the morning room of the Mayfields' Bristol house, while Sir John stood across the room, looking not at her, but out the window. "Are you willing?" "Yes," she replied. He winced, indicating her reply didn't please him, although she wasn't sure why. He said, as if to himself, "But should I agree to it?" "Only if you wish to." "My wishes!" He barked a bitter laugh that sounded anything but jovial. "God doesn't often grant me what I wish for, I find." She said earnestly, "Then perhaps you wish for the wrong things." He looked at her then, as though for the first time. "You may be right. And what is it you wish for?" Challenge lit his silvery blue eyes, and for a moment she sank into them, feeling tongue-tied and intimidated. Before she could fashion a suitable reply, he crossed his arms and continued. "It would be unfair to ask you to report where Lady Mayfield goes and whom she meets, but I can at least hope you'll be a good influence on her," he added dryly, "unlike most of the company she keeps." She lifted her chin. "You're right, sir. I cannot be her companion and your spy. I will, however, offer friendly advice when I can to keep her from harming her own reputation or her marriage." "Ha!" he'd scoffed, his cool eyes icing over. "Too late." If she'd known everything that would happen in that house, would she have agreed to the arrangement? How naive she'd been to think she could curb Mariana's behaviour with men. She hadn't even succeeded in controlling her own. Curiosity piqued, Hannah decided not to leave until she heard what Sir John wanted to say to her in private. The next evening, Hannah quietly slipped into his bedchamber while Dr. Parrish repacked his medical bag. He lifted a hand to acknowledge her presence, then returned to his task. She sat stiffly in the chair she'd occupied to read to Sir John, but did not pick up the book. Instead, she clasped nervous hands in her lap and wondered what awaited her. Sir John wore a fine dressing gown over his nightshirt, and his hair was combed. He had likely been blonde in his youth, but now, at 40, his hair was light brown, and, at the moment, in need of a good cutting. He flicked a peevish look in her direction. "I asked you to return last night." "I did. You were asleep." Not appearing convinced, he turned his calculating gaze to the doctor. The
medical rubbing my kind wife has been performing so ably, is there any reason not to continue with that?"
Hannah cringed at the biting irony in his voice, but the good doctor didn't seem to notice. He shook his head.
"None at all. Not until you're on your feet and taking exercise on your own." "Excellent." Sir John sent her a challenging look. "And, Doctor, one more thing." "Yes?" "Any reason I cannot resume my conjugal duties with my wife?"
Hannah gasped and ducked her head, cheeks flaming. The doctor's mouth parted, clearly taken aback. He glanced from one to the other, then fiddled with his case. He ended with an indulgent dimple.
"Sir John, you jest, I think. You enjoy teasing Lady Mayfield, no doubt, but you've embarrassed her, my good sir, and must endeavour to be more discreet in future."
Sir John didn't return the man's grin.
"I'm not jesting. I'm in earnest."
Hannah's mind whirled. What was Sir John doing? Embarrassing her as a form of punishment for her deception? It wasn't like him. Had the crash damaged his mind and character as well as his body? Or did he somehow really believe her to be his wife? The doctor faltered.
"Well, that being the case, I would prefer to speak in private about such matters." "Why? Does your answer not affect her as much as it does me?"
Dr. Parrish frowned.
"Not exactly, no, for she is all but recovered, and you are not, though you progress daily. I think with your ribs and that ankle of yours, any activity will be quite uncomfortable at present, painful even."
He shook his head.
"No, in my professional opinion, it's not advisable at present." "No? Pity. What about sharing my bed? For simple comfort and affection. Is there any harm in that?"
"Sir John," Hannah protested, "you push too far."
He coolly studied her face. "Evidently, Lady Mayfield is concerned she would injure me in the night."
She recognised the sarcasm in his tone, even if the physician did not. Dr. Parrish pursed his lips in thought.
"Please say no,"
Hannah silently pleaded. Even if she'd admired Sir John in the past, at the moment all she felt was fear and mortification. He'd never spoken to her so coarsely, nor been so cavalier.
"If she's careful not to jostle you too much, I see no harm," the doctor decided. "And no doubt it would be a welcome change for both of you after such a long parting. Yes, I think that would be all right."
Hannah sputtered. "But I can't." Both men turned to stare at her. She faltered. "I mean, what will Mrs. Turrell say? She'll know I've not slept in my own bed, and—" Dr. Parrish interrupted gently.
"My dear lady, we're not such proper city folk. Here in the West Country, a man and wife may share a bed without raising eyebrows, I assure you." "Ah, what a relief," Sir John said with a patronising smile. "There, my lady, those objections are dealt with and the matter settled."
"But, Sir John," she began.
He cut her off once more. "Thank you so much, Dr. Parrish. You've earned your stipend today, indeed."
The trusting man looked from one to the other in some bemusement, perhaps noticing Sir John's sarcasm at last, but unsure of its cause or meaning. He was clearly aware of Lady Mayfield's discomfort. He had likely assumed it was due to modesty and not any real unease or fear of her changeable husband. When Dr. Parish had taken his leave, Sir John said archly, "I'm sure you'll want to change into your night clothes." She slowly shook her head. "Why are you doing this?" "Because my memory is beginning to return, and with it, my imagination." His sardonic tone followed her out the door. "Don't be long, wife." She walked stiffly from the room and forced her legs down the passage. How had it come to this? What was she to do? Refuse and cause a scene? Gather up Danny and walk out the door as darkness began to fall? Surely he didn't really expect her to share his bed. Had seeing Danny and realizing she'd had a child out of wedlock given him ideas? Just because she'd fallen in that way once before didn't mean she would do so again. She'd learned her lesson, and a painful one at that. For several minutes Hannah stood in her bedchamber, uncertain. Then a quiet knock pulled her around. There stood Mrs. Turrell, questions in her eyes. "I hope you don't mind, but Dr. Parish mentioned Sir John's request. I thought you might like me to help you change." "Thank you, Mrs. Turrell." The kind woman helped her into her night clothes and brushed her hair. "Are you certain you'd be all right?" The light in the woman's eyes, her cautious expression, made Hannah wonder just what she was asking, just what she knew or suspected. Hannah forced a smile. "Yes, of course." "I'll just sleep in the upholstered chair near the fire," she told herself. In the same room, to appease Dr. Parish. Near enough to Sir John, she hoped, to appease him in whatever strange test he was giving her. If he wanted to provoke her into confessing who she was, why hadn't he simply allowed her to do so before? Was he trying to force her to blurt out the truth and bolt? She was tempted to do just that. But where would that leave Danny? When she entered Sir John's room, she noticed he'd slid himself over, or Mrs. Turrell had helped him, leaving space for her in bed. Yet she didn't miss the surprise flash in his eyes when she returned in her night clothes. Apparently he hadn't expected her to agree. A moment later his expression hardened once more, and he patted the bed beside him. "Come, wife." "Sir John." She ducked her chin in reproof. "You're the one who started this. If you prefer to leave, go. It's not as though I could chase you." His gaze flickered over her nightdress and dressing-gown. She expected a leer or amorous glance, but she was mistaken, for he winced as though in pain. "Those are Mariana's, are they not?" So he did remember his wife after all. Hannah looked down at the ivory lawn with its pink ribbon trim. All of Mariana's night clothes had pink trim, she recalled. She'd insisted upon it. "Yes, I'm sorry, but my things were lost in the accident." He turned his face, looking up at the ceiling instead of her, his lips pressed together, working. "So much lost." Her heart unexpectedly lurched for him. He'd shown no grief over Mariana before now. She'd begun to believe he didn't feel any. She'd been wrong. "I'm sorry," she repeated, the words heavy with new meaning. She saw tears brighten his eyes before he blinked them away. Voice hoarse, he asked, "Is she really gone?" Hannah whispered, "Yes." "Gone? Or dead?" She looked at him sharply, stunned by the question.
He glanced over before returning his gaze to the ceiling above.
"Come, now. You cannot pretend not to know she was daily hoping for a way to be rid of me. A chance to leave me and return to her lover."
He spat out the final word like spoiled meat.
"How the two of you must have mocked me, laughing behind your hands at the honoured knight whose own wife was repulsed by him."
Hannah shook her head. "I never mocked you, sir."
"Tell me the truth," he went on. "Did you help her plan her escape? Evidently you, at least, went along with it, since you're here, pretending to be her."
She gaped at him. "Is that why you're doing this? I promise you, sir, I had nothing to do with it. It was an accident, a terrible, unforeseeable accident."
He held her gaze, as if measuring her honesty. Then he blew out a breath. "If she really is dead, drowned, then I'm cruel indeed to voice such a thing, to even think it. And may God forgive me. Yet knowing her as I did, how she despised me, I cannot help but wonder."
Standing there awkwardly, Hannah said, "Sir John, I don't know what to say. Dr. Parrish believes she may have already been dead when the tide drew her from the broken carriage, or perhaps she was thrown into the channel when the carriage crashed, but I don't think that can be true." He frowned at her.
"Why?"
Hannah closed her eyes, trying to capture the fleeting memory before it scurried from view. "I don't know. I think I may have seen her drifting away. Dr. Parrish and his son tell me they saw her floating, slowly sinking, without struggle. They assured me she didn't suffer." Should she tell him about the ring? If she did, would she not have to return it directly? She did plan to return it once she found employment, but the ring was her insurance. If it was between Danny going hungry or without medicine if he needed it, then she would sell the ring or pawn it. She hated the thought of stealing, knew it was wrong, but she was loath to give up the only thing that might stand between her son and starvation until she found a way to support them. "I was in and out of my senses," she explained. "I remember only a few fragments of the accident and what came after. I have a vague memory of trying to grasp her hand, to pull her back, but I hadn't the strength." He gave a shiver of a nod. His eyes remained distant, as though trying to visualize the scene for himself. "Not your fault," he whispered. "Mine. All mine. I should never have insisted we drive on." "Perhaps. But it was an accident. You couldn't have known what would happen. That we were so near the cliff. Had you known, of course you would have made a different decision."
"Would I? You've more confidence than I do. All I cared about was getting her away from him. Wanted no delays to give him opportunity to catch up. I was determined to separate the two of them forever." He uttered a dry laugh and his voice cracked. "Apparently I succeeded, did I not? And the poor driver. May God forgive me."
Again her heart went out to him. To suffer such a loss was hard enough, but to couple that loss with the guilt of feeling responsible for your wife's death, as well as that of a young man, it could cripple the strongest of men. She briefly wondered if his serious injuries added to the torment, then realized they probably served as some sort of consolation. Had he escaped unscathed, his guilt would likely be tenfold. She was tempted to ask him why he hadn't exposed her, why he'd allowed her false identity to stand, but was afraid she wouldn't like his answer. He looked so weary, so grief-stricken at the moment, that she couldn't bear to press him. Nor did she want to goad him into taunting her again. Tomorrow would be soon enough to ask. Cautiously, she stepped toward the bed she'd been afraid to approach a quarter of an hour before. She didn't know what she intended to do. Not to lie in it, no, but to offer some sort of comfort. He watched her, eyes wary. "Water, Sir John?" she asked, nodding toward the jug and glass on the side table. He slowly reached out his hand, elbow propped on the bed. She poured a glass with trembling fingers and held it out to him, but he didn't take it. He only looked at her, arm upraised. He moved his hand away from the glass, yet left it extended toward her. "No?" She set down the glass and nervously eyed him. She recalled holding his glove found after the wreck, and wondering if she'd ever held his hand. Tentatively, she slid the fingers of her good hand over his and gave them a gentle squeeze. She waited anxiously, but he didn't grab tight or pull her into his bed, nor repeat his request that she join him there. For a few moments more they remained as they were, she standing, he lying, gazes touching, fingers entwined. Then she said, "I shall sit here by the fire and keep you company until you fall asleep, shall I?" With a slight nod of resignation, he released her hand and lowered his arm. She sat in the cushioned chair near the fire, angling the chair to better see Sir John. She gathered a lap rug over her legs and settled back. "You sleep now, Sir John."
"That's all I do is sleep," he murmured,
but already his eyes were drifting closed. She awoke with a start many hours later, surprised to see dim dawn light seeping in between the shutters. She looked over at the bed and found Sir John watching her, an extra pillow propped under his head. Self-consciously she straightened in the chair, wincing at her stiff neck and numb arm. She glanced down at herself, relieved to find her night-clothes were not askew and still covered her modestly. "I didn't intend to sleep here all night."
"I'm glad you did," he said. "I liked having you here, though it cannot have been comfortable."
In more ways than one, she thought, rising gingerly. He added,
"I'll have that water now, if you don't mind."
She hesitated. If he'd managed to place a second pillow under his head, he could likely slide over and help himself to a glass of water. She walked forward slowly. She didn't mind helping him, but she was wary of his motives. Or was he simply accustomed to being served? She handed him the glass, and this time he took it and sipped. His eyes dropped to her hands. Only then did she realize she was unconsciously rubbing one hand with the other, trying to restore feeling and dispel the prickling numbness. Her efforts were somewhat hindered by the rigid bandage. He handed back the glass, and she returned it to the side table.
"Sit," he commanded.
"What?"
"Just sit."
He nodded toward the bed. Nervously, she obeyed, sitting on the edge ready to bolt at the first sign of danger.
"Your hand."
He laid open his palm to receive it. Thankfully, she wasn't wearing his wife's ring. Even so, she hesitated. Did he simply want to hold it again, as he had the night before? It seemed childish to refuse him when she'd complied once already, but somehow, in the light of day, the act seemed more awkward and forward. She swallowed and tentatively laid her numb hand in his. He raised his other hand as well and began gently kneading and massaging her palm and fingers. Needles of pleasure and pain shot up her arm. Embarrassment followed. "Sir John, you needn't do that. It had only fallen asleep.
Hush! It's the least I can do after all your ministrations to me."
She wanted to pull her hand away, knew she should. But the pleasure, the relief, were too sweet, and she failed to do so. So that was how Mrs. Turrell found them when she came in with the breakfast tray. Hannah sitting on the bed, her hand in Sir John's. She felt embarrassed at being caught so close to him, and tried to pull her hand away, but he held it fast. Mrs. Turrell smiled a closed-mouth smile, dimples in her cheeks. For a second, Hannah saw the scene as though through the housekeeper's eyes. What a sweet, domestic picture they must make, husband and wife, hand in hand. If only she knew the truth of it. How her smiles would fade then. Chapter 15. Hannah returned to Sir John's bedchamber the next evening, not to sleep in his bed, nor in the uncomfortable chair again, but to talk with him for a time before bidding him good night. She was surprised to find him propped up with pillows, a portable writing desk on his lap, and quill in hand.
"Good evening, my lady. What a pleasant surprise."
She ducked her head, ill at ease to hear him call her by the title. "If you're busy, I shall leave you."
"Not at all. Come and talk to me. What a pleasure that'll be."
His warm tone seemed sincere. Was he? She walked closer. "May I ask what you're writing?"
"A letter to Mr. Loudon."
"Ah." Hannah felt an odd twinge at the sound of his name. Sir John set aside his writing things and patted the edge of the bed.
"Please, come and sit by me. I promise to behave myself."
The words rumbled low in his chest. She'd almost forgotten what a rich baritone voice he had. Tentatively, Hannah sat on the edge of the bed. He took her free hand in his, interlacing their fingers. Had she not once longed for such a gesture?
"How is Danny?" he asked.
"He's well, thank you."
"I'm glad to hear it."
He hesitated, then said gently,
"How surprising to learn you'd become a mother. We'd no idea."
She avoided his gaze. "I know."
"I don't suppose it would be polite to ask about the child's father?"
Hannah felt her cheeks heat. Instead of replying, she asked the question that had been on her mind for some time. "Pardon me for raising a sad topic, but I was surprised to hear from Dr. Parrish that Lady Mayfield had been with child." He flinched.
"Yes, a physician in Bath confirmed it."
"A double loss for you, then." With a sigh, he said,
"Of course, I'm sorry for any loss of life, especially one so young and innocent. And when I think it was in my power to prevent it."
"Sir John, you don't know that."
"But the child Mariana carried wasn't mine," he went on evenly. "Couldn't be. But as she and I would have been married at the time of its birth, the child, if a son, would have legally been heir to my entailed property. And if Mariana had but asked me, I would have forgiven her and loved that child as if he or she were my own flesh and blood."
A wistful ache ran through her at the words. "What did Mariana say when the doctor confirmed the news?" She must have feared you might realize the child wasn't yours.
She wasn't repentant, if that's what you think. She said, "What did you expect?"
Hannah shook her head. Yet you still hoped to keep her from Mr. Fontaine? Hoped coming here would bring her back to you? She heard the incredulity in her voice, but felt powerless to curb it.
She was my wife, and I, her husband, before God, for better or for worse, though I never imagined how much worse, how that vow would test me like no words I'd spoken in my life.
Sir John pulled a face and continued.
What did I do to make Mariana so despise me? Did she ever tell you?
Hannah hesitated. I don't know that it was anything you did, Sir John. I think she already had strong feelings for Mr. Fontaine when you met her.
Then why did she marry me?
Hannah had wondered that herself, and had pieced together at least a partial answer from things Mariana had confided. You know her father wielded a great deal of influence over her while he lived, she began. And you're a man of far more consequence than Mr. Fontaine. Wealth, property, title. It's little wonder Mr. Spencer was so strongly in favour of the match. Sir John nodded thoughtfully.
And Mariana agreed, believing there would be no hindrance to continuing her affair with Fontaine on the side.
Hannah shrugged. I don't know if she intended to continue seeing him from the beginning or not.
In either case, Sir John said, I'm quite certain she didn't foresee the lengths I'd go to prevent that happening.
He rubbed his free hand over his eyes.
I thought if I could just get her away from him, away from his influence, she might give us, a chance, but she never did.
He looked down at their entwined fingers, then sent her a sidelong glance.
How hypocritical you must think me now.
I'm sorry, Sir John.
How can you be sorry? After everything I've done, it's I who should be begging your forgiveness.
Hannah didn't reply. How self-conscious she felt, sitting there, a small hand in his large one. Yet she couldn't deny the sensation, a pleasant one. They sat that way, silent for several minutes. Then Hannah took a deep breath, dreading his reaction to what she was about to say. By the way, she began, while you were still insensible, Mr. Fontaine came here, demanding to see Mariana.
His brows lowered ominously. The devil he did.
Yes, about a week and a half after the accident, he demanded to see Mariana, but of course I told him that wasn't possible, and why.
What did he say?
He was shocked, and clearly devastated.
Sir John took this in, thoughtfully chewing his lip.
Of course he recognized me, Hannah added, but he only stayed for a short time, and no one referred to me as Lady Mayfield while he was here. He nodded his understanding. But if he should return... Hannah let her timid words trail away.
Why would he, now that she's gone?
I hope you're right, Hannah said. She hated to think what Fontaine would do when he learned she'd been impersonating his dear departed lover. For the time being, she pushed that thought away. Sir John ran a thumb over her knuckles.
You know, I'm surprised some handsome suitor like Fontaine hasn't claimed your affections by now. I would say I was sorry to learn you'd not married after you left us, but that would be a lie.
Perhaps I should have, for Daniel's sake. Again she wondered whom Sir John had meant when he said, "That's not who I see," when he looked at Danny.
He'd never met Fred Bonner, she didn't think. Had he noticed the way his secretary, Mr. Ward, had looked at her and suspected him? She hoped not. Sir John traced a finger around the delicate skin of her inner wrist, sending a feathery tingle up her arm. "A place without freckles," he observed. He then ran his hand up her arm, bare to the puffed sleeve high on her shoulder, and back down again. "You are a beautiful woman, Hannah. I hope you know that." She managed a little shrug. She thought herself rather plain, although Fred had often told her how pretty she was. He'd admired her, even asked her to marry him. At the moment, she was glad she'd declined. She said, "Nothing to Mariana, I know." "She was a rare beauty, it's true," he allowed, "in face and figure." Hannah immediately felt self-conscious and inadequate. Mariana had been endowed with a generous bosom, a generous everything. Suddenly she drew in a sharp breath as his palm pressed her waist. His gaze, however, remained on her face. "You are beautiful, Hannah, just as you are. Never doubt it. Slender and feminine and graceful." Heart-thumping, Hannah sat there stiffly on the edge of his bed, torn between fleeing and leaning closer. He removed his hand, and she released the shaky breath she'd been holding. Awkwardly, she rose. "Well, good night, Sir John." "Leaving?" "Yes, I think it's best, don't you?" He slowly shook his head, eyes glinting. "I don't think you want to hear my answer to that." Hannah found herself singing to Danny the next morning, feeling the closest thing to happiness she'd felt in a long while. As she looked into her son's precious face, irrational hope rose in her heart, and she found herself entertaining an unrealistic dream. Later, she left Danny in Becky's care and went downstairs to find a children's book to read to him, as well as a simple book for Becky, who'd confided that she didn't know how to read. Hannah would have liked to go outside and pick some flowers to brighten the nursery and Sir John's room, but at the moment rain fell steadily outside. She was passing the vestibule when someone knocked at the front entrance, so she answered it herself. She opened the door and stared, her vision and mind not connecting for a moment. She'd forgotten how tall he was. How strange, how surreal to see him here, out of his usual element. He was from her past life. How had he managed to step onto the stage of her present one? "Hannah," Fred breathed, eyes wide. "I knew it. I knew you couldn't be dead." "Shh, Freddie, not here. Let's go out into the garden." He hesitated, mouth parted. "It's raining." "I know, but we used to like the rain, remember?" "We were children then, Han." She grabbed an oilskin coat from a peg near the door and swung it around her shoulders. Rangy, dark-haired Fred turned up his collar, replaced his hat, and followed her back outside. She led the way along the stone path, stopping beneath the arched, vine-covered trellis, a doorway of sorts between Clifton and the garden, with a path to the grange beyond. The thick, interwoven vines and leaves protected them from the worst of the rain. "What happened, Han?" he asked. "Why are you here? You do know they put it about that you had died. It was in the newspaper." "I know. I received your letter." "You received the letter? But I wrote to Sir John." She explained about the crash, the drowning, Sir John's injuries and her own, and the doctor's assumption that she was Lady Mayfield. He stared at her in disbelief, dark eyes pained.
And you let them go on believing it? And let me go on believing you were dead? I told your father you died. How could you do that, Han?
I needed a way to get Danny back. I could think of nothing else to do.
Nothing? His eyes flashed. Nothing but lying and pretending to be dead, deceiving people into believing you're another woman, another man's wife.
Incredulity warred with the anger in his voice.
What should I have done, Freddie?
Her voice rose. You couldn't help me. I would never have been able to earn enough on my own, and especially not while my arm was broken.
What about your father? He challenged. He would have helped you.
Would he? Even if he had the money, would he really? Once he knew everything? Fred considered, then his gaze skittered away.
He might.
For a moment they stood there in uncomfortable silence, the rain pattering against the glossy leaves of the trellis. Finally Fred asked,
Is Danny all right? I didn't know if you'd taken him with you or not. I was so worried when I went to that house in Trim Street and found no children there.
Yes, he's with me and well, thank God.
What will you do when Sir John wakes and realises what you've done?
He has regained his senses, and he hasn't exposed me.
What? Why on earth not?
Suddenly Fred's mouth tightened and his eyes dulled.
I don't think I want to know.
It's not like that, she said, hoping it was true. Sir John's acceptance of her charade felt almost protective. Might it mean more? She gripped her old friend's arm. Look, I'm sorry, Freddie, for all of it, but it's gone too far. I know I cannot pretend to be Mariana for much longer, but I can't just walk away, not yet. Not until I learn Sir John's intentions and how to provide for Danny. His gaze lifted to the grand house beyond.
Seems like you've worked that out well enough.
She winced. Please, let it lie for now. I'll tell my father in my own time. Though really, might it not be easier for him to go on thinking I'm dead? Might that not be more bearable than the truth of all I've done? He ran a hand over his face.
I don't know.
For a moment he stared blindly across the dripping green garden. Then he said,
You should know that a man came around, asking questions about Hannah Rogers, and why she'd left the Mayfields' employ. I don't remember his name. A solicitor, I think, he said.
Her heart thudded. What did you tell him?
Nothing.
Good. From the other side of the trellis, movement caught Hannah's eye. A flash of green cloak and black umbrella. A sharp-featured face. Oh, no. Mrs. Parrish. Had she seen her there, speaking to a strange man in private? No doubt she would think the worst and waste no time in spreading it about the county. She turned back to Fred. I would invite you in for a meal after your journey, but I hate to ask you to pretend you're only a friend passing by.
Whose friend? He asked, lip curled. Me, Lady Mayfield's friend? That's a laugh.
Well, at least come to the kitchen door, and I'll wrap up something for the journey home.
The kitchen door like a beggar? No, thank you, Hannah. Or should I say, my lady?
His sarcasm cut her. Fred, please. Suddenly he gripped her arms, big brown eyes pleading.
This is insane, Hannah. Come away with me. Right now. Go collect Danny and I'll take you home. We'll marry. My father will help us, and so will yours, perhaps.
For a fleeting second she considered it, allowing her mind to travel down the path of possibilities. What she would gain, what she would lose. She was fond of Fred, but Sir John was a widower now.
Was there any hope? Guilt flooded her at the thought. She felt Fred's scrutiny. Did the shame show in her heated cheeks, her difficulty in meeting his gaze? His entreaty turned into a scowl. You don't want to marry me. Why should you give up all this? He gestured toward the house. To be a simple carter's wife? I never would have thought it of you. He shook his head. Better to be a rich man's trollop than a poor man's wife. She gasped, and her vision blurred. She felt dizzy and ill. Never had dear Fred spoken to her with such venom. She momentarily considered slapping his face as a maligned lady might. But truly, what else was he to think? Had she any virtue, any honour left to defend? He bit his lip, and his eyes softened. I'm sorry, Han. I didn't mean it. I'm just shocked. Disappointed. I understand, she murmured. She took a long, steadying breath, then asked, Why did you come here, Fred? He shrugged. I couldn't believe it was true, that you were gone. I had to come and see where it happened, learn if anyone had witnessed the accident, and if your body had yet been recovered. Ask the Mayfields if any of your belongings had been salvaged that I might take to your father, or keep for myself to remember you by. He shook his head. How foolish I am. She squeezed his arm, tears filling her eyes. Not foolish. Dear. Not dear enough, it turns out. He sighed deeply. If you won't change your mind, I'll leave. But I warn you, Han, when people find out they've been deceived, there'll be the devil to pay. She nodded, fearing and believing that very thing. I know. If only she'd not allowed people to think she was Mariana. What a trap she'd laid for herself. He reached a hand toward her, hesitated mid-air, then dropped it. Goodbye, Han. Again. With a sad smile he turned away. He passed through the archway, out of the garden, and out of her life, leaving her standing there in the rain, alone. Chapter 16. Hannah spent the rest of the afternoon rethinking her decision and praying she'd not made yet another mistake by not leaving with Fred. Sir John's wife had just died. It was far too soon to expect anything from him. Was she foolish to remain a little longer and increase her risk of discovery, especially knowing that Mr. Loudon was in Bristol asking questions about her? Who knew what information he might uncover and bring back with him? In the meantime, she curtailed her visits to Sir John's bedchamber, because if the servants or the parishes thought their relationship had become intimate, how much worse it would be when the truth came out. She shuddered at the thought and pushed it away once more. A few days later, Sir John issued a formal invitation for his lady and son to join him for dinner in his room. Mrs. Turrell grinned like a schoolgirl and eagerly planned a meal as festive as a picnic. Kitty enthused. So romantic of Sir John. You're a lucky woman, my lady. Hannah wasn't sure about that, but managed a nervous smile, wondering what Sir John was up to now. She hoped he wasn't trifling with her for some reason. She thought again of his compliments, the way he'd touched her, and the fact that he'd asked Dr. Parrish if she could share his bed. Might Sir John want marital rights from this pretend marriage of theirs? The housemaid insisted on curling Hannah's hair and touching a little rouge to her cheeks.
as if her face wasn't red enough between her self-consciousness and her freckles. Becky bathed Danny and dressed him in a fresh gown and cap, while Hannah wore an ordinary white muslin dinner dress, gently but firmly refusing to wear one of Mariana's more elegant gowns. She remembered too well Sir John's reaction to his wife's night-clothes. At the appointed hour, Hannah carried Danny into Sir John's bedchamber. The days were longer now, and the room was bathed in golden, late-afternoon sunlight. Someone had helped Sir John into the wheeled invalid chair, and he sat at a small tea-table laid with linen, china, and fresh flowers. He was dressed in an open banyan robe, shirt, and loose cravat. Instead of a waistcoat, his ribs were bound in thick bandages. His hair had been cut by Mrs. Turrell, she guessed, and brushed back from his face. His beard had been neatly trimmed, which accentuated his cheekbones and masculinity. He looked handsome, and for a moment reminded her of a pirate. "Good evening, my—" He stopped, bit his lip, then abruptly held out his hands to take Danny. A blanket-lined basket sat on the floor near her chair, so she might lay the child down to better eat her meal, but Sir John insisted on holding him. She sat down, wiping damp palms on her table napkin. She surveyed the meal spread before them. Veal and ham pie, roast chicken, salad, stewed fruit, bread and biscuits. "Mrs. Turrell has outdone herself," she said. He nodded. "Indeed she has." He held Danny in the crook of one arm while he ate with the other, now and again feeding the boy bits of biscuit or stewed fruit. Clearly, Sir John was already regaining strength with the help of Mrs. Turrell's excellent cooking. After several bites, he began. "May I ask how you've been occupying yourself? You've been somewhat scarce these last few days." Hannah thought back quickly. "Oh, well, I have undertaken to teach the young nurse to read. I found her staring at your copy of Sir Charles Grandison, and when I said she could read it when we were through, she confessed she couldn't read. So I've begun teaching her." "That's good of you." She ducked her head. "I'm not doing so to boast, nor to impress you." "Though perhaps as an excuse to avoid me." A dry crust caught in her throat, and she hurriedly took a sip of lemonade. Setting down her glass, she picked up a bread basket near at hand and offered it to him. "Bread roll, Sir John?" He took the hint and didn't press her. Instead, turning his attention to Danny, talking quietly to the child and gently bouncing his knee to keep him content. With relief, Hannah focused on her meal. The pie was delicious, and she savoured every bite. Next, she attempted to cut a piece of roast chicken, but found it difficult to employ both knife and fork with her arm in its sling. Danny nodded off to sleep in Sir John's arms, and he gently bent low and laid the boy in the basket. Then he reached for her knife. "Here, let me help you with that." Hannah flushed. "No, really, I'm not a child." He placed his warm hand over hers, stilling her efforts and looking into her eyes. "You're a woman, as I'm very much aware. But I'm at least partly to blame for your injury, so please allow me this small thing." She gave in then, and watched as he cut her meat, feeling like a helpless little girl and not liking the sensation. Finishing, he set down the cutlery and asked, "Does your arm pain you a great deal?" "No, hardly at all." "And your forehead?"
He reached his hand toward her. She recoiled in surprise, and, seeing the flash of hurt cross his eyes, instantly regretted her reaction. He said, "I only wanted to see it, to assure myself you're healing well." "I am, I promise." He extended his hand again. This time she sat still as he gently brushed back the hair that Kitty had so carefully arranged to hide the red mark. "See, it's nearly healed," she said. He frowned. "That'll leave a scar." He regretfully shook his head. "Another injury at my hands." "Sir John, it's nothing." He softly traced her brow. "I disagree." Anna's throat felt suddenly dry, and she found the words stuck there as the crust had been moments before. In his basket, Danny let out a cry. Glad for the diversion, Hannah reached down for him. "Probably it needs to be changed." She rose. "Thank you for dinner, Sir John, but I'd better take him back up to the nursery." Sir John gave her a knowing look. "Making your escape already, Miss Rogers? I knew it would only be a matter of time until you did." The next afternoon, Hannah was on her way downstairs after settling Danny for his nap and giving Becky a reading lesson when she heard the door open below and Mrs. Turrell greet a visitor. Hannah tensed. Had Fred returned? She descended the final pair of stairs on tiptoe and paused on the half-landing to survey the vestibule. There, James Loudon handed his hat to Mrs. Turrell. He looked up, and his green eyes locked on hers, his expression difficult to decipher. Mrs. Turrell turned her head to see what had arrested his attention. "Ah, my lady, look who's here." "You're back," Hannah breathed in some surprise. "Yes, I said I'd return in about a week. Do you not recall?" "Oh, it's just... well, the time passed quickly." And she'd not departed as planned. "You're not happy to see me?" "On the contrary, you're perfectly welcome." He studied her face, his brows low in curiosity or suspicion. She looked away first and found Mrs. Turrell watching her, worry evident in her soulful dark eyes. The housekeeper excused herself, leaving the two alone in expectant silence. Hannah said awkwardly, "Your former room is ready for you, and the morning room is at your disposal. Everything the same as before." He tilted his head to the side, eyes glinting. "Not everything." She swallowed, unsure of his meaning and afraid to ask. What had he learned about her while he'd been away? She forced a smile. "Well, I shall leave you to get settled. We're to have roast duck for dinner tonight, I understand. I hope you like duck." His mouth quirked. "Domesticated or decoy?" She blinked. "I have no idea." "Poor hen," he said, "trapped in a decoy snare of her own making." His cold eyes belied his sympathetic tone. Hannah was taken aback by the odd exchange, stung by the innuendo. She hoped she was imagining it. He tugged off his gloves and said, "Well, I shall go up and greet Sir John if you don't mind, assuming he's still alive." "Of course he is," she defended. "In fact, you'll find him greatly recovered and speaking for himself." "Well, good." He slapped his gloves onto the sideboard and took himself upstairs. James Loudon walked up the stairs, irritation coursing through him. He was vexed with himself, with her, and with Sir John. How much should he tell his employer of what he'd learned in Bristol? He paused at the bedchamber door, took a deep breath, and knocked. "Come," Sir John called. His strong reply surprised James. It was the first time he'd heard the man's voice since the accident. James entered the room, surprised again to find his client sitting upright in bed in a fine burgundy dressing-gown, though a counterpane covered his legs. He wore a beard neatly trimmed, and someone had cut his hair. He looked younger than when James had last seen him. "Good day, Sir John. Mr. Loudon, welcome back." James shook his head. "You wrote to say you were recovering, but, my goodness, how well you look." He did indeed. James knew he should be glad. "Thank you. Good journey?" "Oh, the usual tedious, spine-jarring experience. No accidents or anything, if that's what you meant." "I did not." James felt his neck heat. What a callous thing to say. "I wasn't referring to—" Sir John waved away his apology. "Never mind. As you see, no harm has befallen me during your absence. You worried for nothing." "Did I?" "Yes, as it turns out." "And why is that?" "Why? Because the lady in question means me no harm, I assure you." "Does she not?" Sir John shook his head. "In fact, she's been quite kind in ministering to me body and soul." Body and soul? Astounded, James faltered. Do you still wish to revise your will?" "Let's hold off on that at present." "But—" James bit his tongue. He cleared his throat, wishing he might clear his confusion as easily. "Well, that's your prerogative, of course, though I must say I'm surprised." But was he? Was he really? "Go and get settled, Mr. Loudon. We shall have plenty of time to talk later." That evening, Hannah ate dinner with Mr. Loudon in awkward formality, the roast duck tasting like sawdust in her mouth. Their former fledgling camaraderie seemed to have vanished. He'd changed toward her, she realized. During his absence, had he learned something unsavoury about Lady Mayfield? Or about Hannah Rogers? Near the end of the meal, Mr. Loudon picked up his wine, but instead of sipping, held his glass in mid-air. "You once told me you received a letter from a friend of Miss Rogers, who took it upon himself to inform her father of her death." Sending a nervous glance to Mrs. Turrell, dishing out their rice pudding at the sideboard, Hannah nodded. He asked, "Was this friend a Fred Bonner?" She snapped her head toward him, instantly on her guard. Not waiting for her to answer, he added, "And was her father a Mr. Thomas Rogers, formerly of Oxford, now perpetual curate of St. Michael's on the outskirts of Bristol?" She only stared at him, heart racing. "Hannah Rogers' mother, Mrs. Anne Rogers, died 10 years ago of the influenza, I believe." Dear Mamma. Hannah felt torn between relief that her mother wasn't there to see her only daughter in her current situation, while at the same time longing for her comforting presence. He continued, "Hannah had 2 brothers, both gone to sea. Did you know the eldest, Brian Rogers, has passed his lieutenancy examination?" Mutely, she shook her head. "Apparently, I know more about this bosom companion of yours than you do, my lady." Hannah faltered. "How did you—" "When I returned to Bristol,
I unearthed a letter Sir John wrote to my father from Bath, asking him to look into the manner of his wife's missing companion. As you yourself told me, Hannah Rogers left abruptly, which concerned Sir John, as she'd always been a steady, reliable sort before. According to my father's notes, Sir John feared some harm may have befallen her, or that someone in his household had done something to offend her, or to make her fear for her safety, something significant to cause a dependable person to act in such an uncharacteristic manner. Hannah's mind whirled. Sir John had worried about her. Who in his household did he think had done something to offend or frighten her? Mr. Ward, Mariana, and Mr. Fontaine? Or he himself? Mr. Loudon continued. My father asked Sir John if this Miss Rogers had stolen something, or if anything had gone missing. He assured my father it was nothing like that. He seemed to trust her thoroughly. Did he? She murmured, surprised and pleased to hear it. Yes. I reviewed what little correspondence I could find pertaining to Miss Rogers. My father didn't pursue the matter very far, so I decided to do so myself. First, I went to her father's house, but Mr. Rogers hadn't seen his daughter since she'd moved with the Mayfields to Bath. I also met a friend of hers, a Fred Bonner. He seemed quite reticent to speak with me. It was obvious the young man had been fond of Miss Rogers, perhaps even loved her, and mourned her loss. It was also clear he was hiding something about her past. It made me wonder if Hannah had got herself into trouble with this young man, if she'd left the Mayfields' employ to conceal a certain condition. Hannah's throat tightened. Why would you think that? Just a guess, a suspicion. Did no one notice anything unusual about her? Had Miss Rogers confided anything about a young man, or her future plans? Had she been ill in the mornings? Gained weight? Hannah felt her neck heat. These aren't things spoken of in polite company. A spoon clanked, and she glanced over, only then realizing Mrs. Turrell was still in the room. Hannah pressed her lips together. That will be all, Mrs. Turrell. Thank you so much. Yes, an excellent dinner, Mr. Loudon added. Thank you. With a concerned look at one and then the other, Mrs. Turrell backed from the room and closed the door behind her. Mr. Loudon continued. I asked for a description of Hannah Rogers. He pulled a small notebook from his pocket and flipped past several pages. Would you like to hear how she was described? No. He read from his notes as if she hadn't spoken. Slender, red hair, fair eyes, modest in dress and comportment. That was from Mr. Rogers, and this one from Fred Bonner. A pretty girl with ginger hair and freckles, a lovely smile. Tears bit her eyes, but panic burned them away. She'd no idea what to say. He looked up at her. Is it an accurate description? Instead of answering, she asked, Have you shared this information with Sir John? Not yet. Do you think he'll find it interesting? I've no idea. Very little of it would surprise him, Hannah thought. Then why was she so frightened? James Loudon leaned back in his chair and surprised her by changing tack. Sir John is in good spirits. He tells me you've been ministering to him body and soul. What did he mean by that? She licked her dry lips. I suppose he means that I've undertaken a regimen Dr. Parrish ordered to help him strengthen his limbs after lying in bed so long.
Simple stretches and the kneading of muscles, that's all.
Is that all? She blinked away images of Sir John holding her hand, brushing the hair from her brow, touching her waist. Mr. Loudon watched her face. Very wifely, he allowed. Very intimate. I must say I'm surprised.
It isn't intimate, she defended. Not in that way. The housemaid knocked once and poked her head into the room. Excuse me, my lady, but Sir John wishes to know if you'll be visiting his bedchamber again tonight. Heat suffused her neck and face. She couldn't meet Mr. Loudon's startled gaze. Hannah did go to Sir John's bedchamber that night, but she went earlier, before she'd changed into her night clothes, determined not to stay long. Mr. Loudon's return had been a cold splash of reality, making her tenuous situation seem less hopeful and more tawdry. She knew he'd gone up to see Sir John again after dinner. She wondered if he'd confided any of his findings, his visit to her father, or his theories about Fred Bonner and Hannah. Should she? She once again found Sir John sitting up in bed with a portable writing desk in his lap and quill in hand. He looked up at her with a ready smile. Then his gaze flicked to the mantel clock before returning to her, sweeping over the emerald-green evening dress, one of Mariana's older ones she'd altered to fit her slighter figure.
"Good evening, my lady. You're early."
"Good evening, Sir John." She approached the bed without being asked and stopped beside it. He looked at her, taking in the fine gown, her pinned hair, her wary face.
"The colour suits you. You look beautiful," he added quietly. "Beautiful and sad."
She ducked her head. Nib in hand, he lifted the quill, tickling under her chin.
"Look at me," he said gently. "What is it? Is Danny all right?"
"A little colicky, but otherwise fine." She raised her head and braved a small smile. "Thank you for asking." Holding her gaze, he slowly lowered the quill from beneath her chin, down the column of her throat and along her collarbone. She jerked away, stepping back from the bed. His familiarity, which had previously warmed her, now put her on edge.
"Forgive me. I thought—"
He hesitated, then frowned.
"What's wrong? Has something happened?"